Galw'r aelodau I drefn yr eitem gyntaf ar yn agenda ni'r prynawn yma yw'r cwestiynau ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros addysg. A'r cwestiwn cyntaf, Simon Thomas.
Pa trafodaethau mae'r ysgrifennydd y Cabinet wedi cynnal ynglyn â chynlluniau gyfer safle newydd I Ysgol Dewi Sant yn Llanelli?
Diolch yn fawr, Simon. I've had no directed discussions. It is local authorities, in this case Carmarthenshire County Council, who identify the preferred sites for their school building projects.
Diolch i'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet am yr ateb cyntaf. Bydd hi'n ymwybodol sechan ni mae'n siŵr bod 3 adroddiad estyn erbyn hyn wedi dweud bod cyflwr presennol yr ysgol yn ymharu ar disg yn yr ysgol a bod plant Ysgol Dewi Sant yn haeddu'r addysg gofe, a dyna wrth gwrs yw bwriad y cynlluniau ysgolion yr unfed ganrif ar hugain sydd ganddi hi a'i hadran. Erbyn hyn, heddiw fel mae'n digwydd, mae'r cais cynllunio wedi cyflwyno'n ffurfiol ar gyfer yr ysgol newydd. Mae yna oedi wedi bod oherwydd bod rhywfau wedi cwyno bod yr ysgol yn disodli beth maen nhw'n galw yn llain werdd. Mae'n bwysig tan linellu bod y cynlluniau sydd wedi cyflwyno heddi yn cynnwys mynediad i'r cychoedd ar gyfer cae a chwafer ysgol ac felly yn cadw elfen o gymunedol fel bydde pawb un yn croesawu yn pob ystyr. Pe bai oedi oherwydd rai o'r angytuno yma yn lleol yn gohirio'r cynllun, a fydd y Llywodraeth mewn sefyllfa I wafantu bod yr arian cyfalaf yn dal y gael ar gyfer yr ysgol hon, gan fod y plant y dylai fod yn ffocws ni anno yn y cyd-destun yma yn haeddu ysgol newydd ac yn haeddu ysgol o'r fath mae hi a'i chynlluniau yn hyrwyddo.
Thank you, Simon. You'll be aware that the Welsh Government considered the outline business case for the project in April 2017. And I gave my approval to the local authority to move forward with the business case. I am aware of the delays, and because of the rules around planning applications, it would not be right for me or indeed any other Welsh Minister to comment on those plans. I am pleased that there is community access. That's an important part of all the projects that come forward. Indeed, it's one of the core elements of the 21st Century Schools programme that we provide not only fantastic educational facilities, but those facilities are available for wider public use. The allocations to Carmarthenshire stand at many millions of pounds, addressing many schools throughout that area, and my officials will be keeping in close contact with Carmarthenshire about the ability to deliver on those plans and indeed their applications for investment under Band B of the programme.
I strongly support the call for the money still be available to build a new school. There's no doubt that the pupils of Dewi Sant desperately need a new school, but I'm afraid the Carmarthenshire County Council have let them down badly in the way they've gone through a process. If you read the business case sent into the Welsh Government, it's a masterclass in retrospective rationality. It's quite clear that the council officials have decided this would be an easy site to build on and worked backward from that assumption. This is a green lung in the deprived part of Llanelli, and there are alternative sites available, most notably the Hillgoffa site, which is now going to be vacated when a new school is being built in Delta Lakes for the special school. So I will be asking the Planning Minister to call in this application if the Village Green application is not successful, because this is not the right place to build a school, but a new school is essential, and I hope the Welsh Government gives clear assurances that funding will be available.
I can confirm that all Education Department's approvals for business cases that are submitted by local education authorities across Wales are not to prejudice any processes, statutory processes that are needed. Schools in Carmarthenshire will have seen investment over £87 million in the Band A programme, and a further £130 million will be invested as a result of the Band B programme. And as I said in my answer to Simon Thomas, my officials keep in very close touch with all local authorities to ensure that their programmes are delivered in the best possible way for the benefits of the children who attend those schools.
Question 2, Mohammed Ashka.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. What is the Welsh Government doing to support adult community learning, please?
Diolch, Mohammed. Our Adult Learning in Wales policy statement was published in July and set out our priorities for adult learning. Now, we'll shortly be consulting on proposals to restructure the delivery and funding of adult learning with the aim of providing a sustainable and secure future for this important provision.
Thank you very much for the reply, Minister. But the community learning has a significant impact in helping people gain the skills needed to achieve sustainable employment in future. However, Welsh Government figures show that the number of community learners in Wales has fallen by more than half in the last 5 years. ARAD research has described the sector as being under pressure, severe pressure. And they stating, the quote is, "It is essential that there is sufficient support for adult community learning to ensure high quality delivery across Wales that is consistent and accessible." Quote close. Will the Cabinet Secretary commit to properly funding community learning for the benefit of our communities and social care in Wales, please?
There's no doubt that in terms of what we'd like to do, we'd like to have put a lot more money into adult community learning, but that's been really difficult when we've seen a £1.4 billion cut from the UK Tory government. So that's been the problem for us. But let me be clear that in deciding then what our priorities should be, we have concentrated on the importance of training people up for employment. We've concentrated on basic skills in particular, on core skills for to encourage people to learn English for those who have it as a second language, and really making sure that we have those essential skills that allow people to access the workplace.
John Griffiths.
Yes, Minister, I wanted to ask you about individual learning accounts. What are your plans in terms of the launch of pilots, and will you ensure, and how will you ensure, that the lessons to be learned from previous versions of the ILAs properly inform the new version?
Thank you. I think this is quite an exciting opportunity for us, and one of the first things I did when I was appointed as Minister was to go and listen to what a lot of the think tanks had to say, and this was an area where they said actually there's a real opportunity. Now, it's true in the past the individual learning accounts had a bad name. There was, in Wales, there wasn't a problem, but there was a degree of problems in England in relation to money exchanging. Now, I think we're in a different place because we now have the opportunity to do things digitally, so money won't change hands. We have now gathered, last week, a group of people who are experts in this field to shape what that pilot should look like, to look at what the pitfalls might be. So progress is being made, and I would hope that we would be able to launch something in about September.
Hugh Griffith.
Diolch, Llywydd. Y realiti wrth gwrs bod rhai o'r gwasanaethau addysg yma yn cilio bellach ac yn bellach oddi wrth cymunedau ar draws Cymru, a fyddwch chi'n ymwybodol enghraifft bod y Coleg yn Inbych yn mynd i gau nawr yn yr haf sydd i ddod. A dwi wedi siarad â rhai o'r myfyrwyr, a maen nhw yn poeni nawr fyddan nhw methu jyglo'r balans rhwng i astudiaethau a'r swyddi rhan amser sydd gyda nhw, oherwydd rhaid nhw deithio ymhellach i gael mynediad i'r addysg yna yn Llandrillo'n Rhos neu yn yr Rhyl. Felly, gai ofyn be mae'r Llywodraeth yn neud i sicrhau bydd y gwasanaethau yma yn aros yn ein cymunedau ni a bod addysg ôl 16 yn hygyrch i bawb?
Wel, dwi yn deall bod yna lot o ymateb wedi bod i beth ddigwyddodd yn Inbych. Be sy'n bwysig, dwi'n meddwl, yw bod ni'n parchu annibyniaeth y colegau, nhw sy'n gwneud y penderfyniadau, wrth gwrs mae rhaid ni sicrhau bod ni yn galluogi pobl ym mhob cymuned i cael access nawr i addysg bellach. Felly, fydd rhaid i ni edrych, dwi'n meddwl, i sicrhau bod ni'n ffeindio ffyrdd i bobl o'r cymunedau yna i fynd i'r canolfannau lle mae dysgu yn bodoli. Felly, wrth gwrs, mae llymder wedi cael effaith ar y sector, ond beth sy'n bwysig yw bod ni'n cael yr arbenigwyr i ddysgu pobl yn y ffordd gorau posib.
Cwestiwn yn awr gan lefarwyr y Pleidiau. Llefarydd y Ceidwadwyr Darren Miller.
Diolch, Llywydd. Cabinet Secretary, will you tell us when you'll be in a position to publish the new school organisation code?
Thank you, Darren. My intention is to publish the code before the summer recess, and subject to approval by this National Assembly for Wales, I would expect the new code to be in operation for the new academic year.
I'm very pleased to hear that, Cabinet Secretary, because as you will know, I share your aspiration to make sure that the code is balanced and that it doesn't disfavour or do a disservice to rural schools in particular, many of which, of course, as you will appreciate, are small Welsh medium schools. Given that there have been concerns which have been raised by Cymdeithas yr Iaith Cymraeg and many others about the fact that some local authorities appear to be pressing forward with school reorganisation in the interim because there is no change in the code at present, what is your message to those local authorities who might be attempting to get one under the barrier, as it were, before the door closes in terms of the changes in the school reorganisation code?
Thank you, Darren. All 22 local authorities have had the opportunity to respond to the consultation. It is fair to say that some have responded more positively than others regarding my proposal to establish a list of rural schools and to ensure that there is a presumption against closure as a starting point for local authorities. What I would say to local authorities who are considering this matter at the moment is that I have been very clear about my direction of travel and my policy intention, and I would urge them to take the spirit of that into consideration between now and any formal publication of the new organisation code.
They're very warm words, and I'm sure that the spirit of the code is something which responsible local authorities will, of course, adopt. But the reality is that we have local authorities in Wales, Ynys Môn, Denbighshire, and others who are progressing with school closures in rural communities, by and large Welsh medium schools, as a result of the code not being sufficient at present. Can you give absolute assurances, Minister, that you will look carefully at the impact of your changes and make sure that they are measured against the proposals in your new code and not the provisions in the old code, which you said you'd sort out a long time ago?
Well, Darren, whilst I recognise that the new code cannot be applied retrospectively, as I have said quite clearly, my expectation is that local authorities should be working with the grain of the new code. They are well aware of my intentions and my policy intentions. Any application that is submitted by a local authority under the either existing code or the future code is looked at extremely carefully, because I recognise for many of those involved in that process, they need the code there to ensure that any consultation and any proposals are tested to the very highest of standards. As I said, I expect the code to be published this term, and subject to the approval of this Assembly, that code will be available for implementation from the new academic year in September.
Llefarydd UKIP Michelle Brown.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and good afternoon, Cabinet Secretary. In 2016, there were two reports about school closures. One said that in the previous 10 years there had been 157 school closures across Wales, 3 out of 5 of those closures being a rural school. And the other said that there were a further 50 schools earmarked for closure. At the same time, local authorities are trying to encourage families to move into villages, and yet some schools in those villages are in danger of being closed or already closed. What more can you do to reassure parents in Wales that their local school will not be closed in the near future?
Well, I would refer you to the answer I just gave Darren Miller. I have made it absolutely clear my intention is to revise the current school organisation code, to create a list of named rural schools and to establish a presumption against closure of those schools. Importantly as well, with regards to rural education, we cannot just rest on our laurels by keeping institutions open. Those institutions need to provide rural children with a first-class educational opportunity. Buildings alone are not enough. It is the quality that goes on in those buildings that is absolutely crucial to me, and that's why we've introduced a small schools grant to be able to support local authority to improve standards in small rural schools that have particular challenges when it comes to delivering the curriculum.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary, for that answer. My question wasn't really specifically about rural schools. I'm possibly fogged the issue a little bit by mentioning rural schools, but my question was actually about local schools, as in schools that children can walk to every day. Children who travel to school by car are exposed to an increase in pollution of 40% for that journey, compared with those who walk. Increased school runs also leads to increased pollution generally and in the vicinity of the schools. Do you agree with me that allowing school closures to go ahead is at odds with necessitating children to stop walking to school and be put in the parents' car or somebody else's car to be driven to school? Is at odds with the Welsh Government's claims to be serious about fighting pollution, as an increasing number of children don't live within walking distance of their nearest school?
Well, I would encourage all parents everywhere, if they do indeed live within walking distance of their schools, to ensure that their children use active travel measures to attend local schools. Welsh Government supports that by providing a Safe Routes to Schools grant. It's not my grant, it is the Cabinet Secretary, my Cabinet Secretary colleague that has resources for that, which it enables, for instance, I know it in my own constituency, for instance in Prestine, where we have been able to put in new pavements and new crossings to encourage parents to do just that, to actually walk their children to school. Of course, in many areas, in many rural areas, that is simply an impossibility. My own children attend to school some 25 miles away from home, and I think even I would be asking too much of them if I expected them to walk. But where it is possible, I would encourage parents and local authorities to work together to create an environment where people make that choice to actively travel to their school, whether that may be on foot or on bike. I know. I give them a rule too.
Okay, well, do you not? Do you? I mean, you've just given me a lecture about walking to school and safe routes to school. You didn't actually answer the question, because I wasn't talking about children who can walk or travel in some way under their own steam, taking exercise to school. I was talking about children who have to be put into a vehicular transport to be taken to school. And don't you think it's a contradiction that on the one hand you're forcing parents to put their children into a car to be driven to school, and at the same time hectoring people to stay out of the cars and make fewer journeys?
The member will be aware that rules regarding access to school transport are defined under the learner travel measure. All children who live 2 miles from a primary school are entitled to local authority transport. All children attending secondary school who are 3 miles away from a secondary school are entitled to local authority transport.
Llyfarydd Plaid Cymru, Sian Gwenllia.
Diolch yn fawr. Cwestiynau i'r Gweinidog y Gymraeg. Ddoe fe nath fy ffrind yr aelod seneddol dros ddwyfar Meirionnydd, Liz Saville-Roberts, ymddangos ar raglen Daily Politics yn amddiffyn iaith ein cenedl yn dilyn yr ymosodiad ddiweddara ar yn iaith tro yma gan y newyddiadurwr Rob Little. Yn anffodus, da ni'n byw mewn oes lle mae ymosodiadau o'r fath yn cael ei gweld yn gynyddol dderbyniol. Mae ymosod ar yr iaith Gymraeg ac felly ymosod ar siaradwyr Cymraeg, chi a fi a nifer ohonon ni yn fan hyn, mae hynny mewn gwirionedd yn droseb casineb, ond dydy'r gyfraith ddim yn adlewyrchu hynny. Mae'r Undeb Ewropeaidd wedi bod yn gefnogol i ieithoedd lleiafrifoedd cenhedloedd y Deyrnas Gyfunol a gweddill Ewrop ac wedi gweithredu mwyn diogelu'r Gymraeg a ieithoedd lleiafrifol eraill. Felly, be mae Llywodraeth Cymru yn mynd i wneud i ddiogelu siaradwyr Cymraeg rhag ymosodiadau ffiaidd yn dilyn y cyfnod ar ôl ni adael yr Undeb Ewropeaidd?
Wel, diolch yn fawr. Fi'n meddwl bod e'n bwysig bod ni'n condemnio unrhyw ymysodiad ar pobl sy'n siarad unrhyw iaith sy'n lleiafrifol. Dwi'n meddwl bod y stŵr sydd wedi cael ei greu, dwi ddim yn helpu pethau. Y cwestiwn yw sut dylen ni fod yn ymateb. Dwi yn meddwl bod e'n bwysig bod ni'n tanlinellu pa mor gymleth fydde hi i wneud rhywbeth o ran deddfwriaeth yn y maes yma. Ond dwi yn meddwl bod e'n hefyd yn bwysig ein bod ni yn deall bod ni ddim yn dderbyniol i newyddiadurwyr na neb arall i condemnio'n iaith ni yn y ffordd yna.
Cymlaeth neu beidio, mae'n amlwg, mae angen edrych yn fanwl ar y sefyllfa yn dilyn colli rai o'r amddiffynfeydd sydd gynnon ni ar hyn o bryd drwy fod yn aelodau o'r Undeb Ewropeaidd. Sicrhau hawliau i ddefnyddwyr dderbyn gwasanaeth yn y Gymraeg ydy sail deddf 2011 wrth gwrs ar safona sydd wedi dilyn hynny. Mae'r safona iechyd gafyd i basio'n ddiweddar yn gwbl ddiffygiol. Dydyn nhw'n gosod unrhyw safon sy'n cydnabod yr angen am wasanaethau wyneb yn wyneb drwy'r Gymraeg yn ein hysbytau, a dyn nhw chwaith ddim yn gosod safona ar gyfer y mwyafrif helaeth o ddarparwyr gofal sylfaenol, sef y prif gysylltiad rhwng trigolion a'r byd iechyd. Gweitha'r safona diffygiol yma, mae'n bwysig rwan fod y Llywodraeth yn symud ymlaen efo'r gwaith i ddiogelu'r hawliau yma drwy gytundebau meddygol, fel sydd wedi cael ei addo. Ond hefyd, mae'n bwysig cyflwyno'r holl safona eraill sydd wedi bod ar ddesg y gweinidog, eich rhagfleunydd chi a'i rhagfleunydd ers sawl blwyddyn. Da ni'n dal i ddisgwyl am y safona ar gyfer y sector cymdeithasau tai, dŵr, cwmnïau post, bysio, trena, rheilffyrdd, nwy a thrydan a thelathrebu. A'i diffyg ewyllus gwleidyddol sydd tu ôl i'r arafwch yma, os na lusgo traed bwriadol?
Nag, a jyst weid, oedd e'n rhywbeth pwysig i fi bod fi yn tirarglwyddi ar dillun yn amddiffyn y siarter ar hawliau ffundamental ar gyfer ieithoedd, a dwi yn meddwl ac yn gobeithio bydd hwnna'n cael ei cario draw a bydd hwnna yn rhoi rhywfaint o ddiogelwch i ni, falle yn gyfreithiol mewn ffordd falle bydd yn cael ei tynnu oddi wrtho ni os nag yw hwnna'n cael ei pasio drosodd. Ar y cwestiwn o'r safonau, fyddwch chi yn ymwybodol bod y trafodaethau ar beth ddylai ddigwydd yn y maes gofal sylfaenol. Mae hwnna eisoes wedi dechrau. Mae cytundebau meddygol. Mae lot o waith wedi cael ei wneud ar hynny eisoes. Ond un peth arall i ni'n wneud, wrth gwrs, yw bod ni wedi dechrau peilots hefyd gyda iaith gwaith i sicrhau bod ni'n ymwybodol beth yw'r problemau o ran cyflwyno iaith yn sector gofal sylfaenol, jyst i weld pa mor hawdd yw hwy neu beidio a pa faint o gefnogaeth sydd angen yn y maes yna. O ran safona eraill, fyddwch chi'n ymwybodol bod ni'n bwriadu dod â deddfiaeth newid i fewn, a beth sy'n bwysig yw bod ni'n cael rhyw fath o sicrwydd y bydd beth sydd gyda ni ar y bwrdd ar hyn o bryd yn cydymffurfio gyda beth bynnag newydd fydd yn dod mewn. Felly dwi ddim yn meddwl bod ni'n gwneud synwyr ar hyn o bryd i ni ddod a safonau newydd mewn tam bod ni'n cael lot fwy o eglurder ynglyn â beth mae'r dyfodol yn mynd i edrych fel.
Wel, dyna dim hyder i wrth gwrs, ac y teimlad ydy bod y ddeddfwriaeth newydd yma, pryd bynnag mae hwnna'n mynd i weld gola dydd, yn dal pethau nôl yn sylweddol ar hyn o bryd, ac felly yn dal yn ôl hawliau siaradwyr Cymraeg. Nes i sôn na falle ewyllus gwleidyddol sydd tu ôl i'r arafwch yma. Falle mae diffyg staffio ydy'r broblem ynglyn â cyflwyno safona, a dwi'n dal i ddisgwyl atab i gwestiwn ysgrifenedig nes i anfon ym mis Ionawr yn holi faint o staff sydd wedi ei lleoli'n benodol yn Uned Gymraeg y Llywodraeth, sef y staff sydd yn gyfrifol yn benodol am baratoi rheoliadau'r safona'r iaith Gymraeg. Pam ofynis i hyn i chi mewn pwyllgor, fe wnaethoch chi ddeud bod na beth wmbreth o bobl yn gweithio arnyn nhw. Loads, meddach chi. Pryd gai atab iawn, achos dwi yn credu na ddim loads sydd yn gweithio ar y safona'n benodol yn eich llywodraeth chi o gwbl. Ac bod gennych chi gwylydd i gyhoeddi, mae dim ond un. 2 falle ar y mwyaf sydd yn gwneud y gwaith holl bwysig yma. Da chi'n edrych yn syn, ond dwi heb gael yr ateb, felly fe gael mond ama.
Digon teg, ond dwi'n meddwl beth sy'n bwysig, a chi wedi cael ateb wrtha i, chi'n ymwybodol bod materion staffio yn rhywbeth yn gwestiynnu'r ysgrifennydd parhaol, a byddai'n sicrhau y byddai'n gwthio hi i ymateb ar hynny. Dwi yn meddwl bod e'n bwysig bod ni'n dechrau, bod ni'n canolbwyntio nawr, os ein targed ni yw cyrraedd 1 miliwn o siaradwyr. Dwi yn meddwl bod e'n holl bwysig bod ni yn pwysleisio pwysigrwydd hybu a hyrwyddo. Ac un peth dwi yn gobeithio welwn ni yn y dyfodol yw bod ni'n newid y pwyslais o deddfwriaeth i gwthio pobl, i sicrhau bod pobl yn defnyddio'r iaith, bod ni'n hyrwyddo. Dyna sy'n bwysig. Allwch chi ddim wneud i bobl siarad iaith. Mae rhaid i ni darbwyllo nhw. Mae dyna yw'r ffordd ymlaen. A dyna beth dwi eisiau gweld yn y dyfodol.
Question 3, David Melding.
Secretary make a statement on the teaching of modern foreign languages.
Thank you, David. The teaching of languages is highly valued in our schools, which is why the Global Futures Plan was published in 2015. 3 years into this plan, there is continued commitment and ambition across the education system to improve the teaching and learning experiences of modern foreign languages for all of our learners.
Well, thank you for that answer. But as you well know, there's been an incredible decline in the teaching of modern foreign languages in Wales, as was demonstrated by the British Council. It is sadly also the case in other parts of the UK, but here in Wales between 2002 and 2016, the number of people studying the foreign language to GCSE standard declined by 48%, and at A level declined by 44%. So the actual absolute numbers now are embarrassingly small, and the various reasons being attributed to this, including the predominance of compulsory subjects and even the operation of the Welsh back. So how is the Global Futures project going to deliver any substantive change? Because I understand the trend is still downwards.
Thank you, David. I would agree with you that there is still more work that we can do to ensure that more children take the opportunity of studying modern foreign languages at a GCSE level. One of the projects that is proving particularly successful in achieving that aim is which Welsh Government funds. That's the Student Mentoring Project run in conjunction with Cardiff, Swansea, Bangor and Aberystwyth University. And this will run for a 4th year this year. The project offers targeted intervention to improve MFL take-up at GCSE in schools through improving pupil engagement with a university student mentor. In 2016-2017, 50% of all pupils mentored continued their learning into GCSE compared to a national average of under 20%. So that project, we know, is making a real difference. What I can say, though, and I would like to take this opportunity, Presiding Officer, is to congratulate the high standards that are being achieved by those students that do go on to take this subject. Now, I don't particularly like making comparisons across the border, but it is fair to say that GCSE results last year showed that Wales had a higher A-star performance and a higher A-star to C performance in Spanish, French and German than students across the border in England. So where students do take these subjects, they are excelling.
Question 4, Rhiannon Passmore.
Diolch. Cabinet Secretary, you recently wrote to schools in Islwyn to inform them of the Welsh Government's ability...
You need to ask the question on the order paper.
That's the question that I have in front of me. What action is the Welsh Government taking to help disadvantaged learners in Islwyn?
That is indeed the question.
I got there.
That is indeed the question. Through the Regional Pupil Development Grant, we continue to invest unprecedented amounts of funding, in this case £187 million over the next 2 years, to support schools across Wales to improve outcomes for disadvantaged learners. Islwyn are benefiting from the regional allocation to EAS of more than £19 million over this, per annum over this period.
Okay, thank you. The pupil deprivation grant for the youngest learners, pupils aged 3 to 4-year-old, has increased from 600 to 700, building on last year's doubling of financial support from 300 to 600 per learner in the early years, a stark contrast to the UK Tory decimation of support for poorer learners. Will the Cabinet Secretary outline then what difference the continued investment in the pupil deprivation grant will have in Islwyn schools and the impact the Welsh Government believes it will have on disadvantaged learners in Islwyn communities?
It's now called the Pupil Development Grant because we want to focus on the prime purpose of this grant, and that is to develop the opportunities for some of our most disadvantaged learners. What we do know, Rhiannon, is that by targeting investing in our early years with our very early youngest learners, we can address the effects of deprivation on their educational outcomes even more quickly. I have huge confidence in the Pupil Development Grant. If you talk to teachers, which I'm sure you do in your own constituency, they are quite clear the difference that this money is making. And we're increasingly seeing a number of our primary schools have pupils from, who are entitled to a free school meal performing at a level par with those better off counterparts. And indeed, in some primary schools, we even see children on free school meals outperforming their better off counterparts.
Mohammed Ashkar.
Presiding Officer, parents of children disadvantaged by poverty in Islwyn will have heard with dismay of the Welsh Government's decision to scrap the school uniform grant for poor families. Last week, the First Minister failed to give assurances regarding funding of and eligibility of your planned replacement scheme. So, Cabinet Secretary, can you confirm that there will be no reduction in the amount of funding provided for school uniforms under your new scheme, and that all Year 7 pupils in receipt of free school meal will continue to eligible for school uniform grant also? Thank you.
Thank you, Oscar, for that question. I am very keen to address the impact of disadvantage on children's education in a variety of ways. And for some families, assistance with school uniform is really important. But as we heard yesterday from a question to the First Minister from Julie Morgan, there are other ways in which more deprived communities cannot take advantage of the full range of opportunities that may be available to them. And that can have a direct impact on that learner's capabilities to progress. That's why I and officials are currently working on a replacement grant which was previously called School Uniform Grant. It will include access to support for school uniforms, but I'm also wanting that grant to be able to provide greater flexibility for parents, for instance, who may, for instance, not have the financial ability to allow their child to go on a school trip, or to allow their child to participate in extracurricular activity, which could affect their outcomes. So, yes, grants for uniforms will continue, but I'm looking to expand that grant to cover a wider variety of opportunities that potentially pupils from deprived backgrounds can't participate in.
Question 5, Mick Antonin.
Thank you, Llywydd. Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on the role of education in combating problem gambling?
Thank you, Mick. Education is just one of the means to address problem gambling. One recommendation in the Chief Medical Officer's report for Wales was to provide those responsible for health and well-being of children and vulnerable people with further information on the potential harm that gambling can bring.
Well, thank you for that answer. I wonder if we could perhaps go a bit further. What we know is, from the Gambling Commission, is that about 500,000 pupils across England and Wales between 11 and 15 are now gambling on a weekly basis. That would correlate to around 25,000 children in Wales between the age of 11 and 15 gambling on a weekly basis, a number of those now being problem gamblers. In the light of the Chief Medical Officer's report, I wonder if you will be meeting with the Chief Medical Officer to actually develop, as part of the overall public health strategy, a strategy dealing with what is a growing gambling problem for the future amongst our children who are working and living in an environment where, through things like sport, gambling is almost being normalised in our society and presents us, I think, with real challenges for the future.
I understand your concerns, Mick. You'll be aware that the Leader of the House and the Cabinet Secretary for Health and Social Services recently agreed to write to the Advertising Standards Authority with regard to that specific point about the prevalence of gambling adverts. Gambling sponsorship, is an issue because many children are getting to see those. I am very pleased to let you know that questions on gambling were included in health behaviour in school-aged children Research Network survey for the 2017-2018 survey, so that we can get a better understanding from children themselves about the effect that gambling may have on them as individuals, and that gives us a baseline data which we can really take action from. I think it's really important that we use our opportunities via the personal social education part of our existing curriculum to be able to explore the dangers of gambling with our children and young people. And you'll be aware, as we develop our new curriculum, there are opportunities in the new Health and Wellbeing AOLE for schools to address these issues, but also via our numeracy AOLE, where I would expect schools to be talking about financial literacy and to be able to make positive choices about how you utilise your money. Via our Healthy Schools network, as well as our ACES hub, we're also better equipping schools to deal with issues of problem gambling if they become aware of that within their school community. And I believe in conjunction in the cross-government approach, whether that be health and social care planning, there are many things which we can do to address this agenda head-on.
Darren Millar.
I share the concerns which have been expressed by Mick Antoniv and agree with him wholeheartedly that we need to take more action in our schools to address problem gambling. One of the concerns which has been raised with me is that in the Welsh Baccalaureate there is a task which has been assigned to some pupils in Wales which asks them to imagine what it's like to win the lottery and then to spend that money. Now, it seems to me to be wholly inappropriate in terms of encouraging people to imagine that sort of task, and is at odds with the public health messages which we want to send as a nation to our young people. So what action are you going to take to work with the WJEC, Qualifications Wales and others to make sure that all of our examinations, all of our textbooks have gambling eradicated from them in terms of promoting it in this way, and that the only message that they see about gambling is one which is negative?
Thank you, Darren, for that. I would expect all examination questions, Welsh Baccalaureate tasks to be written in an appropriate way. Can I be absolutely clear? What we're talking about here is problem gambling, and recognise that as a health issue, as an addiction issue, just in the way that many other there are other addictions. I think we need to be slightly careful when we equate playing the lottery with problem gambling. And I think we need to be slightly careful about that, but I would expect all questions in all examination papers to be written in a way that is appropriate for children reading and using those resources.
Di Lloyd.
Joshua, yeah, well, further to those comments, and I agree with all the comments thus far, and Mick Antoniv would know that a recent University of South Wales study showed that a quarter of gamblers do not consider themselves to be gamblers, and that applies to children as well. So pushing further on this issue of education in schools, obviously my colleague Bethan Syed previously has raised the principles of financial education, which would incorporate this sort of education. But really, we need to be highlighting this strongly, as has been mentioned, because of the insidious nature of the gambling industry sort of inculcating itself into every form of life and trying to normalise the issue. It is not normal to be a gambler, and I value your support on that issue.
Di, you're absolutely right. We need to look at these issues beyond simply the health and wellbeing AOLE. Financial education will be a key element within the new curriculum, offering robust provision to help learners develop their financial skills, including the management of their money. And I was very fortunate recently to attend a pioneer school in your own region, Olchfa, a Year 8 maths class, where they were indeed talking about the tax system and how you would manage your money and work out your tax liabilities. So we already see on the ground lessons with this regard happening in our schools at the moment. And of course, as we move towards the statutory take-up curriculum, I would expect to see more of that going on. But it was absolutely fantastic to see relatively young learners in their secondary educational career having the ability to develop their numeracy skills, but at the same time learning and understanding about how tax works and actually having a very moral debate about whether people should be taxed more or less.
Cwestiwn 6, Julie Morgan.
Diolch. Can the Cabinet Secretary provide an update on the 21st Century Schools programme in Cardiff?
Thank you, Julie. Will the Cabinet Secretary provide an... Oh, sorry, that's your bit. I am the Cabinet Secretary. For a minute, I forgot myself, and I was back over there, presiding officer. I've just done a Rhiannon Passmore. You never know. You never know. Julie, I am delighted to say that Band A of the 21st Century Schools and Education Programme will see an investment of over £164 million in schools in Cardiff over the 5 years ending in 2019, which might post-date when I'm going to end here. A funding envelope of a further £284 million has been approved in principle for the Band B programme, which will start in 2019.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that response, and I was very pleased to visit last week the new site for the schools of Gabalva Primary and Ysgol Glan Caibl in my constituency, Cardiff North, for the topping out ceremony last week. And this is one English medium primary and one Welsh medium primary, which are co-located, and the building's been designed in such a way that there are joint facilities for lunch times and play times. And I wondered whether there were any other plans for schools in that sort of way throughout Wales, where the Welsh Language School and the English Language School are co-located on the same site.
I am sure that there are other examples where we have co-locations of facilities like that. What the 21st Century Schools programme is allowing us to do is find new and innovative ways of providing school places, whether that be in a shared location, whether we see the growing number of through schools, where children are educated on the same campus from the age of 3 right the way through, in some cases, to the age of 18. This unprecedented investment in school buildings, the largest since the 1960s, is giving us the opportunity to provide local authorities the options of a wide variety of ways of providing educational facilities. And one of the ways in which we judge cases that come in, as I said earlier to Simon Thomas, is also on community access to those facilities, and increasingly, as we work together across government on the childcare offer, the ability to see whether we can combine education and childcare facilities in our new builds also.
Andrew Arty-Davis.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Minister, 21st Century Schools has offered the opportunity for local authorities to work with government in redeveloping their school estate. You may or may not be familiar with the closure plans for a small rural school in the Vale of Glamorgan and Llancarvan School, and relocating to a new site in the village of Roos. One of the concerns...
This is a question about Cardiff.
South Wales Central area, 21st Century Schools.
Yeah.
I thought Cardiff was part of South Wales Central. Sorry, Presiding Officer. It's part of South Wales Central.
The question is about Cardiff.
I withdraw the question then.
Okay. Question 7, Dawn Bowden.
Diolch, Llywydd. Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on the education funding from Merthyr Tydfil County Borough Council?
Thank you, Dawn. The gross schools expenditure in Merthyr last year was budgeted to be over £50 million. That's 3% higher than in 2016-2017. Merthyr Tydfil delegated 87% of the funding to schools, giving a delegated budget of over £43 million. That's a 4% increase on the previous year, and I'm pleased to say that's the highest percentage increase that we saw in any local authority in Wales.
Indeed, and I know that the Welsh Government has a long-standing commitment to school funding in spite of the UK Government's continued austerity programme. And this year's local government settlement, as you've already outlined, has reflected this. However, we also know that local authorities have successfully argued for education funding not to be ring-fenced, and I appreciate that much of that funding now is used for their school budgets. It is a matter entirely for them. Nevertheless, I was concerned to see that Merthyr Tydfil Council, despite what you have said, has effectively cut their school budget, with schools being advised that they must make savings of some £400,000 in this financial year, with more to follow. Now, given that Merthyr Tydfil's Education Service was only brought out of special measures in 2016, can you assure me that you're closely monitoring the needs of schools in Merthyr Tydfil so that we do not allow that situation to slip backwards again?
Thank you, Dawn. You are correct in saying that local authorities are responsible for school funding, and indeed that is set out in current Welsh law. You will also be aware that Estyn, the Independent Inspectorate, not only has a role in inspecting individual schools, but also has a role in inspecting the performance of individual local education authorities. They have trialled a new inspection framework, the first of which took place in East Talbot, and that is a very good way in which we can ensure the performance of local education authorities. I am aware that for some authorities that have recently been in special measures, there is a need to keep a very close eye. And of course, you'll be aware that one of the reasons why we work in partnership with the middle tier of the regional consortia is to ensure that there is high-quality support for school improvement in that area, rather than dissipated across all the local authorities. But can I just take this opportunity? I understand that budgets are under pressure across Wales, not just in Merthyr Tydfil, but despite that, individual schools are not letting that hold back on their ambition for their children. I recently had the opportunity to visit Avon Tarth School, and I was so impressed by the accelerated reading programme that they have introduced in that school, which is seeing the pupils' level of literacy jump immeasurably. And only last week at the festival, the Literacy Festival that was held in Merthyr, I had an opportunity to speak to a number of the pupils that were attending the festival, and it gave me huge hope to see young boys, who we know are particularly challenging when it comes to reading, speak so eloquently about their love of reading, the literature and the books that they're choosing at the moment, and their passion, and also not only their passion for the individual book, but their understanding that by practicing their reading, using this opportunity, that they were giving them the very best chance for themselves, not just in English, but actually to access the entire curriculum. And I commend schools like that are not using tight financial times as an excuse not to introduce new and innovative approaches within their schools. They're to be commended.
Mark Reckless.
Cabinet Secretary, you said earlier that all children attending secondary school were entitled to free transport, but that surely doesn't apply to children attending sixth form. And in the case of Merthyr, is it really appropriate if sixth form provision is only going to take place for that age group at Merthyr College, for the council to be consulting on making all children of that age group pay for their transport to that one side?
Sorry, I apologise to Mr Reckless if I did not make myself clear in my answer to Michelle Brown. The Learner Travel measure provides free school transport for compulsory age children to the age of 16. Post-16 learners, individual local authorities are able to make provision if they see fit, and there is a mixed approach taken by local authorities across Wales.
Question 8, Bethan Syed.
Will the Cabinet Secretary outline the Welsh Government's position on school mergers and closures?
Thank you, Bethan. Responsibility for the planning of school places rests with local authorities. When proposing substantial changes to schools, local authorities and other proposers must comply with the oft-mentioned Schools Organisation Code and must consider a range of factors, the prime consideration being the interests of learners.
Thank you for that reply. I have raised this issue with you here before with regards to the proposal to close Cymerafan School in my region. And I heard you earlier speak about the choice of active travel for learners. But in this instance, if Cymerafan is closed and they are expected to travel nearly 10 miles to either Cymla or Margam, it may mean that they do not have that particular choice. And clearly, the Future Generations Wellbeing Assessments must take into regard sustainable transport. So I'm trying to understand what conversations you've had with the Future Generations Commissioner to ensure that when there isn't that option of sustainable transport, what actually happens to those children and to their well-being?
I have had no conversations with the Commissioner on that particular subject. The organisation code does require local authorities to carry out an impact assessment with regards to the well-being of learners. It also does give indicative timings of what would be regarded as a length of travel time that would not be suitable for children. But it really is for the individual local authority to ensure that in carrying out its consultation with local people, that it does that in line with the School Standards and Organisation Act and the Code.
Susie Davis.
Cabinet Secretary, I know that the future of small rural and semi-rural schools has been a huge issue in your constituency, and it's Councillor Bridget Rowlands now who represents the Mawr ward in Swansea who's facing the same sort of challenges you've had to yourself in the past, because there are 2 schools there that are earmarked for closure, shall I put it that way. I recognise the awkward position that the local authority is in, but I also recognise that a significant number across Wales now of our smaller schools have either already gone or are in the process of going, leaving a much smaller number of small schools that have survived the 90 pupil test, if you like. Does the guidance, I know I heard your answers to earlier questions in this session, but do you need to be looking now at tweaks, shall we say, to the 90 pupil count guidance, in effect to allow for the fact that sometimes it's not surplus places the priority argument in keeping schools open, and there might be other considerations which are more important?
The primary consideration that all local authorities should have when planning their school places and thinking about school organisation is the interest of the learner and the quality of education that institution is able to offer young people. You'll be aware of the answers I gave earlier. We are pushing forward with the designation of a list of rural schools and then a presumption against closure. Does that mean there will never be any changes? I have to be honest and clear with people, no. But what it does mean is that the local authority will have to demonstrate that they have exhausted all other options and they have considered all other options before they take a decision to close a particularly small rural school. Crucially, as I said, we also need to support the delivery of rural education. There are particular challenges about maintaining high standards, especially in small rural primary schools. So, for instance, you and I will both be aware of schools where perhaps the classroom teacher has pupils who are Year 4, Year 5 and Year 6 within a single classroom, and that presents particular challenges in differentiation of work, for instance. And that's why we have made available a small and rural schools grant, which local authorities have been able to apply for, to be able to look at innovative approaches to support the quality of education in our small rural schools. Because keeping them open is one thing, but they have to offer excellent opportunities for our young people.
David Rees.
Cabinet Secretary, in your responses to both Susie Davis and Bethan Jenkins, you've talked about the interest of the learner and the well-being of the learner, which I fully support. But of course, the well-being of the learner also depends on the well-being of the community the learner lives in and is educated within. And as being pointed out, Cymerafan is actually proposed to be closed with pupils transported and transferred a distance of over 10 miles. Now, the experience they have on getting home post-school education, in other words, they often stay behind for after-school activities, and that's an important part of the well-being of the learner. To be able to do that means that there will be difficulties in that aspect. When you look at this, because it might well come across your desk, will you also consider the well-being of the community and the well-being of the learner beyond just the educational experience inside the school itself? And will you also look at perhaps whether there needs to be a consultation under the new school guidelines, school organisation guidelines, not the old ones?
Could I assure David and indeed all members here that any applications to close a school that do find their way onto my desk are scrutinised forensically and are done so in accordance with existing Welsh law and statutory guidance.
While holding surgery in my stake, I was asked by parents about school closures in their area. They stated the new supersized school being built in Port Talbot did not have sufficient children living locally in the area to fill the places, and therefore children were coming from much further away and expected to fill these places. Their concern was that some children living a distance away would mean that in one day they would be on a school for almost 2 hours. Therefore, what discussions have you had with parents raising these concerns, and do not agree with me that that is an unreasonable expectation of such of parents and both the children?
I would encourage all those, and I'm sure they already have, if they have concerns about the statutory notice that has been put out beneath Port Talbot, then they need to participate in that consultation. As I said earlier, there is some guidance available that talks about notional travel times, what would be regarded as a disproportionate amount of time that one would expect a child to travel to education. But I'm not able to comment any further on any particular proposals, just in case they do arrive at Welsh Government for me to determine.
Rhina Biorwerth.
Diolch. Dwi mewn cyswllt agos ag ymgyrchwyr sy'n bryderus iawn oherwydd ymgynghoriadau ar gau nifer o ysgolion gwledig yn Ynys Môn. Dwi yn deall y pwysau sydd ar y cyngor, a mi hoffwn i chi ystyried un elfen o'r pwysau yna, sef bod un set o'ch swyddogion chi i bob pwrpas yn hybu cau ysgolion gwledig drwy awgrymu na fydd arian o gronfa ysgolion yr unfed ganrif ar hugain ar gael, ond i bai bod awdurdod lleol yn cyflwyno cynllun adeilad newydd sy'n cynnwys cau ysgolion eraill. Ac ar y llaw arall, mae gennych chi swyddogion sy'n cwblhau y gwaith ar god trefniadaeth ysgolion newydd fydd yn gosod rhagdybiaeth o blaid cadw ysgolion gwledig ar agor. Yn yr achos cyfredol presennol yn Ynys Môn, mae angen ysgol newydd yn Llangefni ag ehangu un newydd, mae'n siŵr, ond casgliad mae'r cyngor yn dod iddo fo ydy bod rhaid fel rhan o hynny gau ysgolion eraill, Bodffordd, Henblas a Talwrn yn cael ei ystyried. Ydych chi mewn sefyllfa i ddeud wrth y cyngor nad oes rhaid i'r ddau beth, sef yr argaeledd o arian ar gyfer ysgol newydd, a yr angen i gau ysgolion gwledig fod yn gysylltiedig a'i gilydd a bod yn aill yn ddibynnol ar y llall?
It really is a matter for the local authority in Ynys Môn to plan their school places. But let me be absolutely clear, any application under the 21st Century Schools programme for capital monies is judged on a criteria. It is examined by an external board to Welsh Government with independent people looking at the value behind that individual application. And I'm not aware of applications being predicated on a need to close schools otherwise. With regards to the availability of the 21st Schools programme to build new schools, the programme is available for school refurbishments of existing sites, replacement schools, as well as newly constituted schools, and there are examples across Wales of all three, where the money is being used to refurbish an existing school, to replace an existing school building, or in some cases, and I was in Anglesey opening some of them recently, where there has been an amalgamation of schools to create an area school with new facilities.
And finally, question 9, Lynn Neagle.
Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on the support available for Gypsy, Roma and Traveller pupils in Torfaen?
Thank you, Lynn. Education in Wales, our national mission, is clear on our commitment to ensure that all learners in Wales are fully supported to reach their potential. Working with partners, we are determined to overcome the particular challenges that face some groups of learners, including Gypsy, Roma and Traveller learners, whose achievements, for instance, at 16, are not where any of us would want them to be.
Thank you. As you're aware, I recently visited the Torfaen Traveller Education Service based at West Monmouth School, and it was absolutely fantastic to see how well the young people are doing, how they're getting really good qualifications, and some of them are considering going on to university. As you also know, I'm very much behind your efforts to tackle early entry, but one of the issues that was raised with me by the young people is the fact that having the facility of early entry is absolutely vital for traveller children, because some of them take the summer off to go travelling. What assurances can you offer that changes to early entry will take account of the needs of the Gypsy, Roma and traveller community, but also will you join me in congratulating the Torfaen Traveller Education Service and also the staff who work there for the fantastic work they're doing?
Well, I would be delighted to recognise the success of that school, building on what Estyn did in 2016, where it recognised that what happens at West Monmouth School provides fantastic opportunities for young people and children from the Gypsy Traveller community. They are keeping those children in school, and they're going on to achieve really well. And they have focused very much on building really strong links with families and parents in that community. I am aware of the importance of allowing some schools where there are Gypsy Traveller children to have early entry, especially in the autumn series of exams, because we do recognise that that may be the only opportunity that those children have to take a public examination. And that's one of the reasons, and was at the forefront of my thinking, when last year, when we made our decisions about early entry, we did not ban early entry outright, because to do so would have been to deprive those schools and those children of the opportunities of sitting their formal examinations. It is perfectly appropriate in those cases that children are entered early, and that's why we still allow schools to have that option where they can allow children to enter exams early when it is the best interest of the children. And West Monmouth School have showed they certainly have the best interest of these children at heart.
Diolch i'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet. Y cwestiynau nesaf felly i ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros iechyd y gwasanaethau cymdeithasol. A'r cwestiwn cyntaf, Jane Bryant.
The
Welsh Government recognises the importance of breastfeeding and is committed to its promotion and increased uptake. Public Health Wales have responsibilities for delivering this programme and are leading National Breastfeeding Week from the 20th to 26th of June. This will include a social media campaign and supporting professionals with local events, and I do hope that AMs across the chamber will support and promote that week and breastfeeding more generally.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. The benefits of breastfeeding for mothers and babies is well documented. However, it's really important that new mums receive the support that they need. Last year, I was really proud to attend the maternity unit at the Royal Gwent Hospital to see an Iron Bevan University Health Board receive the prestigious Baby Friendly Award, and to pay tribute to the midwives and support workers for their commitment on this. In addition, progress has been made with Newport City Council and the Health Board launching Breastfeeding Welcome. Through displaying a Breastfeeding Welcome logo, organisations show that they'll be friendly and supportive to mothers wanting to breastfeed. How can these initiatives of good practice be supported? And I wonder if you can give us an update on the Task and Finish group and the progress on that group, and indicate when you expect it to report.
Thank you for the follow-up question. I welcome the steps made by Newport to make expressly clear, no pun intended, that breastfeeding is welcome across the city. There's a model for other people to follow, because it's about encouraging mothers to breastfeed when they're out of the home, and actually encouraging all of us to be supportive in that environment as well. I did set up a Task and Finish group to look at improving breastfeeding rates in Wales last year, following a meeting with the Royal College of Midwives. Our breastfeeding rates have improved over the last 10 years, up to 61% at birth, but we know that A, we want that rate to be higher, but also for breastfeeding to continue. I am expecting the Task and Finish group to report to me within a month with those recommendations, and I expect to update members not only on receipt of the report, but the government response to that report and its recommendations.
Andrew Arty-Davies.
The officer, and I will stick to the subject. As a huge supporter of breastfeeding, having 4 children who are all breastfed, I can see the benefits of that. But sadly, many new mothers give up after a short period of time and cite a lack of support or perceived lack of support that they might have had from a designated midwife because of pressure on community maternity services. Have you, in the time that you've been Health Secretary, identified that lack of support in the community, in particular the amount of time that expectant mothers can spend with a dedicated midwife to support them in breastfeeding and allowing them to continue fight the way through the child's best part of its life?
Well, yes, I recognise the point made about how people are practically supported to both initiate and then also to continue breastfeeding. There's something about the broader expectation of mothers themselves through pregnancy, as well as partners, family members and broader society. And the point made about who is the right healthcare professional to support that mother, to support that family, is part of what I'm expecting the report, the Task and Finish report, to come back to me on. And if we need to think again about the mix of staff that we have, because it may not need to be a midwife. There are other healthcare professionals, including those that are experienced healthcare professionals who might want to come back into work, as well indeed as volunteers, because lots of what women say they have found effective are actually peer-to-peer support groups as well. So there's a broader piece of work that I'm expected to be done by that Task and Finish group to understand what we need to do, both employed healthcare staff, volunteers and the broader changes that we all need to be part of home to support within our society.
Question 2, David Melding.
Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on the Bowel Screening Wales programme?
Thank you. We have a well-established national population bowel screening programme in Wales, with nearly 147,000 men and women screened during 2016-17. We continue to look for ways to increase uptake, and recently they announced the introduction of a better and more user-friendly testing system, which will be rolled out from January 2019.
The Cabinet Secretary will know in the latest year for which figures are available, the uptake of those eligible decreased from 54.4% to 53.4%, so 1% reduction. I hope this does not become a trend. And also, at the moment, screening is not offered to anyone over 75. And I have a constituent who's been very anxious about this because he has taken part in the programme. They arrive at their 75th birthday, then they cannot get the screening kits. And I do think this aspect of the screening programme should be reviewed.
I recognise the concern. This is part of the difficult choice in challenge and making decisions. We, as every UK nation, are advised by the UK National Screening Committee, and that does recommend routine screening up to the age of 74. And the Welsh Screening Committee actually recently considered whether to offer bowel screening for those people who self-referred over the age of 74, but their recommendation to us is the evidence does not support doing that. The position remains unchanged. Part of our challenge is always where we have the greatest impact on health, and that is difficult because individual circumstances will arise where people say, I would like a different choice to be made by the whole system. Our focus is on the successful rollout of the newer and better test to the population that we currently have, and actually on increasing the uptake. The positive news is that pilots of the new test have shown an increased uptake in those pilot areas. So I look for a significant improvement as we roll out the new test. And of course, we'll continue to be guided by the best available advice and evidence. And if that changes, then I'll be happy to consider changing the choice the Government and the National Health Service make.
David Rees.
Cabinet Secretary, I also look forward to the uptake being increased because the new fit test is obviously a more sensitive, more better test. But there's 2 issues. I'll also look forward to perhaps you looking at the age 50 to 60 because we don't have that age being accepted, but there may be individuals who have a history and family history in that which you may want to specialise in. But those type of things mean more referrals. And if you actually do the fit test, which is more sensitive than it currently being proposed, you will definitely have more referrals. And we have a problem with endoscopy and nurses and doctors in that area. We have a problem with the diagnostics. What's the Welsh Government going to do to basically attack that problem so we can ensure that if we get more referrals, they will be seen as quickly, if not quicker, than they are now?
Yeah, I recognise the issue that David Rees raises on both points, both about the fact that we don't currently offer the test for people in the age between 50 and 59. And again, that is our ambition is clear. We want to be able to do that. But actually our challenge is that when we're seeing a falling level of uptake in screening for the current population we provide screening for, we need to understand better how we implement that more successfully as we then are ambitious to actually roll out 2 the younger age group as well, which is in line with the advice we've received. So we have advice not to roll out for 75-year-olds and above. We do have advice we need to get to the position where, with a successful uptake, we then roll out to people over the age of 50 up to 59. And your second point about diagnostics, we've actually made significant progress on reducing diagnostic waits more generally, but it is recognised that with the new test we'll expect more demand. That's why health boards have been investing in endoscopy services over a number of years, and we're also expecting to see from the implementation group, the endoscopy implementation group, will come up with more plans and proposals on improving both the efficiency and the quality and the capacity within this service. It's not just in this area, we'll need greater diagnostic capacity.
Julie Morgan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Last week we had a meeting of the cross-party group on cancer, where we were looking at the diagnostic workforce in Wales, and the issue that David Rees has brought up came out strongly about the lack of endoscopy nurses, with a vacancy rate of 11%. And with evidence given about nurses leaving to go to private companies, and I wondered what more the government could do to try to ensure that we do manage to keep these nurses, who are obviously vital if we're going to develop our screening programme in the way he's described.
Well, there are 2 points. One is about what we do to retain our current workforce into the future, and the second is our planning for the future, both in terms of increasing our capacity and actually being able to have training numbers that match that future capacity. And that is the work the government has already undertaking. I reported on this issue actually in a meeting at the start of this week to the Wales Cancer Alliance. They raised concerns that they'd raised within the cross-party group. So I recognise the issue that exists, as I said in answer to David Rees. We will need to come forward in the next stage of our planning, and the work of Health Education Improvement Wales is part of this, and understanding what we need to do to plan for that future, as well as making sure the current working environment is one where we will retain more and more of our staff, who, of course, are experienced in this area of work.
Cwestiwn yn organ Llyfarwyr y Pleidiau, Llyfarydd Plaid Cymru, Rhina Piorwerth.
Diolch, Llywydd. Ysgrifennydd Cabinet, mae Lloegr a'r Alban yn cyhoeddi data yn gyson ar lawdriniaethau sy'n cael eu canslo. Os yna reswm pam nad ydych chi'n gwneud hynny ar gyfer Cymru?
We don't regularly push. We answer responses to published to operations that are cancelled. I don't have any plans to add to official statistics on this matter unless there is a compelling case to do so. I'm happy to listen to that case as it's made.
Mae'n rhywbeth sy'n poeni'n etholwyr i. Ym mis Ionawr, mi wnaethoch chi ymddeheuro am lawdriniaethau yn cael eu canslo, gan ddeud bryd hynny mae dyfodiad y geiaf o rywle oedd ar fai, ond mae llawdriniaethau yn dal i gael eu canslo wythnos ar ôl wythnos. Dwi wedi cael sawl etholwr yn dod i'n gweld i'n diweddar i sôn am driniaethau yn cael eu canslo nid unwaith, nid dwywaith, nid dair gwaith, ond mwy na hynny. Mi oedd na un gŵr yn dechrau gweld arwyddion o broblemau iechyd meddwl yn ei wraig, oherwydd y straen o orfod cael triniaethau wedi canslo dro ar ôl tro. Cwestiwn ydy beth ni'n neud am hyn. Oes na le i gyflwyno cymhellion ariannol mwyn i fyrddau iechyd beidio canslo? Oes na le i roed iawndal i gleifion hyd yn oed? Neu be am drio sicrhau bod triniaethau ddim yn cael eu canslo dro ar ôl tro falle?
I do recognise that this is an issue that causes significant inconvenience and worry for any patient or their family when an operation is cancelled, whether it's a minor or a more significant one. And there's a challenge here about individual issues, and if he wants to contact me with the particular circumstances that he's mentioned, then I'll happily take that up with the Health Board about the reasons behind that. And as well as the time where there are individual issues, there are system-wide challenges we recognise. And actually, the majority of operations that are postponed by the individual in question, as opposed to by the health service. Our quest is both to understand why that happens and to avoid those operations being cancelled, whether they're by the citizen or by the service. And on that, I'm rather more sceptical about the value of financial incentives or sanctions to do so, in terms of the impact that will have on the system. Because when the health service cancels an operation, it is largely because they don't have the capacity to do so. That is often about the overtopping of unscheduled care into the planned care system, or is due to unforeseen staff availability. And I don't think that financial incentives or sanctions would necessarily help that. What I do think, though, is our ability to plan and deliver across the service is more important. That's why we've brought together regional planning for it in South East Wales, in Mid and West Wales, and it's why we're continuing to support the Health Board in North Wales, not only to achieve a significant improvement in referral to treatment times to the end of the financial year is finished, but also they'll continue to receive support for the future.
I mean, you talk about patients cancelling their own operations, and it is something that we hear from you and your government quite often, that it's often the patient's fault for turning up in hospital when they shouldn't, and for being ill perhaps when they shouldn't. I can tell you about stories of people having their operation cancelled when they're on the trolley at the door of the theatre, and not for the first time, for the second, for the third time. You know, but we cannot continually blame the patient for having for taking the wrong course of action. We know that cancellations happen for all sorts of different reasons, and yes, of course, some patients cancel their own treatments. We know of administrative problems. You know, operations being booked in for when clinicians are on leave. You know, it shouldn't happen, but okay, it happens from time to time. We know we have staff shortages. I won't go there today. I'll have plenty of opportunity to come back to that one. But quite often, you know, at the heart of why an operation is cancelled is that somewhere in the system there's a bed missing. We've lost 1,000 beds since 2011, either at district general hospitals or in community hospitals. And you know, yes, we need to get patients home or to their usual place of residence as quickly as we can, but I am absolutely convinced that the loss of community beds is costing our NHS very, very dearly, and it's costing our patients very, very dearly. Will you agree with me that the time has come to reinstate lost community beds, because otherwise what we will see is patients being trapped in a system and operations, yes, being cancelled time and time again, and the detrimental effect that has on patients, not just in the short but for the long term too?
Thank you for the follow-up question. I do think it really is unfortunate that you recast my words in a way that have absolutely not been provided. I'm not blaming the patient for being sick or inconvenient to the health service. It is a fact, though, that over half of the operations are cancelled by the patient. We need to understand why that is, to understand how we can help patients to plan what they wish to do, and to understand the impact on the service. And in addition to that, we need to deal with those matters that are in control of the service as well. And I think I'm pretty clear in stating that both in writing and on each occasion when questions are asked. Part of that is actually the challenge about beds, not just the numbers, but the numbers of staff you need to staff beds, but also the bed mix and where that is, because actually it's about having appropriate beds to step up and step down through the hospital system, and that may be about a rehabilitation focus to get people out of an acute hospital. But we haven't seen a significant increase in efficiency through the service already. There is a significant increase in day surgery rates within the National Health Service in Wales. It's why we're able to be more efficient and actually undertaking a greater amount of surgery than ever before. But in particular, it is about the planning of that activity through the whole year. And part of our challenge, honestly, is that in the last quarter of each year, from January to March, we plan too much activity. We're not able to front-load that activity through spring and the summer. And that's part of the challenge that I set for the Health Service again this year, to do even more of that activity that can be planned and delivered in the summer months. Trying to deliver the greatest amount of activity between January and March obviously leaves a risk. And we saw that this year where there were significant weather events, and that has affected not just the unscheduled care part of the system, but the planned care part of it as well. That is absolutely part of our challenge. The Health Service understand that, I understand that, and I expect to see significant improvement within the first 6 months of this new financial year.
Llyfarydd y Ceidwadwyr, Susie Davies.
Diolch Llywydd. To the Minister, these questions, I think. In July 2016, your predecessor told us that the carers strategy was being refreshed and, quote, this will be happening later this year, which of course meant 2016. It's now 2018, and the most recent carers strategy for Wales is still branded 2013, and in a written statement last year, you still refer to the strategy as being a 2013 to 2016 strategy. I know about your ministerial advisory group, but I think it is a surprise that a change of minister seems to have comprehensively derailed the publication of a strategy which is, to the naked eye, virtually ready for publication. Can you tell us what's happened, please?
Yes, indeed. Thank you for the question, Susie. And it's not the case, actually. The strategy refresh and review has been derailed. It is underway, but we're not waiting for that either. We're getting on with a range of matters in respect of carers, and not waiting for the Carers Ministerial Advisory Group either to do it as well. And I refer back to the statement that I made previously here in the Assembly. So, for example, I recently launched the toolkit for schools on identification of carers. So there's some tremendous work going on, and it's focused on identifying, providing the advice and support for those carers, including on respite and flexible respite as well, but also focused on bringing together third sector, local authorities and other public bodies that can actually provide that wraparound service for carers. But the critical thing is that we're getting on with it while we also look to refresh and review that strategy. Strategies are fantastic and we need it refreshed and reviewed. We also need to get on with the actual actions that will deliver the right outcomes for carers as well.
Thank you, Minister. I'm always happy to welcome action, as long as that action is both forthcoming and effective, shall we say. I don't think your answer quite explained what's happened in the last 18 months in terms of what happened to a strategy that was nearly ready. Perhaps I could move on to some of the other points that have been raised with me by carers in meetings, one of which is the variety of understanding of carers' rights that there is between different local authorities and actually within some departments within local authorities. Can you clarify who's responsible for ensuring consistency of assessment in different councils and why this is an ongoing problem?
You rightly identify an issue that follows on from the approach that we've taken of co-production, which is supported by all members here, that in terms of assessing the needs of carers, it should be something that we work in collaboration with the individual who is looking to see the right care package, the right package of support and advice for them. But they also, of course, have the right to advocacy as well, and they also have the right to make representations when they don't think the right package has been put forward for them. And all of those places are not only there in terms of the legislation, but also the codes as well. Now, if there are specific instances, Susie, that you want to draw to my attention, I'm more than happy to look at them. There will, of course, be variability in the way that this is done between local authorities, but our expectation as Welsh Government is that the entire focus in every individual circumstance is that this is done with the individual to provide them with the right package of support for them as a carer, and if they're not satisfied with that, then they have that recourse to advocacy, they have that right to challenge that package that's been put forward. Tremendous work, I have to say, being done on the ground as well by people such as the Carers Trust, who I meet regularly and take these issues up on behalf of individuals who aren't happy with the package. There is the backdrop to this as well, I have to say, which is the context, that in putting the right support and advice and package together, including respite support for carers, we do it against the context in which we exist. And you will see local authorities in the region that the member represents as well saying, ideally, we would like to provide something that is more enriched, more deep, more wider for that individual. We cannot do it because of the cutbacks in local authorities. And that is the reality of some of the decisions that are made in a co-productive way. It's right to do it in a co-productive way, but when a local authority says, well, because of the financial constraints we're under, which is because of where we are with austerity funding, we cannot provide the entirety of services we wanted, that has an impact on the individual at the end. And it's a tragedy to see, and I see it when I met recently with young carers in Carmarthen. They liked the approach that we were taking to this. They liked the fact that their voices were being heard now more than ever, but they were frustrated when, with the best will in the world, in their local area, they were being told, well, that day club, that evening out, that whatever, it isn't available anymore, we'll have to look at something else. So we have to wrestle with this all the time about how we put the right package together. But they have advocacy, they have the right to co-determination of this package put in forward, and I think that's the right legislative framework to be put in place.
Well, thank you for the answer. I can't say that I'm particularly happy with your response that co-production might be responsible for the variety in terms of delivery, because, of course, we all agree that if this isn't patient-centred, no strategy is going to work. My question was about assessments and the standard and consistency of those assessments, and I don't think you captured that. And I think we're all aware, of course, that when it comes to giving people rights, the delivery against those rights is pretty spasmodic and very, very variable on a range of areas across Wales. You mentioned the Carmarthenshire young adult carers. You may be aware that I'm supporting the principle that's been captured within that petition to help young adult carers take better advantage of post-16 education and apprenticeships without unnecessary financial disincentive. I think combined with the Welsh Conservative offer on free or discounted transport, which doesn't depend on renationalisation of any buses, that this is a new policy targeted to help young adult carers find a future alongside or after caring. You must have had the results of the assessment of the 2013-16 strategy by now. What were the findings for meeting the education and employment needs of young adult carers in that strategy?
I'm more than happy to write to Susie with the details of the outcomes of that, but also the wider strategies that we're taking forward for employability. But of course, there are also a wide range of other measures of support that we can put in place for young adult carers as well. And I know that she will join me, and I'm happy to write to her on that specific issue, but she'll join me as well in welcoming the number of local authorities now that are also providing exemption for carers on their tax as well. I'm happy to write to her on that specific issue to give her an update on that, but also happy as well, and I'm sure she will support the fact that the Ministerial Advisory Group for Carers now will be looking to take forward many of these issues and develop work streams around them.
Llefarydd UKIP Caroline Jones.
Cabinet Secretary, according to the National Survey for Wales 2016-17, obesity in Wales is worse than any other in the UK nation. 59% of adults are considered overweight and 26% of children starting primary school are classed as obese or overweight. What steps are the Welsh Government taking to tackle child obesity in Wales, and in particular the economically deprived regions of Wales, such as my own region, South Wales West?
We have a range of measures in place already. For example, the Healthy Schools Network, the 10 Steps to a Healthy Weight, and indeed the Daily Mile introduced by my Minister Rebecca Evans when she was the Public Health Minister. So there are a range of things we're already doing to undertake both greater physical activity, greater awareness of health behaviour, including diet, of course, but we're looking also to the obesity strategy, which this Assembly passed as part of the Public Health Act, and I'm looking forward to, before the summer, reporting back formally to this place on the steps we're taking to take forward a consultation on the future of that strategy.
Thank you for that answer, Cabinet Secretary. Troubling research undertaken by the University of Southampton has shown that only 15% of schools provide 2 hours of physical exercise each week for 7 to 11-year-olds. And it is felt that Welsh Government should engage with schools, nutritionists and parents to reverse the increase in child obesity. And this engagement is the key to maybe solving the obesity crisis in Wales.
But there are a range of measures here, and actually when we think about the challenges that we face, this is part of the common challenges we face in a range of public health outcomes. Smoking, alcohol intake, diet and exercise, and in particular diet and exercise when it refers to obesity, but also alcohol as well. And in the role of schools, it isn't just about the children when they're in school, of course. That is a significant part, which is why I'm really pleased to be continuing to work with my Cabinet colleague, the Education Secretary, on Cabinet reform in the health and wellbeing domain about behaviour we want children to take on board whilst they're at school. But there's actually a broader point about the family and the community that children live in, and what are expected behaviours within that family, and the choices people make, as well, of course, as encouraging people to alter the way in which they provide food as well. So steps that have already been taken, for example, to reduce sugar content in drinks are to be welcomed. There are more steps that I'd like to see food manufacturers undertake, thinking about the fat content and other issues too. But we can't simply see it as one part of it. That's where we see the child in their context, the family in their context, and our obesity strategy. We need to think carefully about how we address each of those things, what the levers the government has available to us, and the partners we need to work with to make a real difference for public health now and in the future.
Thank you for that answer, Cabinet Secretary. It's positive to hear that family engagement is a priority for you, and I'd like you to also look at exploring avenues of increasing the range of extracurricular activities. I appreciate the Welsh Government has been working in this area. 48% of school pupils in years 3 to 11 in Wales are taking part in organised physical activity. I wish to highlight Wales' success in the Commonwealth Games. We must encourage all children to be as active as they can and encourage children who excel at sport at the same time. So what is the Welsh Government doing to encourage the 52% of children who do not participate in any physical activity, but whilst at the same time encouraging and assisting the local sports clubs who are struggling financially, along with individuals who have a talent but lack the necessary funding to excel in their sport? Thank you.
I'll try and deal with 3 particular points there. On organised sport, whether it's elite sport and the role it can have as both role models, not in terms of a media profile, but actively going and engaging within their community, and its role and link to community sport. Work that I did previously with Rebecca Evans when she was the Public Health Minister, work that I'm looking to repeat and undertake with my ministerial colleague David Ellis-Thomas, and look at the continued contribution of organised sport to broader physical activity, the role that governing bodies have to play, the role that significant and elite sporting organisations have to play in promoting community engagement is part of what we're doing. That is organised as opposed to incidental. I'm looking forward to more information on that. In terms of physical activity, it is of course not just about activity within the school. It is about how people choose to live their lives and how we encourage and enable that and make it easier. That's why active travel is a particularly important part. It's to normalise walking or cycling to school and to normalise walking or cycling outside of trips to and from the school environment. It's also why we continue to fund activities like the Summer Holiday Enrichment Programme. Additional activity linked to physical activity, linked to learning within the school, and also, importantly, as I said at the start, linked to the proper engagement and the whole engagement of that whole family and making a real and lasting difference.
Question 3, Andrew Arty-Davies.
Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on recruitment and retention of staff within the Welsh NHS?
We are working closely with health boards through our successful national and international marketing campaign, Train, Work, Live. Health boards are using the campaign to recruit and retain healthcare professionals with positive results.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary, for that answer. You'd be aware of the considerable developments that are going, residential developments that are going on around the city of Cardiff, and in particular I draw your attention to the developments in the west of the city, where surgeries practices have issued notices to say they are unable to take on more staff because they have no take on more patients, because they haven't been allowed any more resources to recruit and, importantly, retain staff to meet the increased demand of new housing. Do you recognise that as a problem in the system of provision of primary medical services, and what discussions have you had with the Health Board in the Cardiff and Vale area to try and address that resource issue that new developments are creating to the west of the city on GP surgeries?
Well, there are challenges about population growth where it exists, and it's not just within the Cardiff area, though it's the most significant part, but also within North East Wales. We'll see some parts of population growth there as well. So there's a broader challenge about managing that. That's something about the number of staff we have, but also the way in which those staff are organised. And so the way in which we organise local healthcare will matter. The numbers of doctors, but other professionals too. And there are conversations I've had with the local health board, both in my capacity as a constituency member, but also as the Assembly member, about what the future will look like. The challenge in resourcing, as ever, is that when we put extra resource into one part of the health service, it does not necessarily exist for another. That's also a challenge the government faces when we allocate our budget after 8 years of reduction in the real-term budget. But we always need to look at how we have a more effective use of the resources we currently have, as well as looking for that continual campaign for greater resources for public services here in Wales.
Dawn Bowden.
Thank you. I'm grateful to my colleague Di Rees, who's going to be bringing forward a short debate later on today about the impact of austerity, which is clearly at the heart of so much that we can and can't do. So, continuing that theme, Cabinet Secretary, even though you've been able to protect nursing bursaries in Wales, which the UK government in England has cut, and the RCN have made significant comments about that today during a debate, would you agree that the Welsh Government could have done even more for nursing and frontline NHS staff, whether that's in training or recruitment, if we'd not faced over £1 billion of cuts since 2010? And would you further agree that many of us in this chamber are just getting a little bit tired of hearing Tory benches constantly calling for more investment in health when it's their UK government in Westminster that have chosen to make such deep cuts in our budgets?
Well,
Despite the noise of outrage from the Tory benches, what the member says is factually and undeniably correct. Members on Conservative seats in this place need to recognise you have been champions of austerity for 3 successive general elections. 3 successive general elections that you have been champions of austerity. You cannot now avoid the unavoidable consequence of that austerity. Despite 8 years of Tory austerity, we have record numbers of health service staff because of choices made by this Welsh Labour government. Despite 8 years of Tory austerity, we have record numbers of registered nurses because of choices made by this Welsh Labour government. The Tories will stand up for austerity, they won't stand up for the health service, they won't stand up for a proper funding settlement for Wales because it is in their interest, because it is an ideological obsession. The Tories will always be the same.
David Rees.
Cabinet Secretary, has been highlighted before, the Cross-Party Group in Council last week highlighted some concerns over recruitment of staff. It also highlighted that staff bandings in specialty areas are actually lower in Wales than in England. Some are band 6 in Wales, where the equivalent post is a band 7 in England. And staff therefore either migrating for an equivalent job at better pay in England, or actually not even coming into Wales. What's the Welsh Government doing to ensure the equality of staff banding for equivalent work across the UK?
Well, these are negotiations that will ongoing with our trade unions as representatives of the workforce. In England, they imposed a variety of measures into the contract. I'm proud of the fact that we listen to and engage with our trade unions as workforce representatives. I look forward to a future conversation about Agenda for Change terms and conditions. If there is to be, finally, more money from the UK Treasury, we can have a conversation here in Wales with our partners about how to allocate that money to our hard-working NHS staff and those areas we think will make a particular difference to the service provided and outcomes for people here in Wales.
Cwestiwn 4, Mark Ashwood.
How is the Welsh Government improving prostate cancer diagnosis rates?
Health boards are expected to deliver care in line with guidance from the National Institute for Health and Care Excellence on referral for suspected cancer and the diagnosis of prostate cancer. Our approach to helping health boards and supporting them is set out in the Cancer Delivery Plan for Wales.
Well, last month I called for a Welsh Government statement on multi-parametric or MP MRI scans for NHS patients for suspected prostate cancer. Subsequently, you wrote to a patient, quote, Betsy Cadwalder University Health Board does provide MP MRI scans in line with the current NICE guidelines for prostate cancer. The guidelines state that multiparametric MRI should be considered for men with a negative transrectal ultrasound 10 to 12 core biopsy to determine whether another biopsy is needed. One of those men you were writing to was one of many men who have contacted me in North Wales who were not offered an MP MRI scan following a negative biopsy unless they paid around £1,000 to have it carried out as a private hospital. Well, given that Wrexham Myler was the only centre in Wales which participated in the England and Wales Promise prostate MRI imaging study, which found that whereas the painful trust biopsy offered by Betsy Cadwalder is only 47% accurate, the MP MRI scan is over 90% accurate, how are you ensuring that Wales and men in Wales participate in or take advantage of the £75 million research project launched by the UK Prime Minister, which will recruit 40,000 men into trials for better diagnosis and treatments for the disease using MP MRI scans?
Well, the pilot you refer to in England is a London-only pilot, so it's not a national pilot that takes in the whole of England in any event. We have pilots that are being run here in Wales in a variety of health boards. And as I say, we will continue to provide a service that is in line with NICE guidance. The NICE guidance is due to be updated in April 2019. If we have the Welsh Urology Board, again, our clinicians here in Wales, if they reach a clinical consensus in advance of that, we can make different choices right across the service. But at this point, the provision is evidence-based, and actually there's a high satisfaction rate from prostate cancer patients here in Wales. I'm satisfied health boards are doing what they should do, but of course we will always have more to learn from pilots in every part of the country, just as indeed pilots in North Wales will have much to teach the rest of the country in a variety of areas. For example, in a different area of the advanced paramedic trial in North Wales, where they'll be learning for the rest of the country to learn from there. It is entirely normal to have pilots to take learning from and then improve the whole service. That is exactly what we are doing in prostate cancer as well.
Simon Thomas.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Well, what's been just outlined in Betsy is also true of Howell Dda, and I have a constituent who's also been told to pay £1,000 for a multiparametric MRI scan. The reason for that is, as you say, that the NICE guidelines talk about such a scan following a biopsy, but we have health boards in Wales, Cardiff and the Vale, Cwm Tafon and Irene Bevan, who offer these scans as a routine diagnostic tool with, as has just been set out, improved pick-up rates of some 93% and less risk of bleeding, infection and sepsis following the more invasive other tools that have been used for prostate cancer following raised PSA levels. Now, I don't understand, and I did write to you regarding this constituent, why it is we have this postcode lottery on prostate diagnosis in Wales. Yes, the NICE guidelines are there, but they are the minimum requirement. Since we have 3 health boards in Wales offering more, then surely all those health boards in Wales should offer more, because, as you say in your letter to me, there is evidence that this is good practice. Well, if it's good practice and it's evidence, offer it for everyone and offer it for my constituents in Howell Dda as well.
Well, as I said in my first answer to Mark Isherwood, there are pilots running in Wales, and if there is a new clinical consensus underpinned by evidence in Wales, then we can make a system-wide shift. And that is where we are. There are pilots in the 3 health boards that you mentioned. The evidence base for that is gathering and growing. We will then be able to make a choice on the basis of the evidence and on the basis of the very best clinical advice. Until then, I don't think any health minister would say they do not wish to direct the health service to offer a service that is not underpinned by the very best available clinical evidence and advice.
Question 5, Hefin David.
Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on cancer services in Wales?
Yes, the Cancer Delivery Plan outlines our vision for cancer services in Wales. It brings stakeholders together to drive improvement in cancer services and outcomes. The plan was updated and republished in November 2017. It will take us through to 2020.
Earlier this month, my constituent, Mr Hugh Thomas of Bargate, brought to my attention a new initiative for cancer treatment which is being introduced by NHS England, which is the creation of one-stop shops for cancer diagnosis with all the necessary tests to diagnose the disease being carried out in one centre. And the aim is to speed up the identification of particular types of cancer. And I understand that there are 2 such pilots in Wales, or I may be wrong about that, but that's what I was told last week. I'm aware of the Welsh Government strategic document you made reference to, but it doesn't specifically mention that. So can the Cabinet Secretary clarify that and give us his thoughts on whether such an initiative would be of benefit in Wales?
Yes, I'm grateful to the member for raising the issue. It highlights in some ways how an announcement made in England can often grab attention and headlines, whereas work we are already doing in advance of England often doesn't reach the same pickup. In this area, we've actually been looking at what we're calling a vague symptom pathway, which is essentially a one-stop shop, and those pathways are being piloted in both the Cwm Taf Health Board and the Irene Bevan Health Board. It's a 2-year pilot. We've already undertaken about a year of that. After a second year, we'll have an evaluation to understand the impact of it. And this is part of the Cancer Implementation Group's work for that focus on earlier implementation. It comes from work done by Welsh clinicians when they visited Denmark to understand what they have done more successfully for the earlier identification of cancer. So it's an area where we're actually ahead of the pilot they're undertaking in England. I expect to have results earlier than that, and then, of course, I'll be more than happy to report back to this place and the wider public on what we continue to do to improve cancer outcomes here in Wales.
Mohammed Ashka.
Madam Presiding Officer, Cabinet Secretary, April is a Bowel Cancer Awareness Month. According to a report by Bowel Cancer UK, patients at 5 out of 7 health boards in Wales are waiting too long for tests to diagnose bowel cancer, and less than half of people eligible for screening tests have had them. Given the bowel cancer survival rates in Wales are among the worst in Europe, what action will the Welsh Government take to address the lack of capacity in our hospitals to meet existing demand and increase awareness of the need for screening tests among at the risk group in Wales? Thank you.
Well, the points on staff capacity we've discussed in answer to a previous question on work that is already underway, about the fact that our diagnostic capacity is showing an increase and improvement in waiting times for people here in Wales. We've also discussed what we're doing to improve outcomes in answer to the question raised by colleague David Melding on looking to improve bowel testing and screening uptake. And actually the biggest challenge there is getting the public to undertake the screening test themselves. That's why we're going to introduce a more effective and more sensitive test in January next year. So we are already taking steps. And actually, when you look at our rates compared to the rest of the UK, we actually compare pretty well in terms of cancer outcomes. And in terms of cancer rates, we could talk at length about the fact that we generally have a better performance on cancer rates in Wales than in England. And actually, our direct survival rates are directly comparable with England. Actually, when they have a more advantaged and wealthier population as a whole, you would actually expect their outcomes to be better. But the real challenge for us is not just to say that we compare well with England and the rest of the UK. The real challenge for us here in Wales is that every nation in the UK is at the wrong end of the survival table across Europe. Our ambition is not to continue to maintain a gap positively with England, but to do much better so more people survive from cancer after 1 year and 5 years. And after we look at our comparators in Europe, we can be much happier about where we are and then again reset our sights on the next stage of improvement.
Simon Thomas.
A wna i ffysgwynnu y Cabinet datganiad ynglyn â dyfodol gwasanaethau iechyd yn ardal bwrdd iechyd Prifysgol Hywel Dda.
Hywel Dda University Health Board is currently consulting on its proposals to transform community and hospital services in Mid and West Wales. I would encourage everyone with an interest to engage in and participate in the consultation and have their say in helping to shape future services for the region.
Thank the Cabinet Secretary for the answer, and I will of course participate fully as I'm already doing in that conversation. But I think the people of West Wales deserve excellent healthcare delivered at a reasonable distance, and this includes the best healthcare possible, including an urgent care and teaching hospital. Bronglais in Aberystwyth looks after the northern part of the Hywel Dda area and is in all scenarios being kept as it is. The question is, how do we deal with those aims and ambitions in Pembrokeshire and Carmarthenshire? Now, you know that the options put forward by Hywel Dda involve a new hospital, potentially in that area. If we're going to have a genuine conversation about really revolutionising our community beds, our mental health and our hospital services in West Wales, then we need to understand that this is a genuine consultation based on understanding that this can happen. And that means that since we have not had major hospital investment in West Wales for the last 30 years, that a new hospital is a potential way of delivering excellent healthcare. So in order to ensure that this consultation is not a sham to hide further cuts, will you commit now, if the outcome of this consultation leads to Hywel Dda recommending a new hospital in the Carmarthenshire and Pembrokeshire areas, that you as Welsh Government will work with Hywel Dda to realise that ambition?
Well, I can't answer all of that question because otherwise I'm in danger of putting myself into a position of not being able to make a decision at the end of the consultation. What I would say about healthcare in every part of Wales is that every community in Wales deserves excellent healthcare.
Sorry, I can't quote.
I agree with you about every community deserving excellent healthcare. And as ever, when we talk about the future of healthcare, in committees we talk about primary and community care needing to do more of our activity, more of our budget in primary community care, and then we spend all of our time arguing about the hospital network. And what I would remind members of is, when in the Gwent area they had their clinical future strategy, it took them some time to build support from stakeholders. It took them time to develop the business case for a new hospital as part of that. They delivered a variety of areas, and then we were able to get alongside them and deliver the new hospital that is being constructed at this moment in time as the Grange University Hospital. What I would say about every area of Wales, rather than any specific proposals, is that if there are proposals that are designed to deliver, and there's clinical support and evidence they will deliver a better healthcare system, then we will of course get alongside any and every organisation to try and help them do that, bearing in mind the ability of the government to do so. So yes, we will think positively about every area of Wales when real and significant proposals are made, but I just can't comment specifically on the potential for proposals in Hywel Dda, because it is entirely possible that I will have to determine those at a point in the not-too-distant future.
Paul Davis.
Cabinet Secretary, all three options in this consultation will result in the downgrading of Withybush Hospital from a general hospital to a community hospital, which is totally unacceptable to the people that I represent. The consultation, as far as the people I represent is concerned, is worthless, given that they have no choice in this matter whatsoever. Surely this cannot be right. And in the circumstances, I urge you to intervene in this matter and force the Health Board to actually bring forward proposals which are actually fair to the people of Pembrokeshire. Will you now intervene, yes or no?
I've been very clear that this is a public consultation for members of the public to get involved with. I've also been very clear there's got to be clinical leadership about any other proposals, which is why it was important that clinicians took part not only in a presentation and a conversation at board, they've got to be part of the conversation with the public. If I intervene now, and if I say that actually it does not matter what clinicians themselves have come up with, it does not matter what comes to public consultation, I will determine that for them, then actually we will stop healthcare innovation and progress and reform in every part of the country. It matters that a conversation takes place, it matters that people are focused on delivering better healthcare, and it matters that we're in a position as a country to make difficult choices. That is the challenge set for us by the parliamentary review. It told us, on the one hand, that there is a good evidence base that some specialist services should be delivered in a smaller number of centres across the country. That will involve, for any community, greater travel, but also that we're able to provide more services within a wider network of community healthcare. And where those proposals come forward, where they're agreed with a clear clinical strategy, the government will do what it can do to get alongside that. If we are to do that, if we are to meet the challenge set for us, that everybody in theory accepted in the parliamentary review, then we have to be able to have a difficult public consultation, and the government has to play its part as the potential ultimate decision maker.
Joyce Watson.
Diolch Llywyd. Cabinet Secretary, I do welcome the fact that we're moving into a consultation period, and I did hear what my colleague Simon Thomas was asking, and I might well ask the same in the not-too-distant future. But what concerns me at this stage, at the moment, is that people have been in touch with me saying that the opportunities for them to engage in this process are limited, that they are geographically far apart from where those individuals might live, and at times where people might not be able to attend these public events. So my question to you today is if you could encourage Hywel Dda Health Board to widen the scope in terms of time and geographic location of their public consultations at this stage.
Yeah, I'm happy to respond positively and say that Hywel Dda should respond positively to requests for further public engagement. It is in everyone's interest to have the maximum level of public engagement, not just with the Health Board at a leadership level, but actually with clinicians in their local communities, whether they're in general practice or whether they're in hospital-based services or other community-based services, to make sure there is real clinical engagement with each other and with the wider public. And I'm more than happy to say that I would want Hywel Dda to maximise all of those opportunities to engage with the public, including in locations at times of the day that are properly convenient for everyone to engage and have their say.
Question 7, Lynn Neagle.
Will the Cabinet Secretary outline what action is being taken by the Welsh Government to tackle childhood obesity?
Yes, we will consult on a cross-government strategy to prevent and reduce levels of obesity later this year. We will act on the actions needed at a Wales and a UK level to complement existing measures like the Active Travel Wales Act, our Healthy Child Wales programme and, of course, nutritional standards in schools.
Thank you. As the Cabinet Secretary knows, Welsh Government will be receiving some 57 million as part of the new soft drinks levy. And I was concerned to see how little of that money is going to be spent on measures to tackle childhood obesity, which is very different to the approach being taken in the rest of the UK. I know that there are good schemes out there. The Health and Social Care and Sport Committee has taken lots of evidence on things that would make a big difference to children and young people, and I know that the WLGA have been talking to officials about an exercise referral scheme for children and young people, and also a scheme working with Public Health Wales that would ensure better use of things like 3G sports facilities in Wales. Will the Cabinet Secretary look at that money closely to ensure that we do use a much better proportion of that to tackle what is really a major public health challenge of our time? Thank you.
Yeah, I recognise this is a major, significant public health challenge. That's why we've already taken some of the steps we've already taken, but it is about looking at what we do next. And I'd be very interested in the committee's report and its recommendations because we have not yet signed off a consultation on our strategy, let alone finalise what that strategy should be and how we'll use our resources to make it real. Because part of the challenge often is moving from a strategy and well-meaning objectives that broadly everyone signs up to into how we persuade and get alongside members of the public to make different choices. And that's not just making unhealthy choices more difficult or expensive, it is actually how we make healthier choices easier to undertake as well. So I will definitely be interested in the evidence from the committee. I'll listen to what other partners have to say, and yes, we'll engage in a range of people before signing off not just the strategy, but the recommendations, the action we'll take, and how we'll fund that. Because, as I say, I do recognise this is a real and significant public health challenge that has the potential to overtop significant parts of health and social care.
Ac yn ola cwestiwn 8, Adam Price.
A wnaeth ysgrifennydd y Cabinet darganiad am y driniaeth a'r cyllid sydd ar gael ar gyfer y cyflwr ar y llygaid keratoconus.
Yes, the treatment of keratoconus in adults is currently determined by Health Board local guidelines, which will include speciality guidelines and college guidelines and other best practice.
Roedd triniaeth croes gysylltu ar gael I gleifion Cymreig oedd ar cyflwr yma yn ysbyty Llygaid Bryste tan 2015. Ers hynny, oedd gen I un achos merch 19 mlwydd oed I golwg yn dirywio ac wedi chyngori bod y cyflwr yn datblygu'n gyflym. Penderfynodd I mam hi talu am driniaeth breifat oherwydd oedd hi'n ofni byddai'n mynd y ddall. Ers hynny, mae Abertawe Bro Morgannwg nawr yn darparu'r driniaeth yma eto. Ond I ni wedi cael sefyllfa lle mae yna nifer o bobl wedi cael ei dal yn y sefyllfa yn cwmpo rhwng y cyfnodau yma lle doedd dim opsiwn dyn nhw rhag heblaw mynd yn breifat. Odi'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet yn gallu edrych ar yr achosion yma, edrych ar y gofid oedd hyn wedi achosi a'r posibilrwydd o adalu costau yn etholwri a phobl eraill.
I'd always want to consider how and where, because this, I think you recognise it's a rare and complex condition. And the challenge is how we provide a proper service for people in this position, even if that is commissioning a service at some distance, whether within Wales or outside. I'm actually due to have a review that's been undertaken by both Welsh Health Specialist Services Committee and Health Technology Wales. We expect that to be available in the next month or so, and it will be published, which may then help out moving forward into the future. But if you want to discuss the matters around your constituent, it may be more sensible for us to have an exchange of more correspondence, and I'm grateful for the fact you've written to me previously, but it may be sensible for us to actually have a discussion, and maybe have a discussion when the report is published. We can then link that to the position of your individual constituent to think about their circumstances and the broader picture in this specialist service.
Diolch i'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet. Pwynt o drefn David Melding.
Llywydd, I'd like to raise a point of order under Standing Order 6.15 and Standing Order 12.50. Big announcements by the Welsh Government, such as a review of a major public policy, surely need to be made orally to the Assembly. This permits timely scrutiny and thereafter allows the Assembly to monitor and evaluate performance. In the Chamber yesterday, the Leader of the House gave a cursory and unsatisfactory response to my concerns on the announcement of the review of affordable housing supply. She said it was for the Government to decide whether an oral or written statement was appropriate. The Welsh Government's press statement on this matter includes endorsements from Community Housing Cymru and the Chartered Institute of Housing, specifically, and I quote, "If we get this review right, it will be a big step towards solving the housing crisis," end quote, and, quote, "We welcome today's announcement of a review into housing policy in Wales," end quote. The importance of the review can be clearly inferred from these statements that were sought in advance by the Welsh Government. Yet we have had no opportunity to scrutinise its scope or the suitability of those asked to conduct it. Finally, there was a comprehensive review of housing need in 2015, sponsored by the Welsh Government. This was conducted by the UK's leading authority on housing need. It has not been acted upon. Why a new review? These are obviously vital questions. Llywydd, what powers do you have to require a minister to make an oral statement in such circumstances?
Thank you for the notification of your intention to raise this as a point of order. And as I said, following a similar issue that was raised in a point of order yesterday, government business is a matter for Welsh ministers, not for me, but ministers are accountable to this Assembly. And it is my expectation that they should not undermine that principle by making major policy announcements outside the chamber. And I expect that major announcements should be made directly to this Assembly so that there is the opportunity that you have sought, David Melding, for members to scrutinise the government on issues such as this. Of course, it's important to remind members as well, as I'm sure you're all very familiar with the various routes available to you to bring issues to the chamber if the government does not provide opportunities for examination. Those include emergency and topical questions, oral questions and opposition debates. And in addition, I'd say that members can make representations about proposed government business through the Business Committee, and I would hope that the Leader of the House would give serious consideration to any such representations made by political parties here. Cwestiynau amserol yw'r eitem nesaf, ond ni ddywisiwyd unrhyw cwestiynau amserol ac felly datganiadau 90 eiliad. Mike Hedges.
Diolch, Llywyd. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to congratulate the Baptist Union of Wales on its 150th anniversary. I speak as a member of Zion News, a Welsh Baptist chapel based in Morriston. Yesterday, I attended an event in the Pierhead to celebrate the 150th anniversary of Welsh Baptists, and I'm very pleased that so many members, including yourself, Llywyd, were present. I want to highlight the role of the Welsh Baptists, along with other Welsh nonconformist chapel, played in the continuity of the Welsh language during the early part of the 20th century. It also played a major role in Welsh politics and provided many members to the Liberals, Labour and Plaid Cymru. The success of the Baptist cause can be seen in the villages, towns and cities of Wales where there were in excess of 1,000 Baptist chapels. Welsh Baptist ministers have played a major role in Welsh politics and hymn writing. Lewis Valentine was a famous hymn writer whose most famous hymn was Gweddi Dros Gymru, but was also an early member of Plaid Cymru and one of the three who in 1936 set up a bombing school on fire. Thomas Price was a leading figure in the political and religious life of Victorian Wales, and minister of Calvaria Baptist Chapel Aberdare, whose first job was as a page boy. Joseph Harris, Welsh Baptist minister, was Gomer, this bardic name, who on the 1st January in 1814 launched the first Welsh language weekly, 7 Gomer, in Swansea. We, as a nation, owe a great deal of gratitude to the Baptist Union of Wales for what they've achieved in the last 150 years.
David Melding.
On the 1st of April 1918, David Lloyd George approved the creation of the Royal Air Force, the world's first entirely separate and independent air force. The RAF would become the most powerful air force in the world, with more than 290,000 personnel and 23,000 aircraft. Then, at a crucial point in world history, the RAF defended our island against the Nazi onslaught in what became the most famous air battle in history, the Battle of Britain. But we in Wales are no strangers to the RAF's history and success. The famous bouncing bomb of the Dam Busters was tested in the Elan Valley. Factory workers at Broughton built the Lancaster plane that still flies today with the Royal Air Force in the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. And the idea behind the RAF Red Arrows was formed in Wales with the creation of the RAF Yellowjacks at RAF Valley in 1963. Llywyd, to mark this momentous year in the RAF's history, there will be special events, activities and other initiatives at local, regional and national levels, which will be running from this month until the end of November. One of the most notable events will be the Centenary Baton Relay, which will see a specially designed baton visit 100 sites associated with the RAF in 100 days. The baton will be visiting several locations in Wales from the 1st of May to the 11th, starting in St Athan and ending in RAF Valley. We have so much to be thankful for, as the RAF has valiantly defended our freedom. If I could finish with the words of David Lloyd George, who said, "The heavens are their battlefield, they are the cavalry of the clouds."
Yr eitem nesaf yw'r datganiad gan gydeirydd y Pwyllgor Materion Cyfansoddiadol a Deddfwriaethol ar y Bil yr Undeb Ewropeaidd y Madel a'r penderfyniad y Cynulliad Cenedlaethol mewn perthynas â gweithdrefnau is-ddeddfwriaeth. A dwi'n galw'r gydeirydd y Pwyllgor i wneud ei datganiad Mick Antonov.
Thank you, Clywyd. 6 weeks ago, on the 7th of March, this Assembly debated the Constitutional Legislative Affairs Committee report on the scrutiny of regulations made under the European Union Withdrawal Bill. Our inquiry that preceded that report considered the appropriateness of the scope and nature of delegated powers provided in the bill to UK and Welsh ministers, and the procedures that should be used to scrutinise that delegated legislation. Given the bill's passage through the House of Lords, the report focused on amendments that we believed should be made to the bill and addressed questions which were raised by the Secretary of State for Wales in a letter to the Llywydd on the 16th of January. Our report made 7 recommendations, 4 of which recommended amendments to the EU Withdrawal Bill, and for that reason we believed it important and appropriate to seek the National Assembly's views on those recommendations. And therefore the motion asking the National Assembly to note the committee report also requested that it endorse recommendations 1, 2, 4 and 7. And on the 7th of March that motion was agreed unanimously. There were no objections. Consequently, on the 22nd of March, the Llywydd wrote to the Secretary of State for Wales, drawing his attention to the recommendations within our report and that he received the letter as formal notification of the National Assembly for Wales' position on what amendments should be made to the bill in respect of procedures for the scrutiny of subordinate legislation made under its provision. Now, members may not be aware that subsequent to the events I've summarised, the Leader of the House and the Chief Whip formally responded to the committee's report. In addition, the First Minister wrote to the Secretary of State for Wales in relation to both our report on the EU Withdrawal Bill and the bill's sifting committee provisions. In both pieces of correspondence, the Welsh Government reject recommendation 2 of our report, that the recommendation of the sifting committee should be binding, save where the Assembly resolves otherwise. On the 17th of April, I wrote to the First Minister to seek clarification on the reasons for the approach the Welsh Government has adopted. In particular, I have asked if he could explain why, having advised in a letter to the Secretary of State for Wales on the 5th of February that matters relating to the sifting committee were for the National Assembly to determine, he subsequently wrote to the Secretary of State on the 29th of March, rejecting a recommendation that had been unanimously endorsed by the National Assembly about the operation of that sifting committee. The First Minister has responded to my letter of the 17th of April this morning, for which I am grateful, and I note the comments that he has made. I recognise that during the plenary debate, the Leader of the House told the National Assembly that the Welsh Government was reserving its position on recommendation 2, pending through thorough consideration. However, the Leader of the House did not seek to amend the motion or to reflect that position, which, as previously stated, was then unanimously endorsed by the whole House. Without prejudicing the will of the Government, the National Assembly, or without prejudicing the will of any government, the National Assembly for Wales should not find itself in a position where it expresses a formal, all-party position which is then subsequently, or very soon after, called into question within correspondence of which the Assembly as a whole is not aware. I've made clear to the First Minister in my letter to him, as a committee, we are concerned generally at the transfer of power from legislatures to executives. The approach the Welsh Government has adopted on these matters undermines the prerogative of the legislature. Equally, it confuses the roles of parliaments and governments and makes proceedings here harder to understand for members of the public, to the detriment of devolution. To make matters worse, the approach of the Welsh Government and the confusion around roles has now regrettably found its way into a UK Government supplementary memorandum on delegated powers in the EU Withdrawal Bill. The memorandum was published on Monday this week and states, the Welsh Government, having sought the views of the National Assembly for Wales, has requested the sifting committee procedures should apply where the Welsh ministers lay negative instruments under their Schedule 2 powers. It would therefore appear that the UK Government has been influenced by the views of the Welsh Government rather than the National Assembly in making decisions on the procedures that should apply to the scrutiny of regulations made by the Welsh ministers. I therefore welcome the letter I received this morning from the Llywydd indicating that she shares the committee's concerns and will be giving further consideration to this matter.
David Melding.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And can I thank Mick Anthony for seeking to defend the prerogatives of this Assembly so strongly. I think it's another example of executive overreach. You know, we were told at the dawn of devolution that we would do things differently. We would take what was best in the British parliamentary tradition, but we would ensure that we had openness and scrutiny, especially over, irony of irony, secondary legislation. And now we see the Welsh Government commit a deeply hostile act. They weren't prepared to argue their case in open sight, despite the fact this is a very long-standing principle that the Constitutional and Legislative Affairs Committee has had in terms of we should really be setting the procedures for this type of subordinate legislation and other vital matters. But really, not to argue the case, to allow a motion to proceed and not oppose it, but then, in a calculated way, to petition the UK Government not to act on our recommendation. And indeed, we don't even know that they told them what our recommendation was, because it was a very strange reply we had in terms, or has been received, in terms of the comment that was read out by Mick Anthony. As I said, this is part of a general trend by the Welsh Government when it seeks to set and mark its own homework in terms of the procedures that should apply. And then the other defence is, well, ministers are following the Council General's guidelines, as if the Council General is in charge of what sort of procedures the legislature should apply in its scrutiny of legislation. It really is a remarkable tangle, and now we have it in this most important part of the Constitution, when we're repatriating so much law which had previously been passed over to Brussels. I really think it's shabby, and can I just assure the Mick Anthony that in all his efforts as chair of the Constitutional Legislative Committee to take this matter forward and hold the government to account, he'll have our full support.
Yeah. Well, thank you for those comments. I mean, they very much reflect, I think, the views I hope I've expressed, although we've not had the opportunity, obviously, to have a detailed discussion of what happened. When the report was presented, I actually sort of went off message and made a very specific comment that I thought was important, and that is, it is not for government to determine the mechanism for its own scrutiny. It is a fundamental part of the legislature. And I think the government's response at that time was actually supportive of that. It is recognised. It is almost the rule of law of parliaments. So that this statement is not so much to do with the actual issue of the binding nature of the role of a sifting committee. It is actually about the principle whereby government agrees, we all agree, that it is for the Assembly to determine the scrutiny of government, and where that has been breached, is certainly my role as the chair of the Constitutional Legislative Affairs Committee and its members to actually stand up and draw attention to the fact that this is a matter of principle. I recognise the points that were made, and I recognise the comments that have been made by the First Minister in the letter to me, but the time, I don't think, is a justification for that sort of breach. I note that when the Constitutional and Legislative Affairs Committee was asked to scrutinise, for example, the Continuity Bill at very short notice, members went to considerable lengths to ensure they were available and put the time in to actually carry out that process. So this is a matter I think is very important, does not happen again.
Dai Lloyd.
Diolch, Llywydd. Can I welcome the statement by the chair of our committee, the Constitutional Legislative Affairs Committee, Mick Anthony, when I wholeheartedly agree with the sentiments expressed and those expressed by David Melding, a fellow member of the of the Constitutional and Legislative Affairs Committee. This is a serious matter, absolutely serious matter, because I won't go over the history again, but obviously there's always a tension between governments and its individual legislature. I mean, we're here doubtless later on this afternoon of the tension of powers lost between here and Westminster, but this is an issue of powers lost between us and the government. A power grab internally, if you like, between Welsh Government and the Assembly itself. Now then, Recommendation 2, that was passed unanimously here, says the recommendation made by the Sifting Committee under Recommendation 1 should be binding, save where the National Assembly resolves otherwise. This requirement should be reflected on the face of the bill. I've got to say that is not the most radical piece of legislation we've ever passed in this place. We've agreed unanimously, and it puts the onus firmly on the National Assembly for Wales, where it should properly reside in terms of the importance of scrutiny in this place. It is difficult enough performing scrutiny to a detailed degree as it is with the various pressures on us, and obviously only about 40 or so Assembly members can legitimately take part in that scrutiny process. And then when things are taken away from us, which we thought were previously agreed, that does not stack up. And also in correspondence, it has been embarrassing, not just for Clack, but also, I would contend, for Llywydd here, when the position has been agreed and the Secretary of State then discovers that actually that agreed position of the National Assembly has been overridden by the First Minister here without recourse to this National Assembly for Wales. So it is a moot point to ask what value can we place on unanimous votes placed and passed in this legislature when the First Minister can subsequently and without warning reject one of the main recommendations that had been passed unanimously, as Mick Anthony has said. And the other important point as regards the EU withdrawal bill itself, which doubtless we will be discussing more about in the next statement, the primacy of Welsh ministers over the legislature here in the Senedd as regards the sifting process has found its way into the UK Government's supplementary memorandum on delegated powers in the EU withdrawal bill itself. Now, this is totally unacceptable, undermines the decision-making processes of this Assembly, of which we are all proud members of. I seek reassurance. I note all the communications that have gone back and forth and apologies, but at the end of the day, this is plainly just not good enough, and it's a poor signal of the way the rest of the negotiations are going on as regards the totality of the EU withdrawal bill if we cannot get this situation correct. Constitutional and Legislative Affairs Committee, we can respond in an emergency. We did that within a day with the Continuity Bill, despite David Melding, to be fair, on a policy ground, even though that is not a legitimate concern for Clack, not being totally involved in that procedure, we managed to turn it around in an urgent situation in a day. So the First Minister's argument about the urgency of the situation trumping our recommendation does not hold water. And I look forward to further discussions on the matter. Diolch yn fawr.
Well, thank you for those comments. This is a matter of constitutional principles with regard to the separation of powers. We know we have all had serious concerns about the very serious transfers of powers and the way in which powers will have to be exercised as a result of the withdrawal bill and the developments around Brexit. We have all expressed the very serious concerns and recognised the real challenges and dangers that exist with regard to the exercise of Henry VIII powers. The reason for bringing this statement today is very simple. this is a significant matter, and the danger is, if it was not challenged at this stage, there would be a precedent established. So my hope is that that principle is now of separation of powers is recognised, and also that what did happen should not be a precedent in respect of any future matters, particularly when we come to the issue of the exercise of Henry VIII powers.
Diolch I Gadeirydd y Pwyllgor. Yr eitem nesaf yw'r datganiad gan ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros gyllid ar mesur Undeb Ewropeaidd y Madel. Dwi'n galw ar ysgrifennydd y Cabinet I wneud ei ddatganiad. Mark Drakeford.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywed, diolch am cytuno I datganiad yma am ddatblygiadau ynghylch bil ar Undeb Ewropeaidd am adael. Fel y bydd aelodau'r yn ymwybodol dros y misoedd ac wythnosau diweddar, mae trafodaethau dwys wedi cymryd lle gyda'r nod o ddatrys anghytundeb rhyngom ni a Llywodraeth o'r Alban ar yr un llaw a Llywodraeth y Deyrnas Unedig ar y llaw arall, ynglyn â chymal 1 ar 10 y bil Undeb Ewropeaidd am adael. Llywydd UK Government Ministers are today laying amendments to the EU Withdrawal Bill in the House of Lords, which reflect an intergovernmental agreement which has also been published this morning. Taken together, these are sufficient to enable Welsh ministers to recommend that the National Assembly gives its legislative consent to the bill in a motion which we will debate next month. This should also pave the way for the UK Government to withdraw its reference of our law derived from the European Union Wales Bill to the Supreme Court, and for the Government here to initiate a process to repeal that bill, which, as members will recall, was always intended as a backstop in the event that these negotiations did not reach a satisfactory outcome. I would like to explain why the Government believes that the agreement which we have reached provides sufficient protection for our devolution settlement and allows us to support the UK bill. In doing so, I want to acknowledge the significant contribution made by the Scottish Brexit Minister, Michael Russell, and the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster in the work we have carried out together on these matters. However, there are a series of ways in which the agreement represents a major advance over the original proposals. Members will recall that at its most fundamental, the disagreement was about the principle of powers currently exercised through a common European Union rulebook and whether the UK Government had a unilateral right to decide where those powers should rest, the other side of Brexit. The original Clause 11 diverted all these powers to Westminster. We argued that powers in devolved areas belong here in the National Assembly. Today's amendment reverses the UK Government's original position. It creates a default position in which powers over devolved policy lie with the National Assembly, as they have done since 1999. Now, we recognise that without the rulebook provided by EU legislation, there is a need for UK-wide frameworks in specific areas to avoid disruption to the UK's own eternal market. Some of these UK frameworks will be underpinned by legislation and will be subject to a new temporary constraint, which simply ensures continuation of current common arrangements. So this is clearly much more compatible with the reserve powers model of devolution. So the second way in which today's agreement represents a significant advance is that it recognises that the Sewell Convention will apply to secondary regulation-making powers, the powers which will be used to put in place these new temporary restrictions on competence. The UK Government will not normally put such regulations to Parliament for approval unless the devolved legislatures and administrations have given their consent. Moreover, in the event of a legislature withholding consent, Parliament will be asked to decide if the regulation should be made on the basis of even-handed information. That is to say, legislators will not only have to rely simply on the UK Government's own account, but they will be supplied with information provided independently by both the Welsh and the Scottish governments. Thirdly, Llywydd, the UK Government has always claimed that the constraints envisaged would be temporary. but there was nothing in the original bill to substantiate this. The agreement now guarantees sunset clauses, which the amendments put on the face of the bill. So, the fourth way in which this agreement represents a major advance is, as you will know, that the original Clause 11 was constructed such that primary legislation to put in place new UK-wide frameworks, for example on agricultural support, could be pushed through Parliament without obtaining or even asking for the Assembly's consent. The agreement specifically rules out this possibility. In a fifth development, a significant concern about the original UK government approach was that, whereas the current restriction on legislating in contradiction of EU law applies to all legislatures, including Parliament, there was no parallel restriction on Parliament legislating in respect of England to that imposed on the devolved legislatures by the original Clause 11. Here too, the agreement contains a firm commitment from the UK government that it will not bring forward such legislation while frameworks are being negotiated. Penultimately, Llywydd, by spelling out a more collaborative process of intergovernmental working to develop the regulations, the agreement also takes a first significant step towards an equitable approach to intergovernmental working of the sort which we argue should be characteristic of the post-European Union United Kingdom. Finally, in terms of the concurrent powers in clauses 7, 8 and 9 of the bill, for Ministers of the Crown to reach over to make correcting amendments to legislation within devolved competence, the agreement codifies assurances already given by Ministers in Parliament that such powers will not normally be used without the consent of devolved Ministers, providing a further layer of certainty. So the outcome is not perfect, of course. We would have preferred there to be no Clause 11, and for each government to trust each other's undertakings not to legislate in areas where we agree UK-wide frameworks are needed until such frameworks have been agreed. We have repeatedly been clear we were prepared to give such assurances and to accept similar assurances from other governments. Others have sought stronger reassurances that no part of the United Kingdom, including England, could develop its own legislation in relation to these areas where a UK-wide framework is needed until such a framework had been negotiated and agreed, and this agreement provides that reassurance. Of course, there are those who argue that it is unacceptable, even in extreme circumstances, that Parliament could act to impose constraints on devolved competence. But until a new constitutional settlement for the whole United Kingdom is negotiated, for which this government has long argued, it is the constitutional reality that Parliament retains that role. This argument, like the Sewell Convention, does no more than recognise that fact, while underlining the political imperative of Parliament acting on the basis of consent where devolved issues are at stake. And in practical terms, Llywydd, we accept that there has to be a backstop, a way of bringing disputes to a close which cannot be resolved by intergovernmental negotiation. Until and unless we agree an alternative to proceeding by consensus, and I remind members that we put forward just such a proposal to achieve that way of acting in our Brexit and devolution paper last year, then that backstop will lie with Parliament. Now, Llywydd, of course, I had hoped that the intergovernmental agreement could have been agreed by all three governments, including our Scottish colleagues. We remain strongly committed to working closely with both the Scottish and the UK government to take forward further discussions on future frameworks and on the negotiations with the EU27. I have made it clear that we will continue to work with both governments right up to the last possible moment to see if any further helpful refinements to the current agreements can be made, and the JMCEN will meet again next week to track any such progress. So this deal represents very substantial progress from where all this began and soundly defends the devolved interests of this national Assembly. It has meant compromise on both sides. That is the art of negotiation. And I believe the outcome is a mature agreement between governments which is respectful of each other's interests. With this matter approaching resolution, we will be able to focus with renewed attention on the wider context of the UK's future relationship with the European Union. Here too, we will be advocating negotiation, realism and compromise. We want an agreement which protects Wales's and the UK's vital interests while showing respect and realism towards the interests of our European partners. I commend the agreement and the amendments related to it to members and look forward to bringing forward the legislative consent motion in due course.
Mark Isherwood.
Well, unlike the perhaps predictably Pavlovian response from certain quarters, may I start by thanking and congratulating you and David Livington, the Minister in the Cabinet Office, for the measured, mature and pragmatic way you've conducted negotiations to secure agreement on Clause 11 of the EU
I do need to hear Mark Isherwood,
of the
please.
EU withdrawal.
Carry on, Mark.
Of the EU withdrawal bill, reversing the current Clause 11 so that returning EU powers in otherwise devolved areas will pass to the devolved governments and legislatures. And I also thank you for the inclusive way you've approached this in regard to myself and David Melding, and not only the evidence that you've consistently given to the External Affairs Committee, which I'm sure my colleagues will refer to, but the way that you've shared information confidentially with us that's helped us to work with you as matters move forward. And I think we all hoped and believed that we could reach this point and share, I think, perhaps your, if not delight in all aspects of this, perhaps your relief that we are now where we are. We've long recognised that powers and competencies held at an EU level that apply to devolved matters will pass to this place on the point of exit, or the date or time of exit, unless there was UK government intervention. And we recognise that you now simply agreed not to legislate in areas where UK-wide frameworks are needed until such frameworks have been agreed. You have stated, or in the agreement, the intergovernmental agreement in the EU bill and establishment of common frameworks, that there's a duty on UK ministers to regularly report to the UK Parliament on progress on implementing common frameworks, removing temporary Clause 11 regulations and powers, that the UK minister will formally send such reports to the devolved governments, which in turn will share these with their own legislatures. In what form will that sharing with the legislatures occur? And how regularly does regularly mean in terms of UK ministers? Is that a time-specified regularity, or is it something that will be triggered by particular events or circumstances agreed between yourselves? You've indicated that you will continue to engage with the Scottish and UK governments. I wonder if you could just expand a little bit more on how, particularly given the Scottish position, and I think the will certainly of ourselves that Scotland are ultimately also part of this agreement, how that will be progressed other than through the established JMC mechanism, unless that is all that currently exists. There's a duty on UK ministers to seek the agreement of the devolved legislatures each time they propose to make regulations to put a policy area into the Clause 11 so-called freeze. Will these regulations first be subject to agreement with the Welsh Government prior to their presentation to the devolved legislatures, or what mechanism will exist to seek to secure that agreement before we are asked to consider them? We understand that this will allow the UK Parliament to approve regulations creating the freeze if a devolved legislature's agreement is refused or not provided within 40 days, subject to UK ministers making a statement to UK Parliament explaining why they decided to make regulations despite the absence of a devolved legislative agreement. What, in your discussions, have you considered with the UK Government to be the likelihood of that situation occurring, or more likely, what safety mechanisms have been put in place to minimise the risk of that situation being arrived at? We were aware now of the sunset or time limit on the regulation-making powers of 2 years after exit day, if not brought to an end sooner, and on the temporary clause regulations themselves of 5 years after they come into force, if not revoked earlier. How will the different approaches that could then challenge agreed frameworks be adjudicated and addressed? Because clearly at that point, when all the powers come out of the freezer and return to this place, there's a possibility that different approaches might occur. A list of 24 areas has been consistently referred to as being in the so-called deep freeze. We understand it's still 24 areas, although there might still be discussion over a smaller number, possibly in relation to state aid. I mean, again, if you could perhaps give us some indication of the position regarding state aid, because I think as far as we're concerned, there is logic to state aid being subject to UK framework agreement. And I had if I can find it, a final question. You've stated that this should pave the way for the UK Government to withdraw its reference of the law derived from European Union Wales Bill, or the Continuity Bill, to the Supreme Court, and for the Welsh Government here to initiate a process to repeal that bill. When I questioned you on this in committee last week, you indicated a number of possible mechanisms that might be applied, but have you had any further thought about how and over what time frame you might seek to repeal that bill? Thank you.
So I thank the member for those detailed questions. I'll do my best to answer as many as I can. Mr Ishwood referred to a duty on UK ministers to report regularly to the UK Parliament on progress in relation to frameworks. I believe that is likely to be on a 3-monthly basis, and we were keen on that because it puts real pressure into the system to reach agreements quickly on those matters. That report will be shared with the Assembly, as Mark Isherwood said. I repeat my commitment to continuing to engage with the Scottish Government and the UK Government on outstanding matters as the Scottish Government sees it within this agreement. I spoke to Michael Russell, the Scottish Minister, last week, earlier this week. We commit ourselves to continued work on the issues that the Scottish Government has identified. And if anything can be done to improve the agreement in a way that would allow the Scottish Government to sign up to it and is acceptable to other parties, then we will work right up to the last minute to try to bring that about. And that's why we will go to the JMC again next week with Scotland and the UK Government to track progress on that. Mark Isherwood asked me how likely I thought it was that there wouldn't be agreement in relation to the matters which are to be placed in the freezer. I think that is very unlikely because, as members would have seen, in an annex to the intergovernmental agreement, we set out the 24 areas which all 3 governments are agreed are potentially subject to framework agreements, and there are 2 other matters, state aids and food geographical indications, which remain the subject of continued discussion between the administrations. The Supreme Court, as you will see, this is a reciprocal agreement that we have come to. The Attorney-General, if and when a legislative consent motion is passed on the floor of this Assembly, will go to the Supreme Court and seek to withdraw the reference that has been made there. We will then come forward with proposals to the National Assembly, which would lead to the proposition being placed on the floor here that the law derived from the European Union bill, as it still is, would be repealed. You cannot repeal a bill that has not yet received the royal assent. and this bill is yet to be in that position, and the timings of matters are therefore dependent on that course of action. But we will come forward once the Attorney-General has taken the actions he has committed to taking and put that proposition before this National Assembly for its determination.
Leanne Wood.
Diolch, Llywydd, and I apologise, Cabinet Secretary, for missing your opening remarks, but I have read your statement in full. A significant achievement, a strong statement. Let's get on with making the most of the opportunities Brexit brings. These are the statements from Alan Cairns, Ruth Davidson and Andrew R.T. Davis. Even the Prime Minister was thanking you today. Tories are clamouring over themselves to hail Labour's capitulation and their willingness to hand our Parliament's powers back to Westminster. Now, I believed that by co-authoring the Securing Wales's Future with us and voting to support our Continuity Bill, Labour in Wales had understood the threat to Wales and the undermining of our powers that Brexit brings. Our leverage is gone, leadership lost and Parliament weakened. This is a Labour-Tory stitch-up like no other. Llywydd, an answer to my letter received this morning from the Cabinet Secretary claimed that my tone was inflammatory. When he sells this Parliament and my country's democracy to Westminster, he can excuse my lack of conciliatory tone. The fact that he and all of the rest of you are not as incensed by this idea that this Assembly will be weakened by Westminster as I am shows where your priorities lie. In his oral statement, the Cabinet Secretary said that he would prefer if Clause 11 were not included. My somewhat obvious first question is why has he therefore made a deal with the Tories that allows for Clause 11 to stand? Does the Cabinet Secretary believe, as he has previously said, that this will lead to fewer powers for the National Assembly, or does he agree with the Prime Minister that this deal means more powers for Wales? Can I phrase it in another way? How many and what powers are you handing back to Westminster? Llywydd, I have many more questions, but I have one final crucial question for now. In his letter to MPs, and as you have outlined in your letter to me and in your statement today, the UK Parliament retains the authority to legislate over this Parliament if agreement is not reached on issues. Can the Cabinet Secretary explain why he is happy for Westminster to act on devolved issues without, as is stated by David Liddington, the devolved legislature's consent?
Wel, Llywydd, diolch yn fawr, wrth gwrs, am y cwestiynau. I continue to regret some of the language that has been used by the leader of Plaid Cymru. The progress that she describes as capitulation and as a stitch-up was described by the First Minister of Scotland in her letter to the Prime Minister today as substantial progress having been made. That is what Michael Russell said to the Scottish Parliament yesterday when he described the many advances that have been made as a result of the negotiations. Considering the many steps that we have gained through collaboration with our Scottish colleagues, then to call what we have achieved a capitulation and a stitch-up is so far removed from the facts. And such, the member is a victim of her own hyperbole. And I'm afraid, really, it bears no relation to what is in front of this National Assembly. When Clause 11 was inverted in the amendments put forward in the House of Lords earlier in proceedings, we said, shall we, that there were 4 unanswered questions. All of those questions are answered by this agreement. We said, how are powers to be placed in the freezer, to use Mark Isherwood's analogy? Well, now we know that they will be placed in the freezer with the agreement. of this National Assembly and with the Scottish Parliament. We said what use can be made of the powers while they are there, because we are prevented from using those powers by legislation. Now English ministers are prevented from using those powers as well. Then we said, how will those powers be taken out of the freezer? And now we know that we have a process for agreeing the frameworks which moves us into an entirely new constitutional space. And I think represents a major step forward in achieving the sort of arrangements which we want to see for the future of the United Kingdom. Now, of course, it is true that this party is a devolutionist party. We therefore recognise that in the constitutional arrangements we currently have, if agreement cannot be secured, there is a need for a backstop arrangement to ensure that arrangements can go forward. And as things stand, that lies with the UK Parliament. We have put forward proposals that would amend that and place all of that on a far more equal footing. But that's because we believe that Wales's future is best secured in the United Kingdom, in a United Kingdom that operates effectively, that operates on the basis of parity, that operates on the basis of equal esteem. If you are a nationalist party, then it is absolutely proper that you are clear with people that you do not share that belief. You are not a devolutionist. You are a separatist. You simply believe that Wales should be entirely responsible for everything that goes on. It's a perfectly respectable position to take. But I think people are entitled not simply to have it respectably, but also to have it openly and in a way that is clear about what people believe. That's why, when the member asks what powers are being retained at Westminster, I point her to the list agreed with the Scottish Government, the list that is appended to the intergovernmental agreement. It's there for everybody to see. What happens if agreement is not reached? The member asked. I believe that this agreement puts us clearly in a space where we are dedicated to achieving agreement. If you can't, somebody has to be able to take action to resolve matters that cannot be operated otherwise. Our proposals, and this agreement takes a step on that journey, would make that position resolved by all four component parts of the United Kingdom coming together for that purpose.
Neil Hamilton.
Can I welcome the statement and commend the Finance Secretary for the serious, reflective and unmelodramatic approach which he has brought to this negotiation, and I think has produced a conclusion which is acceptable to all those in this Assembly who believe in Wales being a part of the United Kingdom. I said at an early stage that the Welsh Government's approach to this by promoting a continuity bill was not necessarily a position which would be expected for any member of UKIP to go along with, but I was prepared to give them the benefit of the doubt that it wasn't a delaying tactic to try to avoid the consequences of the referendum, and I'm pleased that today's announcement fully justifies the confidence that I had in the Welsh Government in that task. Of course, I realise that those to the left of me on these benches will not agree with what I have to say on this, but I appreciate that that doesn't give Plaid Cymru all that they would like to see, and that there is a certain element of confidence that the UK government will not resile from the promises of good behaviour, can I put it that way, which are included as part of this agreement. And I do think that if in due course there were to be an attempt on the part of the UK government to launch a power grab, that would provoke a constitutional crisis of a very serious kind. And in those circumstances, even members of UKIP who believe in respecting the results of referenda would be on the side of those who want to preserve the powers of this Assembly. And I don't believe, therefore, that any United Kingdom government would be likely to wander into that territory, even inadvertently. And I must say, I think it's rather bizarre that Plaid Cymru have taken the hyperbolic attitude, as the Finance Secretary correctly described it, to this, considering these are all powers at the moment over which we have no control whatsoever, because they're vested in Brussels, in the hands of European Union commissioners who we can't even name, let alone elect or dismiss, and in which institution, through the Council of Ministers, the United Kingdom has only 8.5% of the votes, and the European Parliament, which has very limited powers to affect legislation in the EU, in the European Parliament, Wales has only 4 MEPs out of 750 odd. So there is a massive enhancement of democracy in prospect here, even if temporarily some of these areas of policy will remain in the hands of the United Kingdom government rather than being devolved to the Assembly here in Wales. Now, there are 3 aspects of this agreement which I think are worthwhile pinpointing on this point. In particular, the sunset clauses, which are referred to in paragraph 7 of the intergovernmental agreement, which really establish that these powers are going to be returned to the Assembly in full measure in a relatively short time. Up to 7 years is not a tremendously long time in the life of a legislature, even one as young as the National Assembly for Wales. And we all accept that to have a working internal market in the United Kingdom, there will have to be common frameworks, and there will be a process of negotiation which will be ongoing, in which, although we don't ultimately have the power to legislate, the voice of the Welsh Government and the Welsh people will be heard in its negotiations with the United Kingdom government. The second point I'd like to draw attention to is in paragraph 8 of the intergovernmental agreement, the last sentence of which says that the powers will not be used to enact new policy in devolved areas by the United Kingdom government. The primary purpose of using such powers will be administrative efficiency. So what we're talking about here is just a working arrangement, the very opposite, actually, of the power grab which is said to be taking place. And the last point I'd like to make on this is in paragraph 9. It says that the National Assembly of Wales, of course, can amend directly applicable EU legislation in all the areas that are not covered by that part of the agreement which gives the power of legislation to the United Kingdom government. So we will be getting powers back, even in this period of 7 years when we don't have complete control over these areas. So this is a great advance in democracy in Wales. I do hope, though, when we do have complete freedom, ultimately, that the existence of common frameworks will not be too sclerotic and that we will have the capacity to diverge, because I see one of the great advantages of returning powers from Brussels to Cardiff, Edinburgh, Belfast, as well as to Westminster, that we can have a certain amount of legislative competition between the various parts of the United Kingdom, and there are different ways in which we can work together, and we don't all have to do things in the same way and move together at the same speed, and then by a process of internal competition that we will discover which is the better process and which is the better form of legislation, and everybody in the United Kingdom, not least the people of Wales, will benefit from that process. So I congratulate the Finance Secretary on his achievement, and I think it bodes well for the future.
Diolch yn fawr, of course, am y cwestiwn. I just want to reply to a small number of them. What would happen, the member asked, if the UK government were to resile from the intergovernmental agreement that we have reached with them? Well, he is right. It would then be a genuine constitutional crisis. I don't think that will happen, because I think I have to proceed on the basis that if a minister in another government, after many weeks and months of patient negotiation, comes to a conclusion which they have to seek agreement from all their UK colleagues to turning into legislation and into that agreement. When they have gone to all those efforts and it is codified between us, I think we have to assume that they mean what they say and that they will abide by it. There is no other possible basis on which intergovernmental relationships can be conducted. He pointed to the sunset clause. I think frameworks will be released far faster from the freezer than the 7 years that it sets out. And there is an additional reason in this agreement why that should be the case. Because this agreement prevents English ministers from making changes in English policy until those frameworks are agreed. There is every incentive now on all partners equally to come to those arrangements as fast as possible, and I believe we will see rapid progress in that area. And of course, that was a second point that the member made himself. But the powers cannot be used to enact new policies. It simply preserves the status quo. The status quo in the European Union rulebook. The European rulebook, which many members in this chamber went to the people of Wales and tried to persuade them that we should remain in perpetually, which I agreed with. And all this does is to say that that position which was supported will remain the case, not changed, remain the case. The position we argued for in the referendum will remain the case until we have an agreed way of change. And finally, he asked about what happens to the areas that are not being kept in the freezer. Well, he was right on that. They come back here immediately. In the original Clause 11, all of them were to be held at Westminster. Now the bulk of them return here immediately, and we can get on with the business of devising policies and ways of doing things that suit Welsh circumstances.
David Rees.
Yeah, can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his statement, and can I put on record my recognition of the commitment he personally has given to this work. He has undoubtedly been leading from the front. Also to Mike Russell, the Scottish Minister, been involved, and on behalf to David Livingstone as well. But also the officials of the Welsh Government who have, behind the scenes, on a far more frequent basis, been involved in these discussions. And we have come a long way from where we were in the original EU withdrawal bill. And I think the words maturity being mentioned, and it is important to recognise that if we wish to be considered as a mature relationship with the UK Government, there are things sometimes we have to expect and agree on. Perhaps my concern is that the history has shown that it isn't always reciprocated, and we have some concerns in relation to other sides being able to also show maturity. The agreement, Minister, Cabinet Secretary, we haven't seen the amendments, and we look forward to that. And the committee will look forward to seeing those amendments and taking the legal implications of those amendments in the coming weeks before we debate the LCM, which you have indicated you will be laying at some point in May. But the agreement, also on the memorandum, a couple of concerns I have on that. There's a word normally often used, has been frequently commented upon. I think we do need to have an understanding of what normally means, because the law courts often talk to us about what is normal, what is unreasonable. There's clarification there, because it's not a question of we shouldn't withhold things which are unreasonably do so. But perhaps the UK Government could also move faster on what is the reasonable force upon them to ensure that they deliver. Because this agreement says nothing can go on in England whilst that's in the freezer. But what happens, it suits us to actually get it out of the freezer, but not England. And therefore, they're being unreasonable. So how do we take that measurement forward to push the agenda so we get a solution which suits everybody? That agreement comes. I think that's important, because it could otherwise perhaps be used to block progress within the devolved nations. The mention in paragraph 7 about the time span and the temporary 5-year period on it, the sunset clause, I can't remember the word. That's 7 years in total, actually. It could be 2 years to time in which that expires, and from that point, another 5 years. That actually takes us in halfway through, if not all the way through, the next assembly. So it actually does restrict us as an assembly to make policy decisions, and even for those policy decisions to be put to the people for decision on elections. So it is a long time span, and I think we need to look at what circumstances will actually be 5 years and which ones we can get done quicker than that, because there's a blanket 5 years at this point in time, and it is a long period to actually restrict us on making some decisions which would be to the benefit for Wales, would be to the policies of Wales. I think that's a very important issue there. The progress report in paragraph 9 of the intergovernmental agreement indicates that UK government ministers will formally send reports to the ministers, and the ministers will also share this report within our legislatures as part of the reporting arrangements. But how can we feed back on that report as a legislator? Where is our input into the debate on that report and the progress on that? Because then that's not quite clear. In the memorandum that's being also accompanied with it, it says UK ministers may make regulations where they approve the UK Parliament. But will they ever be presented to us? It's approved by the UK Parliament, but it doesn't say that we'll actually have any consideration. In circumstances where there is perhaps a Clause 11 regulation being made, it says consent of the legislature has not been provided. They can take action with a written statement, setting out why they've done that. You can submit a written statement. But where's our input into that? Where do we get that information? Where is the report to us as to why they made that decision? And how can we respond to that report? I think that's important we also address. And finally, in point 9 on the memorandum, the final sentence says, which cannot be amended by the devolved ministers because Clause 11 regulations have been made, the UK government commits that it will first consult with the relevant devolved ministers. The word consult is there again, and not seek the consent, either of ministers or the devolved administrations. So again, we have a situation where only consultation takes place and not consent is sought, or agreement is reached. So I think I still have some deep concerns over the issues that there are still areas where we will not have an opportunity to have an input into that process as a legislator, never mind as ministers. And I would hope that you will perhaps reflect upon those, because the 24 areas you identified are actually quite huge. Agriculture, organic farming, animal welfare, environmental quality, food labelling, fisheries management support, hazardous substances, and I assume that includes hazardous waste, public procurement, nutritional health claims. There's a lot in there which those 24 areas cover. A lot of areas could be frozen for the next 7 years.
Llywydd, thank you. First of all, can I provide the member with an assurance that an LCM will be brought forward between report and third reading stages in the House of Lords. He's right to say that the not normally obligation is on the UK government is balanced by the not unreasonably withheld obligation on the devolved administrations. Let me deal with what he said on the sunset clause. Let's be clear that the first 2-year period will be covered by the transition agreement that the UK government has now agreed with the European Union. So for that period of time, we are all committed to the existing rulebook and existing arrangements being in place. I said in my earlier answer to Neil Hamilton that the 5 years that would follow thereafter is a long stop. And let's remember that the original Clause 11 had no long stop at all. Those powers could have indefinitely been retained at Westminster. And securing a sunset clause, I can tell you, has required weeks and weeks of argument between our government and the Scottish government on the one hand and the UK government on the other. And it is a very significant step forward on the part of the UK government that they have been prepared to insert that backstop into the legislation. I think we will be over and done with on all of this well before we reach that time. I echo what David Rees said about the work of officials in this area. Officials of the Welsh Government, the Scottish Government and the UK Government have worked tirelessly, particularly over the last 2 months, to secure the position that we have arrived at today, and they deserve the thanks of all members of this Assembly. David Rees referred to the progress reports that are identified in the agreement. I said to Mark Isherwood that I think they will be produced every 3 months, and they will be made available to this Assembly. David Rees, as chair of a major committee of the Assembly, quite rightly points to the need to flesh out the detail now of how scrutiny of this agreement will be carried out by the National Assembly. And I'm absolutely happy to commit on behalf of the Government that we will want to talk with the committees who will discharge those responsibilities about the best ways in which that can be carried out. It would, Llywydd, have been premature, I believe, for me to have agreed anything with the Scottish and UK governments on the actions that lie with the parliamentary side of this institution, without first having had an opportunity to talk to those who are responsible for discharging those scrutiny responsibilities. We have provided, I believe, in this agreement, the raw material that guarantees that those scrutiny opportunities will be available to the National Assembly. Now we need to work with you to make sure that the practical ways in which that is discharged here are ones that meet the requirements of committees and allow the Government to discharge its responsibilities too.
Thank you, Llywydd. I'm sorry to heap another encomium on the Minister, but I think his commanding performance throughout this matter, I've not always agreed with what he's done, but I do think we're now seeing the fruits of a very imaginative compromise, which will respect the results of the referendum and strengthen the British Constitution. Llywydd, devolution was predicated on EU membership. It probably would have been designed very differently if Britain had not been in the European Union in the 1990s. We ended up with a very maximum type of devolution, remarkable really, given our history as a unitary state. And as a result of your negotiations, that nature of the devolution settlement is not only unchanged, but it appears to me will be radically strengthened. Because let us not forget, a lot of these powers that will be frozen, the things that will be required to run frameworks, at the moment, in reality, are not with us. They're at the level of European governance. And it does seem to me that you have strengthened the role the Welsh Government and this legislature will have as we now see the emergence of shared governance over vital matters to the whole of the United Kingdom. And indeed, the Scottish Government, from the start, as the Welsh Government has accepted the need for frameworks to govern areas of common interest. And we are hearing constantly from, for example, environmental groups that this is very, very important. So I think framework governance is essential, and I particularly welcome the intergovernmental agreement, and I hope this sets a precedent for the future conduct of these frameworks, where they will need to operate and be amended in years to come. So I do congratulate him on defending the powers of this Assembly, and indeed, as I said, I think in preserving in a very imaginative way the expansive form of devolution that we have. And can I finally say that I think the equal treatment principle of those powers in the freeze, I have to use that analogy as well, is a remarkable achievement. And it does preserve our rights and interests, and it forms a basis, I think, as I said, for proper shared governance in the future.
So I thank the member for what he has said and for the very careful attention that he has paid to all of this, and for the opportunity along the way to discuss developments with him, as I have with other parties here. He is absolutely right to say that this agreement delivers a strengthened role for the Welsh Government and for the National Assembly of Wales across a whole swathe of very important responsibilities. The UK Government have said today that everything that we have agreed will be made available to the Scottish Government, and I believe the Scottish Government has also indicated that despite the fact that they wish that this agreement could go further, and we continue to work with them on that, that they too will operate fully within the frameworks that our agreement has laid down. And that means not simply that our powers have been strengthened, but devolution across the whole of the United Kingdom will be in a different place than it would have been had we not been able to reach the agreements that we have. And the equal treatment principle that we have secured, in which English ministers will be in exactly the same position as Welsh ministers and Scottish ministers, is indeed a fundamentally important new piece of ground that we have gained. And I think it will put a new impetus into the whole of this agreement to get the processes that it sets out done, completed, and powers entirely returned to the institution within a pretty short order.
Lloyd.
Joe Clywyd. Can I say how personally devastated I am by your statement, Cabinet Secretary? And in the interest of time, I will just concentrate on some questions. Over the years, we've gained powers here in response to referendum results that we've had here in Wales. 24 of our powers are about to be frozen for up to 7 years in a deep freeze. That's handing powers from this place to elsewhere. Powers that have always come to this place from Brussels to Cardiff without any intercept. Now, on Monday afternoon, Constitutional Legislative Affairs Committee, we had a discussion on the Clause 11. You say in your statement, the outcome is not perfect. I agree with you there, Cabinet Secretary. We would have preferred there would be no Clause 11. I also agree with you there. And obviously you made the point in Clack on Monday afternoon that the inversion of Clause 11 in March that UK government has suggested still wasn't enough for you. Still wasn't enough for you. There was too much ambiguity. It still looked as though Westminster were going to run the timetable, the powers and everything, despite the fact that they inverted. In other words, the powers weren't going from Brussels to Westminster and then potentially on to Cardiff. Now they're going from Brussels to Cardiff and then, but some retained in London, the inversion bit. So I was with you up to that point, and I was with you with your dissatisfaction at the current state of play on Monday afternoon. So it's rapid things have happened in those 24 hours. Obviously, 24 hours is a long time in politics, but can you just explain what exactly happened between Monday afternoon and Tuesday afternoon, yesterday? But in the interest of time, my only other question is about shared governance, because we are where we are. It's about the frameworks and who decides. Who decides? In other words, what we want is confirmation that the old diktat of Westminster decides and then it tells us what to do is not good enough. There is lots of creative use of the word normally here, and people can interpret normally in several ways. We want an assurance in this desperate situation that the shared governments as regards vitally important frameworks are actually truly shared. In other words, our input here from the National Assembly for Wales and from Welsh Government will actually be acknowledged, and there will be a parity of esteem and a parity of performance as regards to just Westminster deciding and we lamely follow. Because it is disappointing that Welsh Government has put its trust in a Tory government in Westminster. Daily here, we hear disparaging remarks from Labour Assembly members about the Tory government in Westminster, the very same Tory government, now that you have entrusted with the details to make sure that we do not lose powers. Trust is a very fragile commodity, particularly when you're dealing with the Conservatives. We've had people judging Conservative performance today, even as regards austerity, welfare reform, women's pensions, all the rest of it last week as well. Now, you are trusting that very same government that has driven our people into poverty. And my final point, people always say, why has Wales got fewer powers less influence than Scotland, than Northern Ireland, than Manchester, with its devolved policing, than the London Assembly? Well, you know why? Because at the end of the day, Westminster Government always knows that Labour in Wales will always capitulate.
I feel sure that when the member has an opportunity to study what has been agreed, that some of the anxiety that he has expressed this afternoon will be assuaged. He is a reasonable individual, I know, and I genuinely believe that when he comes to look at the detail, some of the points that he has made, he will feel can be regarded differently. He said that inversion of Clause 11 was not enough, and of course he's right, and of course we agreed with that. And then he asked what had happened yesterday to reach such a rapid agreement. And yesterday was a very rapid day of toing and froing between all three participants in the Joint Ministerial Committee. It was a judgment. It was a judgment that this government made, that if we had not indicated yesterday that we were prepared to bring a legislative consent motion before this National Assembly, that everything that we had achieved during these negotiations, everything that I've set out this afternoon that is different and an advance for devolution on the original Clause 11, that without an agreement with ourselves and without an agreement with the Scottish Government, the UK Government would simply revert to the original amendment that it put down in the House of Lords. And everything that we had achieved, everything that the Scottish First Minister refers to as substantial advances, that none of that would have been secured. And that's what changed yesterday. A statement from the Scottish Minister, further negotiations and discussions between ourselves and the UK Government, and the securing by this Government of everything that jointly we had secured over weeks and months of painful and detailed negotiation. And I think that is why I think of this as a major achievement. Dr Lloyd asked a very important question about who decides on the frameworks that will emerge as powers are handed back to the devolved administrations. Well, decision-making will happen in two different ways. First of all, we have secured a parity set of arrangements in which all three, and if we have a devolved administration in Northern Ireland, all four governments will jointly work to secure those frameworks. It will not be a matter, as it far too often has been in the past, of the UK Government working on these things alone and producing a piece of paper at the 11th hour and saying to us, there it is, you can have it if you want it. No, this is completely different. We all work together on the frameworks, and that's how they are agreed. And then who decides? The National Assembly for Wales decides. Because where these frameworks require a legislative underpinning, whether that is through primary or secondary legislation, the Sewell Convention will apply. And that as well is a major step forward in this agreement. For the first time, Sewell is guaranteed in regulations. It's always applied to primary legislation, and it will if frameworks need primary legislation. Now it will apply to frameworks that require regulation making as well. And that will come here to the floor of this National Assembly to decide. That's why, in the end, if you are negotiating in good faith with other governments, trust has to be allowed to operate. It's not a trust. Of course it's not a trust in the policy programme of a government with which we have so many profound disagreements. But it is a trust-based arrangement between governments when those arrangements are set out in legislation, when they are accompanied by an intergovernmental agreement, and to which all parties who are prepared and able to do so have formally and publicly signed up.
Thank you, Llywydd. Could I first of all welcome your statement and the detail with which you've answered the various points that have been raised. It is right, and as you will expect, that we adopt a cautious approach until we actually know the full details, until we've actually seen the amendments themselves and where they actually fit within the legislation. That is our role as a legislature, to scrutinise that, to also look at the interaction of all those sections. And I have to say, having read through the papers on a number of occasions, the interrelationship between them is extremely complex. It's almost going back to the resurrection of sort of dialectical materialism, trying to work out precisely what the arrangements are. But I do recognise also, as you've said, that there will be a full debate and decision in this chamber, in the sense that there will be a legislative consent motion. Can I also recognise that in many ways it has been a testimony to your input and Welsh Government's input, that at times the statesmanship from Wales has almost been the only part that has actually created a certain degree of sanity and kept these negotiations and discussions in movement. And I think it's very, very important that that is recognised. There are a number of questions I want to ask, but I will make one comment on the point that you made about the section about consent not being unreasonably withheld. I mean, it seems to me that that's a bit of a tautology, in the sense that any decision that might be taken in this place to not give consent could in no way ever be unreasonable, because as a parliament we take decisions on behalf of the people, and that's right, those decisions clearly cannot be unreasonable in the constitutional sense. So I'm not quite sure what that phrase means, and I would like you to comment a little bit in due course on whether you think this would eventually lead now to a proper consideration of the interparliamentary arrangements and the actual JMC structure, because much of what you mentioned about the framework arrangements and discussions continuing are absolutely dependent on that procedure actually being reformed, and the make or break in some ways of that actually working is going to be dependent on those changes taking place. Now, it's clear that the issue of consent is not, in a strict sense, a red line. And one of the areas that I will want to explore and consider very carefully is the way in which consent or agreement is achieved, but also the particular implications this agreement will have, for example, with the trades bill, because the trades agreements that could be achieved, you'll be aware of the concerns that have previously been expressed, could undermine frameworks. They could have a significant impact on frameworks, potentially overriding frameworks. And it is absolutely fundamental that the legislation that is pursuant to the withdrawal bill also reflects the principles of agreement that if they are approved and if an LCM is eventually granted to those, or the whole arrangement, the whole agreement could actually fall apart or be overridden. I'd just like a view on the reference in the memorandum, Clause 11 regulations, because there is in there, of course, the 40-day arrangement whereby action won't be taken for a 40-day period. But, of course, we have a slightly different constitutional arrangement to Scotland, because in terms of secondary legislation here, there is a requirement for legislative consent which doesn't exist within Scotland. And I wonder if you could clarify how that might actually operate, because my reading of it seemed to imply that after the 40-day period, the UK government could proceed, and that would seem to be a lesser position than we have at the moment in terms of legislative consent. Now, I may be misinterpreting that, but I'd be grateful for some clarification on that. And the only final thing is, in respect of the ongoing discussions that are taking place, particularly with regard to Scotland, I mean, I welcome what you say in terms of the ongoing nature of this agreement being available and so on, but were changes to be made to were there to be an agreement with Scotland that offered a position that actually was what we could see as better than what we have at the moment, is it the case that there'll be no question of anything other that arose that we thought was preferential, that we would not be able to take advantage of that as well. Other than that, what I say is I do look forward to your attending the Constitutional Legislative Affairs Committee, because the scrutiny side of this is really the key, and that's why I think it is so absolutely important that we don't come to premature judgments of what has been agreed and what its full implications are.
So can I thank the member for all those observations. Can I begin by just expressing my regret that members have not actually seen the amendments. They had to be laid in the House of Lords by 4 o'clock this afternoon. With your help, we scheduled this statement for 4 o'clock here. That was our best way of trying to ensure that those amendments would have been available to members. It's not in our own hands, as you can see, but we have done our very best to engineer things so that members would have seen the amendments. They will see them, of course, now. And McAntony is quite right to say that the amendments have to be seen in their interrelationship with both the Memorandum of Understanding that we have agreed and the Intergovernmental Agreement. Can I just say to the member that in negotiations, there are, as he will know very well, trade-offs always between what different parties require. We required the UK government explicitly to commit themselves to not normally refusing to do things in the way that we would expect, and in return they wanted us to commit to not unreasonably refusing to give consent. He may well be right that when you burrow beneath the words, both of them are statements simply of the way things are always done. But that's the way that negotiations are conducted. If you want to gain something, you sometimes have to give something too. He made 3 very important points, Llywyd, that I want us to deal with. Equality of parity of esteem is not simply parity between governments, it's between parliaments as well. A very good point was made to me in the Constitutional and Legislative Affairs Committee yesterday, that if information is to be supplied to this legislature in relation to frameworks, for example, then that should be the same level of information that is available to parliaments elsewhere. That there should be parity of treatment across the United Kingdom to make sure that no parliament is treated less advantageously than anywhere else. And there is a real and necessary pressure to conclude new interparliamentary arrangements to ensure that the rights of parliaments are fully observed. He made a very important point to McAntony about legislation that will follow the withdrawal bill. Another reason why we were convinced that we needed to come to an agreement is that everything that we have agreed here, everything we have agreed about consent and so on, will cascade forward into the bills that the UK government will now bring forward, such as the trade bill. So this is not simply about gaining ground in the withdrawal bill, it's about permanently securing the advances we have made here in all the subsequent EU Brexit legislation. And finally, let me give him that assurance that if any further refinements can be obtained to the agreement that takes it further forward and can secure Scotland's participation, then anything that is secured will be secured as a result of the 3 governments working together, and all of those advances would apply equally to us.
We are way over time on this statement, but it is an important statement. I've got 4 more speakers wishing to speak. I'll call them, but you all need to be very succinct in your questions. Simon Thomas.
Diolch, Llywyd. I'll do my best. Can I say to the Cabinet Secretary that the disagreement here, I think, is not around the work that he has undertook or the hard work that him and his officials have done. It's between those of us who do not have the touching faith that he has exhibited today in the UK Constitution to deliver for Wales, and who want to take a much more critical and a much more robust line on protection of this Parliament's powers. And I think if I may say, he over-relies on an intergovernmental agreement to deliver equity for this Parliament. And I think that's where I have a fundamental disagreement with what he has set out today. As I don't have much time, can I just urge him to listen and revise the very pertinent questions put to him by both Mick Antonuv and David Rees, who have gone to the heart of some of the questions I would have wanted to rehearse with him as to the weaknesses in such an intergovernmental agreement delivering on a parliamentary side. In effect, though we have a reference to the Assembly in these agreements and in a memorandum, ultimately Westminster, after 40 days, not in the wilderness, but after 40 days, can take action in these 24 plus 12 other fields that have yet to be agreed on. So that could increase by 50%. And if I can also just make the point that we are talking about 8 years, not 7 years. This agreement comes in on leave date, plus 2 years, plus 5 years. That's 8 years. So all of us who have an interest in being government in Wales have to realise that we are selling away our ability to take action in these 24 fields for 8 long years. Now, there are practical ways that the Cabinet Secretary set out as to why that won't happen, because England's frozen as well. But I don't see much progress in England, thank you very much. And when we're talking about the devolution of agricultural support policies, for example, I don't want us to wait 8 years for England to decide what they want to do. I want us to take action from day one. We are stopped from doing that in this regard. If I conclude with 2 particular questions. First of all, he talks about this agreement having the ability to move on. He says it's a significant step in terms of working cooperatively. Yet the agreement only sets out what he has in past described as little better than St Fagans Parish Council. What actually in this agreement sets out that cooperative working? He hasn't got the Joint Council of Ministers that he wanted to have, working the way he wanted. There's no independent arbitration. There's no way of referring things to an alternative dispute mechanism. If you compare this agreement with the fiscal framework, which he agreed, and which Plaid Cymru, by the way, fully supported, you see those elements there, and you don't see them in this agreement. That's the first weakness in practical terms that will happen here. He describes the final decision of Parliament here as a backstop. I would describe it as a veto. So when we look at the agreement that has the exercise of this veto, it is peppered with the term normal. It's been raised several times, but you have not yet replied to this. What does normal mean in these circumstances? As it's clear from the agreement, that we've talked about Clause 11 here, but it's also clear from the agreement that it's now allowed for the UK Government to use Clause 7, 8 and 9 to interfere directly into the other areas that are devolved, not the 24 that have been returned, but the ones that come here. The UK Government can still reach in and scoop out our powers in those areas again, but will not normally do so. What does normal mean? I put it to him that politics has changed the meaning of normal in politics over the last 2 years in a very, very fundamental way.
The first proposition that Simon Thomas made, I think, is an entirely reasonable statement of how a disagreement between 2 parties can be understood. If the position of his party is that they are welcoming the ground that has been gained, but believes it doesn't go far enough, and that there's more that could have been done, that seems to me entirely reasonable for them to take. That isn't what I think I've heard from other Plaid Cymru members, I have to say. They have described what we have achieved in very demeaning terms. The way Simon Thomas put it, that what we have achieved is something that he welcomes, if I don't want to put words into his mouth, but that there is more that he thinks ought to have been done, and therefore he can't accept it as it is. That seems to me to be an entirely proper way to put it. And indeed, that is the way that Michael Russell put it when he made his statement in the Scottish Parliament yesterday. And in that sense, there is a disagreement between the way that the government here has concluded and the way that Simon Thomas would have wished to see things. We do put weight on the intergovernmental agreement because we think that the effort that went into securing it, the public way in which it has received commitment, means that we can put some trust on it. Simon Thomas says it doesn't deal sufficiently with the rights of the Parliament here. And I see the point he made, and it was indeed the point that was made by David Rees, but I provide the same answer, that it would have been an odd thing indeed for me, as a member of the government, to have made commitments on behalf of the legislature in an agreement between governments. What we now need to do is to do the work that David Rees pointed to, and to make sure that the parliamentary processes that go alongside the intergovernmental agreement are agreed here, not agreed between the Scottish Government and the UK Government and the Welsh Government, but agreed here between the parliamentary side where those responsibilities will lie. Simon Thomas made 3 points at the end. As I say, I don't for a minute myself believe that this will take 8 long years, as he put it, for powers to return here. Let me just say to the Assembly just what hard work it was to get an agreement that English ministers would not use the powers while these things were in the freezer. Do you think they just signed up to that on the spur of the moment? I can tell you that they were very reluctant indeed to be in that position, and they will want to be out of that position, as we do, as fast as we can possibly agree it. He asks about what does normally mean. Well, not normally is not used in this agreement for the first time, either in legislation or in intergovernmental agreements. It means here what it means in all the other places where that phrase is used, and the way that this, and I think that he will struggle to find too many examples. I'm sure there will be some. Too many examples where that way of working has been used to the disadvantage of this legislature, and we would expect the commitments that have been made here, echoing as they do that phrase from other ways in which legislation and agreements are drawn up, to operate just as effectively here as they have in other places.
Julie Morgan.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank the Cabinet Secretary for his statement. I know that this represents many months of hard, detailed work by the Cabinet Secretary and by his officials, and I think he has listed significant achievements today, and I'd like to congratulate him for those results, and I think it's absolutely right that that the government feels able to recommend that we do give legislative consent when this comes to before us. Most of the questions I wanted to ask have already been asked, thankfully, I'm sure, Presiding Officer. But one thing I did want to ask, during these sort of months of negotiation, was there at any point a tipping point when you felt that now we've achieved that, there is really the hope of getting to an agreement?
Well, thank the member for what she said. I don't think I would describe the negotiations as having a tipping point. Right up to Monday of last week, when the three governments last met together, there were further points that both Scotland and Wales wished to include in the agreement, further ground that we wanted to gain. It has been an incremental process, in which step by step and bit by bit we have inched our way to the point where I feel able to come to the Assembly today and to say that we will put a legislative consent motion and recommend its agreement to you. Scotland are committed, and we are with them, to inching that process even further forward. And if we can achieve that, we will be very glad to play our part in it. But that's the way I think these negotiations have worked, not a sudden point at which things tipped from being unacceptable to being acceptable, but a long slog, week in, week out, with officials particularly putting long, long hours into things to reach the point that we have finally reached today.
Sian Gwenllian.
Diolch fawr iawn. A dwi yn dallt, wrth gwrs, bod yna lot o waith calad wedi mynd mewn I hyn, ond dyna di'n gwaith ni, gweithio'n galad dros Gymru. Ac fel Cymraes, fel Democrat, dwi wedi dychryn pa mor hawdd yr ydych chi wedi ildio i'r toriaid. A pa mor hawdd yr ydych chi wedi cytuno I drosglwyddo pwera iddyn nhw'n Llundain. Pwera mae pobl Cymru wedi deud mewn 2 referenda y dylai Senedd Cymru ei rheoli nhw. Mi na I gyfyngu fy hyn I un cwestiwn. Da chi yn deud yn eich datganiad nad ydy canlyniad y trafodaethau efo'r Tories yn berffaith, ac mae cyfaddawd ydy'r cytundeb yma. Wel, mae eisiau cyfaddawdu wrth gwrs, mae eisiau cyfaddawdu o dro I dro mewn gwleidyddiaeth, a dwi'n ddigon o bergymatydd ac yn ddigon realistig I gyfaddawdu reit aml a deud y gwir, da chi. Ond mae cyfaddawdu ar ddyfodol democratiaeth Cymru yn anerbyniol. Dwyn pwera ydy dwyn pwera, a fedrwn ni ddim cyfaddawdu ar fatar mol sylfaenol a hanfodol a hynny. Ychydig dros fis yn ôl, mi nath y Senedd yma bleidleisio dros ddeddf parhad a fysa wedi sicrhau na fydda modd i Lywodraeth Prydain ddwyn yn pwera ni. Roedd y cardia i gyd yn nilo eich llywodraeth chi. Felly pam yn y byd oedd angen cyfaddawdu o gwbl?
Wel, diolch i Sian Gwynlyn a beth wedodd hi ar ddechrau am y gwaith galed, i cynabod y gwaith galed sydd wedi mynd i fewn i'r cytundeb sydd o flaen y cynulliad heddi. Does neb yn dwyn pwerau nawr o'r cynulliad genedlaethol, achos ni'n wedi cytuno ar pethau. A mae'n rhaid i'r cynulliad genedlaethol hefyd i cytuno pan mae'r pwerau yn dod ymlaen i'r llawr ma. Ar y bil parhad, oeddwn ni wedi ddweud o'r ddechrau, oedd hwnna ddim y dewis gyntaf ni. Wedais i ar y prif weinidog ar y Council Cyffredinol bob tro, os allwn ni ddod at cytundeb gyda'r Llywodraeth Daearys Unedig ar y bil, hwnna oedd y ffordd gorau i delio gyda'r y problemau yn y bil reiddiol. Dyna beth ni wedi llwyddo i wneud, a dyna pam dwi wedi meddwl dwi'n gallu dod at llawr y cynulliad heddi ac i ddweud i'r aelodau yma, dyma'r cytundeb ni gyd yn gallu cytuno.
Ac yn ola, Jane Hutt.
Well, can I finally thank you, Cabinet Secretary, for your statement this afternoon. We're aware in the External Affairs and Additional Legislation Committee of your unwavering commitment to deliver the best deal for Wales in your negotiations. And I think it is important to remember that the Cabinet Secretary and indeed the First Minister have always said that the Welsh Government's preference was to secure an agreement on the withdrawal bill. And of course that's why we put forward those important amendments. But I do think the two questions I want to raise are about your response to whether you think you've secured a commitment to a real step change in intergovernmental working in terms of particularly the crucial role of the JMC in a European negotiations vehicle, because that's crucial in terms of being able to deliver on this agreement, for us to also be confident that we can scrutinise you and the Welsh Government and indeed the intergovernmental implementation of that agreement. And of course that has to be supported by, as a result of your good working relations with the Scottish Brexit Minister, Mike Russell, and I'm sure that that will be strengthened. So just that one point. And secondly, last night I attended, and Lynyrd Morgan, I think a few others, the Gina Miller lecture. There were hundreds of people there. I think we have got to recognise that people will want to know about this agreement, not just here in this chamber or in your External Advisory Committee, but how can we actually share this news and explain to the people of Wales what has been achieved. I think it's so important, finally, that we just translate what does it mean. Today's amendment reverses the UK Government's original position. That's such an important statement. It creates a default position in which powers over devolved policy lie with the National Assembly, as they have done since 1999. The people of Wales want to hear that.
Can I thank Jane Hutt Llywydd for what she has said. She asks about the process of intergovernmental agreement. It was a point that Simon Thomas raised, and I failed to address it in my answer to him. It's there in paragraph 7.a of the Memorandum of Understanding, and that is one of the very late additions to this agreement, secured in the very final run of discussions between the Scottish Government, ourselves, and the UK Government, because it commits us all to a process that lies behind the bringing forward of regulations. It guarantees that there will be discussion between the governments on the basis that we have been conducting discussions to reach this agreement, to agree the scope and the content of the regulations. As I said earlier, it will not be a matter of the UK Government alone coming forward with proposals for us to accept or reject. We will have been there at the table on the basis of equality, and that's why this does represent a step forward. Of course, it doesn't achieve everything that we want to achieve in the way that Simon Thomas set out, but you have to find a way into these discussions. You have to find a step forward which allows some things to change for the better, and then to use that as a platform for achieving more. And that clause in that part of the agreement will allow us to do just that. Jane Hutt is absolutely right to say that there's a simple message at the heart of all of this. When we started on this process, we had a clause 11 that said nothing comes to the National Assembly. Everything stays at Westminster. Any decisions on what happens after that will be for UK ministers alone to decide, and we can't tell you how long it's all going to take. Now we have exactly the opposite of that. Everything comes to the National Assembly unless we agree that it should be retained at Westminster. While it is at Westminster, the only use that can be made of these powers is use that we agree. And we have a final backstop beyond which no powers can be held away from us, and everything will return here. That's why this agreement is such a difference, and that's why people in Wales do indeed deserve to know all about it.
Diolch i'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet. Yr eitem nesaf felly yw dadl y Ceidwadwyr Cymreig ar ddiwygio Llywodraeth leol. Dwi'n galw'r Janet Finch-Saunders i wneud y cynnig. Janet Finch-Saunders.
Diolch, Llywydd, and I move the motion in the name of Paul Davis AM. The recent announcement of the Green Paper by the Cabinet Secretary on the 20th of March without any prior discussions with us as AMs is the third attempt by this Welsh Labour Government to reform the structure of local government in Wales. Now, one would have thought, as a result of two previous failed attempts to bring forward legislation to future-proof our local authorities, that this attempt would have been done so in a more strategic, considerate and engaging manner. Despite previous rhetoric about wanting to work in a respectful manner with local authorities, members and AMs, the proposals going forward actually show a distinct lack of acknowledgement of the effect that this top-down diktat has on those working within the sector. How disappointing also that the promises by the previous Cabinet Secretary, Mark Drakeford AM, who did engage with us actually, in offering up a regional form of working and assuring councils of a 10-year stable platform from which to take forward reform, have simply been rubbished by such an heavy-handed and dictatorial approach. The WLGA have raised concerns, accusing you, Cabinet Secretary, in their words, of recycling failed plans through a continuance of top-down politics towards local authorities that we saw fail in the Fourth Assembly under the previous proposals for forced mergers. Your intent to use statutory frameworks to force mergers through is an insult to those in this sector who have more than jumped through enough hoops to satisfy the Welsh Labour Government over the past 20 years on your watch. The WLGA and others have stated that most academic analysis concludes that such reform programmes rarely deliver the savings or changes in performance that were hoped for. When scrutinised on these proposals, you clearly stated that you have engaged and consulted with the sector. However, I know from my own visits to local authorities across the political divide and through talking to many elected members that they were as surprised as we by such a bullish approach in announcing these disruptive and counterproductive plans. Councillor Thomas, leader of Vale of Glamorgan, categorically stated that typically there has been no meaningful discussion or engagement with councils, or more importantly, the local residents that will be affected ahead of these plans being published. A Wrexham councillor has also termed the proposed merger with Flintshire an expensive disaster waiting to happen, whilst the council's independent leader described the ongoing debate as a cross between Fawlty Towers, Some Mothers Do Have 'Em, and Yes Minister. And the Welsh Local Government Association stated to the ELGC committee during the previous proposals for forced mergers that it would be impossible for authorities to meet merger proposal costs without significant cuts to frontline services. Without a joined-up strategic and professional approach, yet another set of proposals for forced mergers. lacking in any cost-benefit or risk analysis, are destined to fail. Now, this ham-fisted top-down approach from here is not the way forward. In a business setting, reform would start and it would finish by being led from within the very sector that one is looking to reform. Incidentally, in this instance, a sector for which I have a tremendous amount of confidence and respect. As the leader of the WLGA, Councillor Debbie Wilcox, said, "We didn't need Welsh Government to mandate us to work regionally. We just got on with it because we recognised it was in the interests of the people and the communities we serve." Indeed, Councillor Peter Fox has said, "Councils in South East Wales have been working hard towards the last recommendations from the Welsh Government, which asked us to work collaboratively on regional footprints." And what a splendid example. The Cardiff Capital Region City deal, 10 local authorities all working together across the political divide to improve the economic prosperity of the region. Brilliantly epitomised by the leader... Oh, yes, go on.
Also, exactly the same has been done in the Swansea City region.
Brilliantly epitomised by the leader of Cardiff Council, Hugh Thomas, when he said we would have had concerns about any processes of reorganisation or of renationalisation which distracted us from our delivery agenda. Time and time again, we have seen bullish and defiant responses from you, Cabinet Secretary, in scrutiny here, and during a meeting with the WLGA in stating that opposition to your proposals made good television but not good politics. Do you not realise that you are playing with the hearts and minds of the very people who deliver such vital services to our most vulnerable, to our children and all of our residents on a daily basis, 24 hours, 365. There is no doubt that all of us within this chamber are seeking to improve our public service delivery across Wales, with many believing, though, that this is a bigger mandate than local government alone. If we go back to the Williams Commission's original report, solid recommendations for public service reform was in its entirety. The Green Paper mentions the delivery of the Future Generations Act through local government reform, but this cannot be done alone. Speak to any experienced and honest broker working within the public sector across the length and breadth of Wales, and they will tell you Wales does not need another set of local government proposals. What Wales fundamentally needs, however, is a thorough review of our whole public services sector. Now, we know that to fulfil our obligations under the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act, we must ensure better working between local authorities, health, social services, education and housing. Cabinet Secretary, why are you not being more radical here? Why are you not seeking a whole-scale reform of public services in Wales? And why are you not opening this up to a much wider debate? How will you bring this to your Cabinet Secretary colleagues around the table to ensure that this is actually taken forward in a uniformed and joined-up manner? Time is running out, Cabinet Secretary, for this government, your Welsh Labour government, to future-proof our public services across Wales. Now, you are in a privileged position, with the population of Wales depending on this Welsh Government to get it right this time. You have the levers, you have the power, you have the resources to achieve a fundamental ambition, a fundamental reform of our public services across Wales. Working with them, not against them, working throughout all those sectors, as I have mentioned. You cannot do this alone. You cannot take local government reform forward alone. It has to be far more strategically planned than this. I've got to be honest with you. It's not a phrase I like, but this is fag packet proposals, written on the back of a fag packet proposals that you are intending to put forward. It's a fundamental betrayal of all those who work in our public services across Wales. They're all hungry, they're all anxious, they're all keen to work with you to actually see a radical reform of our public services going forward, and that will sustain us for years to come. I would say these proposals are a lazy ambition once again, and I sincerely urge you now to go back to the drawing board, speak to your colleagues in Welsh Government, and please bring back some strategically well-planned, costed proposals for a total and radical public service reform. With a model worthy of any government in Wales, maybe then, and only then, we will get behind you on such a mission.
I have selected the 4 amendments to the motion. If Amendment 1 is agreed, Amendments 2 and 3 will be deselected. And I call on the Cabinet Secretary for Local and Public Services to move formally Amendment 1 tabled in the name of Julie James. Diolch. Call on Sian Gwenllian to move Amendments 2, 3 and 4 tabled in the name of Rhun ap Iorwerth.
Diolch yn fawr a diolch am y cyfle i drafod y papur gwyrdd ar ddiwygio Llywodraeth leol, sef canlyniad, wrth gwrs, tro pedol anisgwl y Llywodraeth hon ychydig yn ôl. Cryfhau Llywodraeth leol, cyflawni dros ein pobol ydy teitl y ddogfen ddiweddara yma. A dwi'n cytuno'n llwyr efo'r angen i gryfhau yn cynghora ni. Mae Llywodraeth leol wedyn gynaladwy sy'n darparu cefnogaeth i rai mwyaf bregus yn ein cymunedau yn bwysig mewn cenedl lle mae tegwch yn un o'n gwerthoedd craidd. Ond dwi ddim yn hollol argoeddiedig mae cyflwyno ad-drefnu costus a'r adeg o lymder ydy'r ffordd mwyaf effeithiol o gryfhau Llywodraeth leol. Mae'r gwasanaethau sy'n cael ei darparu gan Llywodraeth leol yn gwegian, a hynny yn sgil blynyddoedd ar flynyddoedd o doriadau sy'n deillio yn uniongyrchol o eideoleg gwrthyn y toriaid yn San Steffan. Mae'n cynghora ni wedi gorfod torri eu cyllidebau i'r asgwrn, ac mae'r cynghora yn y broses o ganfod miliynau ar filiynau o arbedion eto mwyn gallu gosod cyllidebau ar gyfer y flwyddyn ariannol nesaf. Mi glywys i ddoe fod Cyngor Ceredigion wedi colli 700 o swyddi yn barod. Felly mae o'n her anfarth, ac mae sylw arweinwyr, penaethiaid a chynghorwyr yn hollol ddealladwy ar sut i gynnal gwasanaethau efo cyllideb sy'n crebachu. Mae Cynghora Plaid Cymru yn ceisio gwneud hynny mewn ffordd sydd yn diogelu y rhai sydd angen y gefnogaeth fwyaf, gan hefyd gefnogi staff sydd yn aml yn darparu'r gefnogaeth honno. Hyd yn oed mewn cyfnod o gynni, dwi yn falch o weld fod Cyngor Gwynedd wedi cyflwyno'r cyflog byw neu fwy i bawb o'r staff ac wedi dileu contracta dim oriau yn llwyr. Ond erbyn hyn dydy hi ddim bob tro yn bosib i warchod grwpiau anghennus rhag toriadau wrth i bolisia llyfnder frathu go iawn. Dim rhyfedd felly fod na ddim awydd ar gyfer adrefnu ymhlith arweinwyr Cynghora Cymru, fel y canfyr ysgrifennydd Cabinet pan aeth o i ffau llewod yr WLGA yn ddiweddar. Mae yna lawer iawn o arbedion effeithlonrydd wedi cael ei gwneud yn barod, ac mae'n gwestiwn erbyn hyn faint o arbedion ychwanegol y gellir ei gwneud drwy uno cynghora o gofio'r costa sylweddol fydda ynglwm â'r broses ei hun. Mae'r cynghora eisoes wrthi'n sefydlu trefniadau rhanbarthol mewn sawl maes, ac mae ffordd esblygol y cyn ysgrifennydd Cabinet yn mynd ymlaen yn hwylus mewn sawl rhan o Gymru. Fod yr ysgrifennydd Cabinet bresennol wedi honni fod arweinwyr Llywodraeth leol wedi deud wrtho fo nad oedden nhw eisoes yn mynd ymlaen efo awgrymiadau a chynigion ynglyn â gweithio'n rhanbarthol, dwi yn meddwl mae'r elfen fandadol oedd asgwrn y gynnen, nid y rhanbartholi ei hun. Be oedd y cynghora ddim yn licio oedd fod papur gwyn Mark Drakeford yn symud y cynghora i drefniadau rhanbarthol drwy ddeddfwriaeth mewn 3 maes. Ac mae hwn yn enghraifft o un o'r tensiynau parhaus sy'n bodoli rhwng Llywodraeth leol a Llywodraeth ganol wrth gwrs. Ond mae ddim yn licio cael ei gorfodi i weithio'n rhanbarthol wedi troi'n ddicter gwirioneddol am y tro pedol yma, am yr ymgais sy'n mynd yn ôl at gynigion methiannus y cyn ysgrifennydd Cabinet nath godi grychu'n pawb o bob lliw gwleidyddol. Mae cynnal perthynas a chydweithio adeiladol rhwng Llywodraeth Cymru ac awdurdodau lleol yn greiddiol i wella gwasanaethau. Ac mae angen i unrhyw ddiwygio neu adrefnu ddigwydd i bwrpas, ac mae Plaid Cymru wedi gosod nifer o egwyddorion craidd ddyla fod wrth wraidd unrhyw ddiwygio. sef gwneud y gwasanaethau yn fwy effeithiol i'r defnyddwyr, cyfryfhau democratiaeth leol, symud tuag at integreiddio iechyd a gofal a chryfhau yr iaith Gymraeg. Ac i sôn wrth gloi yn unig am un o'r egwyddorion hynny'n unig. Mae yna lawer o arfer dda yn digwydd o ran integreiddio iechyd a gofal o'r henoed. Ac mae o'n digwydd ora os ydy o'n digwydd o'r gwylod i fyny, ac yn digwydd yn gwbl naturiol os mae anghenion y person yma'r gwasanaeth ar ei gyfer sydd yn cael ei flaenoriaethu. Yng Ngwynedd, mae yna 5 o dima integredig pobl hŷn yn gweithio ar draws y sir, lle mae'r gweithwyr cymdeithasol, a'r nyrsys cymunedol ac ati, pobl o'r ddwy sector, yn gweithio efo'i gilydd gan roi'r person yng nghanol bob dim maen nhw'n wneud. Ac ar lefel rhanbarthol, mae'r cynghora yn comisiynu gwasanaethau cymdeithasol ar y cyd. Felly mae yna newid yn digwydd. Mae'r cynghora yn gweithio efo'i gilydd ac yn gweithio tuag at bod yn fwy cynaladwy, a mae'n ei ofn nad oes na lawer o groeso i'r papur gwyrdd newydd yma.
Thank you. Paul Davies.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to take part in this debate, and I'll be focusing my contribution on the effects of any local government reform could have on my area. Members will not be surprised that I remain completely opposed to the proposals for local government reform in Pembrokeshire, which would see the whole of West Wales returning to a Dyfed model of governance. It's my view that any proposals for the merger of Pembrokeshire with Carmarthenshire and Ceredigion will not result in a more effective delivery of public services in West Wales. Of course, the people of West Wales have previously lived under a Dyfed model of governance, and that model was abolished in 1996. And why was that? Well, it was quite clear that the geographic size and diversity of the whole Dyfed area presented significant challenges to the authority, and as a result, Dyfed County Council was seen as remote and unpopular by many local communities. Therefore, it's my view that the current Welsh Government's proposals will only return West Wales to an outdated, unpopular authority unable to cope with the challenges that it had already failed to address in the past. Now, in analysing local government reform, the Williams Commission recognised that a return to the Dyfed model would, and I quote, cover the largest area of any UK unitary authority outside the most rural and remote parts of Scotland, while having a significantly higher proportion than any of those areas, unquote. The report also recognised that only the Scottish Council areas of Highland, Argyll and Bute, Dumfries and Galloway and Aberdeenshire are geographically larger than the proposed Dyfed-style authority. However, each of these Scottish Council areas have a population much less than the proposed Dyfed model, so if the Welsh Government commits to returning to a Dyfed model, it will have to manage a similar geography to those Scottish Council authorities, as well as a substantially higher population. Therefore, perhaps in responding to today's debate, the Cabinet Secretary could confirm why a Dyfed model is even being considered at this stage, particularly given that the proposals confirm that Powys will continue to be a standalone authority, presumably because of its geography and population. The Cabinet Secretary knows that I believe that creating bigger authorities does not mean better services and ultimately takes the local out of local government. Surely it would be far more appropriate to be discussing what specific services we want to see delivered by local authorities in the future before deciding on an actual structure. Now, the people of Pembrokeshire have already seen the impact that centralising services has had on their communities following the continual downgrading and removal of services from Withybush Hospital. The centralisation agenda has had a detrimental impact on local communities, and I fear that we in Pembrokeshire would see the same with council services if we allow these proposals to go ahead. In my own constituency, there are also very serious concerns regarding the impact of these proposals on the Pembrokeshire brand. Only last month, Countryfile magazine named Pembrokeshire Destination of the Year, recognising the quality of its natural beauty and wildlife. Given its coastline and ports, Pembrokeshire is fast becoming a global leader in the marine energy market, both as a generator of energy and as an exporter of marine energy knowledge. And last but not least, Pembrokeshire is famous for its first-class food and drinks, such as Capestone bronze turkeys, Pembrokeshire cheese and Pembrokeshire potatoes. All of these variables contribute to creating a strong and unique global reputation for Pembrokeshire, and I believe that reputation is at risk if the county is submerged into a wider authority under the Dyfed model. However, perhaps the most important consideration of all should be for the people who will have to live under this proposed authority. 3 years ago, Pembrokeshire County Council Labour councillors, along with others, voted in favour of a motion that recognised that these proposals will not help economically, socially or provide better local services. Therefore, perhaps the Cabinet Secretary will tell us in responding to this debate whether he agrees with his Labour colleagues on this matter. In closing, Deputy Presiding Officer, it's my view that a merger between Pembrokeshire, Carmarthenshire and Ceredigion will simply see a return to a time when local government was distant and unrepresentative. There is no public appetite to create this new mass authority. Indeed, it seems that this is the only ambition for local government reform in West Wales, rather than a discussion on the general power of competence to local authorities and what services we want to see delivered at a local level. The WLGA, in their evidence to the Williams Commission, said that, and I quote, "Wales is a nation of communities, and community identity and loyalty are powerful mobilising and unifying characteristics that Wales must seek to capitalise on in the coming period." Therefore, I encourage members to support our motion and help protect those local communities and identities.
Thank you. Lynn Neagle.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. The bleak truth is that without an end to austerity, public services as we know them are under threat. This is understandably a difficult thing for a Labour government that cares about these services to face up to. But pretending that changing the number of councils will avoid that difficult truth is sticking our heads in the sand. So far, the debate seems not to have progressed beyond the superficial 22 is too many gut reaction that the Welsh Government seems to struggle to get away from. That is clearly not a sufficient evidential basis for a very costly course of action. Surely the burden of proof is on the Welsh Government to find out what the cost of reorganisation would be and what benefits would arise from it. I certainly think the financial benefits are in danger of being overstated. Whether you have 8, 10, 12 or 22 councils, they still have to educate the same number of children in the same number of schools, collect the same number of bins and care for the same number of vulnerable people. These are the key drivers of cost. This is especially true as since the last investigation into wholesale reorganisation, massive savings in administration costs have been made by Welsh councils. In Torfaen Council last year alone, they saved £1 million from their administrative and business services review, and there have been countless other efforts to reduce central costs. I know that Torfaen will continue to pursue collaborations and different ways of working, but recent experience suggests that increasingly these have service quality and resilience benefits rather than cash savings. The danger is that without looking objectively and in great detail at the evidence, the cost of reorganisation is understated and the benefits are overstated. So Welsh Government would spend a lot of money, over £200 million, and save very little, whilst disrupting service delivery for several years. And what evidence is there to show that bigger is better? While some of the smaller authorities have in the past faced challenges, it has been some of those small authorities that have shown some of the best performance or had some of the best inspection reports. In the latest performance bulletin from Data Cymru, Torfaen were 9th best performing authority and 9th most improved. What the data shows is that size is no determinant of performance, with smaller authorities generally better performing. While capacity is critical, this suggests that factors such as leadership and culture are critical to success rather than scale. Lastly, what consideration has been given by Welsh Government about the sort of organisations they would be creating? What are the faults of local government as currently constituted? And I'm not pretending there aren't any, but crucially, how would reorganisation make them better? Contrasting the current situation with some imagined perfection is not a sensible starting point. The danger with large units would be that they would be distant from people, parochially divided, and would resist the collaboration and creative thinking that would still be needed, however large they were. It is leadership and culture that drives improvement, not scale. When I spoke on this issue in the debate on the Williams Commission report back in 2014, I made clear my view that reorganisation is not a panacea. In the 4 years that passed, we have gone from proposed reorganisation to more regional collaboration and now back to consulting on reorganisation again. 4 years on, I am more convinced than ever that reorganising local government in a time of austerity and with Brexit on the horizon would be a disaster.
Gareth Bennett.
Diolch, Dibber Llywydd, and thanks to the Conservatives for bringing today's debate. The proposed local government reorganisation, or rather the latest version of it, is a big issue and it's bound to be controversial. Whatever change a minister decides to make to the composition of a local council, somebody will complain about it. So, to be fair to the minister, as I said at the last minister's questions, whatever he does is bound to be controversial, as you can't make an omelette without breaking eggs. Or to use another metaphor, you can't smoke the fags without breaking open the fag packet. That said, the Welsh Government have really made a meal of this reorganisation over the past 3 years. We are on to the third different minister and the third different plan. Although, as Sian Gwenllian pointed out last time we discussed this, the latest version is not so very different to the original plan, which was Leighton Andrews' model. So we do have to acknowledge, as the Conservatives are doing with today's motion, that this whole saga has created a lot of uncertainty among the staff who work in local government. In some cases, it can lead to a kind of paralysis, whereby councils can't really plan on a major scale, as they have no idea whether they will still exist in a few years' time. And it can also make officer recruitment difficult. Another issue raised by the Welsh LGA is that the latest plan interferes with the regional working that many councils were already pursuing with other bodies and authorities. And I think that this is also a valid point. And we also have a lack of clarity over whether the proposed new larger councils will actually deliver cost benefits, which is the main reason for creating them in the first place. So in UKIP we think these are valid points and we will be supporting the Conservative motion today. Now Lynn Neagle just spoke about the need for a base of evidence before we undergo any reorganisation, and I think a lot of the points that she made were also very, very valid. They're also touching on things that Mike Hedges mentioned last time. He reminded us that every time we have a local government reorganisation in Wales, which is roughly every 20 years, we are told that this one is the definitive one, and the reorganisation to end all reorganisations. But this never actually turns out to be the case. We've had the reorganisations in 1974 and again in 1995, and now another one is looming. And after each reorganisation, within a few years, we hear from government that the councils in Wales are too small and they aren't sustainable. At this rate, we will end up with another reorganisation in 20 years' time, which will leave us with 4 or 5 councils. I'm afraid that once you get to that level, you are really moving away from any meaningful sense of people being represented by local ward councillors, and you are merging together areas with no real historic connection and which may be completely different in terms of their economies and their demographics, which is what we are in danger of doing with this current reorganisation. The other point that has been raised, again by Lynn Neagle, is to do with the actual cost benefits. And Mike Hedges also made this point last time. We haven't had any real cost-benefit analysis, so we don't know whether larger councils will actually deliver the savings that the government is promising. Now, we've already seen mergers of health boards in Wales, and we've ended up with larger bodies, which don't seem to be universally performing particularly well. So the worst aspect of this local government reorganisation is that it may cause more job losses, deliver less services to the public, and still not save any meaningful money in terms of councils' operating costs. We do agree with the Welsh Government that we are consulting on a green paper on this, and we agree with them broadly that 22 local councils is not sustainable. So we actually agree in very broad terms with their amendment. What we do want is more shared working, but we know that there is shared working between different councils going on already. To some extent, this has been driven by financial imperatives because the councils are dealing with reduced budgets, so they have to pursue shared working in order to reduce costs. A potential problem is that shared working is taking different forms. In some areas, 2 neighbouring councils are working together. In other cases, 3 or 4 different councils are pooling resources. And to add to the mix, we now have 2 city regions in Wales and 2 other regional areas connected to growth deals. And on top of that, we also have strategic development plans coming in, which will require another combination of different councils. So that there is a danger that, unless the Welsh Government Minister keeps a firm grip on this, the pattern of local and regional government in Wales could suddenly become very piecemeal, very complex, and for the voter, very confusing. So the Minister does have a major role to play in guiding local government. However, we would prefer this to include a larger measure of consultation with the affected councils. So we do agree with the Conservatives. We think they're right to be raising these issues today, and we do support their motion. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Thank you. Mohamed Asghar.
Presiding Officer, I'm grateful for this opportunity to speak on this latest set of proposals from the Welsh Government to reform local government. This document represents the 3rd set of proposals in the last 3 years, and who knows, after the Cabinet reshuffle coming at the end of this year, it may not be the last. Local government in Wales is in need of reform. The William Commission set up to investigate local government to reorganisation recommended merging council into 10, 11 or 12 new authorities. However, after inviting local authorities to submit proposals for voluntary mergers, the ministers at the time rejected plans to merge 6 local authorities into 3. The minister then published his own unilateral proposal to cut the number of local authorities to 8 or 9. These plans proved controversial across Wales. The Welsh Government policy of deliberately bypassing the concern of local authorities, the WLGA and communities has created an atmosphere of considerable uncertainty which continues today. Councillor Peter Fox is a great councillor of Monmouth. This week called Welsh Government in your plan unsettled. That is his wording, and the first page news on the local newspaper. He went on to say that council leaders have already made great strides on working together. Although mergers would see modest financial advantages, they would be minimal when compared to the cost of merging. Cost is just one of the questions left unanswered by this green paper. Genuine concerns have been raised about council tax harmonisation. Band 4 council taxpayers in Monmouthshire and Torwine could face paying up to £300 extra under the Cabinet Secretary's new plans. What level of financial support can local authorities expect from the Welsh Government to assist mergers and to take into account the potential impact on delivery of public services in the short term? Newport is one of the areas, Deputy Presiding Officer, for relocating asylum seekers, refugees and other migrants. There is an increasing demand on Newport to provide specific services to support these vulnerable groups. The effectiveness and ability of local authorities to deliver quality services in this field must be maintained. How will the Welsh Government engage with the local communities themselves to ensure they are fully involved in the merger process? What reassurances will be given to the local authorities' workforce to provide them with the stability to deliver high-quality services when faced with an undermined scale of redundancies? These questions need to be addressed, but any proposal to reform local government in Wales must also address the democratic deficit. Poor voters' turnout is indicative of the lack of engagement between councils and the communities they serve. Black, minorities and ethnic people are significantly underrepresented in world of politics in Wales. A local government candidate survey in 2012 showed that only 1% of councillors in Wales are from non-white background, and that's a figure. As a result of last year's local election, just over 28% of councillors are women. The absence of any of real diversity of gender, age and ethnicity in Welsh local government persists. Local politicians need to be able to relate to their constituents, understand their needs, and to speak up about the issues that directly affect them. Deputy Presiding Officer, local government reform offers the opportunities to rethink how council services are delivered and to renew our democracy. I urge the Welsh Government to consult and engage to maximize the benefit in terms of cost and service delivery and not try to impose a top-down program, and it's not fit for all, which is really we need to look at. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mike Hedges.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. The Welsh Local Government Reorganisation in 1974 created 8 county councils and 37 district councils, ending county boroughs which were unitary authorities. The reason? We needed larger authorities and uniformity, and that many of the urban district councils and rural district councils were too small. Then in 1992, 22 principal councils were formed, and of these unitary authorities which have governed Wales since 1996. Both the Williams Commission, established by Carwyn Jones, and subsequent proposals put forward by Leighton Andrews as Public Services Minister, have recommended reducing the number of Welsh local authorities further still. Local government mergers again being considered, there's a political consensus we need larger authorities, although calling a reconstituted Dublin a local council does, at least to me, seem a little strange. Perhaps it's based upon the great success of Howell Dda at the Health Board. This is built upon the belief that larger councils perform better and are more efficient. Well, England and Scotland have several unitary authorities larger than Cardiff, but Scotland has 5 smaller than Merthyr, Inverclyde, Clackmannanshire, Western Isles, Orkney and Shetland, and England has 1, Rutland. If larger authorities were more efficient and effective, 2 things would happen. Council tax would be lower and performance would be better. The larger authorities and powers for which merging has not been deemed necessary should charge the lowest amounts. I'm always amazed by why powers is treated differently to anywhere else in Wales, but whilst the 2 smallest authorities have the highest council tax, medium-sized authorities appear to perform better than either large or small authorities when it comes to the cost of council tax to residents. Does council performance show that the larger authorities by population perform better? According to the Western Mail, the quality of service delivered by local authorities in Wales is not determined by size of councils. The Western Mail figures are based on 28 indicators across a range of local government areas, including education, social care, housing, environment and transport, planning and regulated services, leisure, culture and corporate health. With 4 points on offer for councils that performed in the top quartile of each indicator and 1 point for those at the bottom. From this data, it is not possible to include a larger council and powers perform better because medium-sized authorities take 3 of the top 4 places. In Scotland, the variation in council tax is much less than Wales, but the lowest council tax is in the Western Isles and Shetland, 2 of the smallest authorities, and the largest council tax is in Glasgow, which is the largest. Over the last 25 years, there have been service reorganisations that created large organisations like the whole of the Welsh-controlled public sector, health being a classic example. There is generally a political consensus at the National Assembly these large organisations are better than small ones, and mergers are generally a good thing. Mergers are expensive, not just with redundancy costs and the cost of rebadging the organisation, ICT, and for those people who have been following it, and after the creation of NRW, the number of times they came back to ask for more money to borrow in order to meet their ICT problems was continual, and it's inevitable. ICT is a bit that hangs over any reorganisation of any organisation. Yeah.
I don't disagree with the word you've said so far. Will you undertake to abandon these plans when you become Cabinet Secretary for Local Government?
Can I thank Nick Ramsey for this comment? Can I thank Nick Ramsey for his comments? And I don't think these proposals are the right way forward. That's all I will say.
Oh, God. Alan, they really are falling away, aren't they?
And ICTs, people are under contract, they need to be updated or closed down, merger, and sometimes you pay so much per 1,000 or 10,000 items in your database or in your structure. And that means that merging doesn't necessarily save you any money, because if you go from 10 to 15,000, you don't say, oh, we merged 2. You actually, and you have to produce the same number of pay slips. I mean, you're not going to pay less people because you've merged. All these are upfront costs. And while the cost of law improvement was approximately 5% of annual expenditure last time, we also know there were other things now which have happened in terms of the change in terms and conditions. If you follow simplistic conclusions of that following a merger, all senior post duplication are removed and thus substantial ongoing savings are made. Economic theory predicts that an organisation may become less efficient if it becomes too large. Large organisations often suffer poor communication because they find it difficult to maintain an effective flow of information with departments, divisions or between head office and outlying parts. Coordination problems also affect large organisations. Inefficiency is the loss of management efficiency that occurs when organisations become large and operate in uncompetitive markets. Such losses of efficiency include overpaying for resources, including senior staff. That might something that some people might be thinking about. And excessive waste of resources. Can I just ask, if the Cabinet Secretary's got evidence and empirical evidence that large organisations in the public sector, and especially local government, anywhere in the world, are working more efficiently and cost-effective, will he publish it? Because I'm unable to find any.
Lucy Davis.
I'm sorry to come back to this Cabinet Secretary, but I do think that it's very telling that both the motion and one of the plaid amendments reflect that the Cabinet Secretary hasn't really embarked on this process in the most politic of ways. Both refer to an inadequate approach to engaging with and influencing current council leaders. I think we all understand the need to take some action on this agenda, but in serving up old hash rather than engaging councils in preparing the menu, you really are starting to lose hope of nourishing those you need to take with you. And I'm sure you remember the mess within Labour ranks in Bridgend the last time somebody kindly suggested who they should be teaming up with. There were splits and expulsions, which, of course, while there might have been a little bit of fun for other political parties, were a huge distraction which damaged the council's authority and soaked up a lot of time when the council could have been doing something useful for its residents. And I don't actually think it was all about self-interest on the part of those who were caught up in the fight. What still lingers there is the feeling that they were pushed into having a fight by proposals which they didn't design and where opportunities for damage limitation weren't offered in the early stages of policy development. And I think a post-facto consultation like the one we have now is not really going to allay that resentment. I suspect you're also going to run into difficulties with the existing collaboration models, which have already been mentioned, and the desire for co-terminosity. Your government introduced the regional partnership boards, and at the moment, Western Bay in my region mirrors not just constituency boundaries, more or less, but also ABMU health boards. Moving Bridgend-based hospital care into Cwm Taf, which is as definitely on the cards as it can be, I think, completely throws that co-terminosity, but of course would restore it if your idea of a merger between BCBC and RCT goes ahead. A change of a local health board responsibility that was viewed with some understandable anxiety to begin with has now become a change sparking anger and again resentment because it looks like Welsh Government has jumped the gun by presuming that its version of local government reform will go through. And what's going to happen to those regional partnership boards? I guess there'll be some amendments to the Local Government Democracy Act, but I'm quite keen to find out what you're going to do to the Local Government Act itself. If you remember, it was based on a November 2015 deadline. So will you be taking this off the statute books as it's OTOs now? If there was ever a nonsensical piece of legislation, it was that, imposing deadlines on local authorities only for them not to be met, or, where they were, preferred plans ignored. And Janet Finch-Saunders laid bare the glaring faults of that legislation as it was going through, but it was dismissed out of hand, as were indeed the views of council leaders. So if you're planning, Cabinet Minister, to be a little bit more conciliatory than the Minister at the time, perhaps you could give us an indication of which bits of that Act you will be looking at retaining, because I see some familiar phrases in the Green Paper, but I do urge you to drop the idea of powers to block local authorities designing themselves along the principles of mayoral cabinets. Why should it be Welsh Government who decides that? This place has recently been successful in acquiring the powers to determine its own structures and electoral system, opening up discussion. So why would government now consider closing down discussion on what councils, including merged councils, could look like? Two final points, as others have talked more generally about cost. Can you tell me whether you will be thrashing out the effects of merger on council tax and council debt before even considering any exercise of executive power? As the terms of the withdrawal from the EU must be agreed before exit, then so should the terms of merger be agreed before merger of councils. Up front, not at secondary legislation stage. And will you tell me also what you've done to ensure that this new wave of uncertainty does not impact one jot on the progress being made by the 2 city deals that affect my region? Plans for the new Dyfed, and Paul Davis has raised plenty of problems with them already. They're not just completely at odds with co-terminosity ambitions, but it places any new merged council in a very difficult position as regards the residents of Ceredigion and their exclusion at the moment from the economic uplift for which only Carmarthenshire and Pembrokeshire councils are contracted. Now, of course, it's always going to be pretty leery with the council leaders. I think we probably could all have anticipated that. But I am left wondering what has happened to the Alun Davies, who, when he was Minister for Welsh Language, made great play in this chamber of how he's all about his low-pressure reasonableness, strewing flowers along the path to enlightenment, and bringing local councils to a place of understanding, rather than bringing them to heel, which is what we have now.
Thank you. Can I now call the Cabinet Secretary for Local Government Public Services, Alun Davies?
For the second time in a few months, I'm left speechless, Deputy Presiding Officer. I seem to have left my floral tributes in another place, and I'm left only with my wit and wisdom. So this could be a very short contribution. But I will answer the points, because I thought it was a very interesting and thoughtful speech that we've just heard from Susie Davis, who did challenge me, I felt, in a very fair and reasonable way. We do not wish, of course, to impose. We wish to reach agreement. And there is agreement, actually, and there is agreement across local government, and I believe we heard from the UKIP spokesperson this afternoon, and we've heard in other places politicians on all sides of the chamber recognising that the current structures we have are not sustainable. And the first meeting I had with the WLGA in Cardiff City Hall back in November, the WLGA themselves were very, very clear then that the current structures are not sustainable. 22 local authorities in a country of 3 million people is simply not a sustainable structure. And that is, I will allow you to intervene, and that was coming from a WLGA and not from Welsh Government.
How did that compare against the rest of Western Europe?
Well, the WLGA didn't go as far as that, I'm afraid to say. But I will say to my very good friend from Swansea East, who has made a speech that isn't entirely unfamiliar to me, that as a country we are not the greatest population on the planet. We are, as a population of Wales is slightly more than Paris or Rome, but below that of Berlin and Madrid. And we need the structures that reflect properly the communities we serve. And I thought the points made by Paul Davis in that respect were fairly made and were good and reasonable points. We, of course, both lived in Dyfed in those days, and I would very gently remind the member for Preseli that some of the problems of Dyfed were caused, of course, by a Conservative Secretary of State who at that time cut local government significantly, and we saw significant issues, not only in Dyfed, but across Wales. And, you know, when I talk to local government leaders, I'm delighted that the Conservative spokesperson, Jonathan Saunders, is on a tour of Wales. We might even bump into each other at some point, and we'll look forward to those conversations. But, you know, when I travel Wales, and I travel to visit and to speak to councillors, councils and council leaders, they do make sometimes some very robust points, let's face it. We have very robust and challenging conversations. But, do you know, not one of them, nobody anywhere has said to me, I wish we had a Conservative minister delivering Conservative policies as they are doing across the border in England. Not one of them. Even your Conservative councillors, I agree with Oscar's description of Peter Fox. He's a great local authority leader. But I have to say, I'm still awaiting the correspondence where he seeks to influence me as to following Conservative policies in England, which have reduced in the last 6 or 7 or 8 years for spending power of local authorities by 49%. I always know when I'm making progress, because the member for Clwyd West begins to pipe up. Now, the spending power of local authorities in England have been reduced by 49%. Now the Conservative spokesperson, the member for Aberconwy, said that we needed to respect local government, and I agree with her, we do. But cutting by half the support for local services is not showing respect, it is showing disregard. It is showing that they don't give a damn for those services or the people delivering those services. And that's the reality of Conservative policy. And the Conservatives have stood this afternoon and made, at times, I will agree, some reasonable and fair points about a programme of mergers. But what they haven't reminded the Chamber is that the Conservative government in England hasn't just compelled and enabled mergers to take place, but has done so without any support and any funding at all, anywhere, at any point. So it's not right or proper for them to come here and oppose policies that are being pursued by a government here which seeks to support and empower local government, whilst at the same time not take responsibilities for some of the policies they themselves support across the border. I want to make some progress, if I could. I can see that time is against me, because I want to go beyond the conversation that perhaps we've had this afternoon. And we all too often, when we debate and discuss local government, we discuss lines on maps and we discuss a programme of mergers. I believe that a programme of creating larger local authorities is a prerequisite to something else, and it is the something else that is important to me. I will let this membership into a secret. When I go to bed at night, I do not go out. I do not. I'm going to finish a sentence. I'm going to finish a sentence. I do not.
Can we all calm down?
I do not place either a copy of the Green Paper or a map of the new authorities under my pillow. I do not do that. I do not dream. I do not wake with a start at 3 o'clock in the morning, dreaming of new authorities in the Vale of Glamorgan or in the Vale of Clwyd or elsewhere, or a return of a flag of David and the kings of Dahaiba. I don't dream or think about things like that, and I am not committed. I am not committed to a particular model or a particular geography. But I am committed to something else. I am committed to empowered local government. I am empowered to stronger local government and better and local democracy and democratic accountability. And do you know what motivates me? What does keep me up at night is knowing that 700 people in Ceredigion have been made redundant because of what is happening to local government today. What keeps me awake at night is knowing there are people who are afraid of seeing the council tax bill because councils are struggling, facing austerity and facing difficulties in balancing their budgets. And that is in the context where this government has protected those budgets and protected those services. We haven't seen anything like the cuts in Wales that we've seen in England, but we've seen the disruption to services and the failure to deliver services at different times because we have a structure that is simply not fit for purpose and is not sustainable. And the WLGA agree with that analysis, and I know people on all sides of the chambers agree with that. But let's go beyond a dry and tired debate on lines on maps and mergers. Let's look at the vision. It isn't good enough. It isn't good enough for any member on any side of the chamber here today simply to stand up and make a speech telling us what they oppose and what they don't like. We are not paid to tell people what we don't like. We are not paid to tell people about the problems we already know about. We are paid here to find solutions to those problems, to find solutions to the difficulties that people face. And let me say this, I know time is against me, Deputy Presiding Officer. Welsh Labour believes in this policy of creating larger, stronger councils, because we want to protect our services, we want to protect the people who deliver those services, and we want to deliver a greater democratic accountability. We want a new culture, we want a new relationship between this place and local government. I said in my speech on the weekend in Llandudno that it is time for a new settlement in Wales. We have seen and we've campaigned and we discussed this afternoon about devolution to Wales. But I believe we also need devolution within Wales. Greater powers to robust local authorities with a capacity to use them and with a strategic vision to deliver services across Wales. Greater powers to every local authority, every reformed local authority in Wales. I've given a commitment that we will start to look towards delivering the EU Charter on Local Government into Welsh law, and I want to go further than that. I want to look towards shared services and an improvement body for Wales to give local government the powers and the responsibility for improvement in local government. For too long, this place and local government have been like unhappy siblings arguing with each other. We need a mature relationship with local government. We need a new relationship with local government. We need a new settlement for local government. We need empowered local government, stronger councils, working alongside Welsh Government to deliver services for the whole of Wales. And I believe, Deputy Presiding Officer, that that is what the people of Wales want as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll decide who goes on too long in this chamber. Thank you very much. And some of you may want to speak in other debates later today. Can I now call on Nick Ramsey to reply to the debate, please?
Diolch, Deputy Clywyd. And can I just put on the record at the start of my contribution that I don't lie awake at 3 in the morning either, thinking or sleeping and dreaming about the Cabinet Secretary's plans for local government in Wales, despite rumours that might have gone round after the last statement you gave on this subject, Alan Davies, where I said that I'm more than happy to live adjacent and next to the Cabinet Secretary, but would be less than happy to live with you in the same authority. And I'm sure that you would agree with that as well, Cabinet Secretary. But perhaps I should be asking Mike Hedges to round up this debate. He's probably a little bit more against these plans than I am, despite the fact that it bears the name of a Conservative debate on it. But I won't do that, Deputy Lywith, because I know that would incur your annoyance at this point. Look, I've got to say, I started feeling a bit sorry for you, actually, Alan Davies. It was probably a little bit like you addressing the WLGA or a Labour Party meeting, this debate today. You really did. Well, I can't think of a single person actually who supported your plans. And you did make... he's not a bad chap. I'll give you that, Cabinet. So you're not a bad chap. And you're not unintelligent. So I know that you have given thought, perhaps not as much as you should have, to some of these proposals. And that is to be welcomed. And what I would say is... You made a very important point about a third before the end of your rhetoric earlier, where you said that you are fed up with this dry debate. Well, I think we all cheered at that one, didn't we? Because I think we're all fed up with it as well. But, of course, the reason why we're having this dry debate is because you have brought this discussion to this Assembly by putting forward these proposals that have died in the water several times over the years since we've had this Assembly. I can't count the number. Mike Hedges will remember the exact number of times we've debated this, and we've put these proposals to bed before. So you've brought the debate to us, and if what you say is true, that what is then prerequisite, that this is prerequisite to what you really want to discuss, which is, I assume, the modernisation of public services in Wales, which is, I assume, putting the citizen at the heart of the system. How often do we discuss that? Then why on earth, I cannot fathom why you are not having that debate and why you're not bringing those proposals to this place and other places first, and then let's have the discussion about the structure that follows. And who knows, you might actually carry people with you. You might carry one person with you. I'm sure you've done that before. I won't go there. I'm sure you have carried people before with you. But what was blatantly obvious from this debate today was that regardless of your original desire to engage with people and carry the public and AMs and politicians and local government with you, that simply does not seem to be happening. And you have to... Well, You've pointed, you might not have heard, the Cabinet Secretary has pointed out this is a Conservative debate, but it doesn't escape our notice that it was not just Conservatives who were, or indeed the other opposition members, who were supporting the tenets of this debate today. You are clearly not going about this in the right way. You go about many things in the right way, I do not doubt that, but this Cabinet Secretary is not one of them. And it's been quite clear by the response today from members, some of whom I refer to now, that there are concerns. And Sian Gwenllian, who spoke, is right. Yes, we do need to strengthen our councils, leaving aside the banter that often happens in this place about cuts and whether it's UK cuts or cuts here. Yes, of course, modernisation of local authorities, of public services, is something that we need to do, not just in times of cuts, but in times of prosperity as too. Remember that phrase, we've got to fix the roof when the sun is shining? Well, it wasn't just relevant at the UK level, it was relevant in devolved politics as well. So, regardless of the economic situation, local government needs to modernise. The Cabinet Secretary is right about that. Labour Party members are right about that. Opposition party members are right about that. So let's get on with having that discussion. Lynn Neagle, well, what do you really think, Lynn? A stoic defence for the status quo but clearly modernised. And you spoke, your comments were very similar to those of the WLGA, who I know that the Welsh Government often dismiss and say, well, they would say that, wouldn't they? Well, yes, they would say that because they represent countless people in local government, not just elected officials, but also public servants in local government, who are doing their best at these difficult times to make sure that public services are delivered as well and as efficiently as possible. And we are all sure, I'm sure we are all with them in spirit in wanting to achieve that. Oscar, you spoke about engagement and what reassurances are workers in those local authorities getting. I'm not entirely sure that, I mean, obviously I'm closer to a Conservative local authority that I represent now to other local authorities, but I'm not entirely sure what reassurances you have put forward to our workers in local authorities at this time, because they are under the cosh. They really are trying hard to do things in an increasingly difficult situation, and they are certainly not reassured by the arguments that you've made. Paul Davis, well, actually, before I came here today, I should probably pop to the bookies and put a bet on that you would oppose a return to Dyfed, in the same way that you're used to some of the response you've had today, Alan, in the same way Paul has been stoically against the return to Dyfed over a long, long time. And the argument about brand is key, and I haven't reiterated that yet because I did so at length in the last statement, in the statement that you gave. But, you know, I can have discussions with you about issues I have with the reformation of Monmouthshire. You will respond to me that if you put Monmouthshire and Blaenau back together, you are somehow romantically recreating an old Monmouthshire county that you grew up in and that I grew up in, and that actually people are nostalgic for. You can make that argument in the case of the Monmouthshire, and you may well rename the authority that in the longer term. But how on earth are you going to persuade people in Aberystwyth that the Pembrokeshire brand is really going to work there? How are you going to persuade people in Carmarthenshire that the Pembrokeshire brand is going to work there? It just doesn't work. And that is the problem with these proposals, Cabinet Secretary. It just, I think I'm out of time, sorry, Mike. It doesn't work. Now, do what you said you wanted to do originally. Go back to the drawing board. If you have written these proposals on the back of a fag packet, I might try and FOI that fag packet, actually, because it does sound quite interesting to see it written somewhere. But for goodness sake, let's get on with the job of modernising public services first, then decide on the structures. Everyone here thinks that that is the way to do it. Listen, engage, and let's get on with the job of delivering better public services in Wales.
Thank you. The proposal is to agree the motion without amendment. Does any member object?
Object.
Therefore, we defer voting on this item until voting time. For item 8 and item 9, I appreciate that they are half-hour debates, and I know I've got a lot of speakers in both. I have requested that you consider a 3-minute speech. So if you can, I appreciate you've all probably written and researched, but if you can, that will allow us to get everybody in the debates. And that's a gentle reminder. So item 8 then is the Plaid Cymru debate on the proposed renaming of the second Severn crossing, and I call on Dai Lloyd to move the motion.
Diolch yn fawr, Deputy Lywydd, a dwi'n cynnig bod y Cynulliad Cenedlaethol Cymru yn galw ar Lywodraeth y Deyrnas Unedig i gynnal ymgynghoriad cyhoeddus ar y bwriad i ailenwi ail bont Hafren. Yn naturiol, dwi'n gobeithio fyddwch chi'n cefnogi hynna ac hefyd yn pleidleisio yn erbyn gwelliant llafur. Nawr fe, soniodd Adam Price wrthos dwytha am y cyd-destun ehangach bod y penderfyniad yma i orfodi'r penderfyniad yma ar enwy'r bont heb drafodaeth nag ymgynghoriad gyda phobl Cymru yn batrwm amlwg o ddiffyg parch Llywodraeth y Deyrnas Gyfunol a Llywodraeth Lafur Cymru i gynrychioli buddiannau ein cenedl ni. Mae yna gyfres o ddigwyddiadau sydd yn dod i'r amlwg. Dim penderfyniad dros Forlyn Abertawe, gollwng cynlluniau i drydaneiddio rheilffordd Caerdydd i Abertawe, ffwldra cynigion am y fodrwy hya'n yng Nghastell Flint flwyddyn dwytha, ailenwi Pont Abrem, heb ymgynghori, peidio roi siar 10 o fuddsoddiad HS2 i Gymru, byng o 1 biliwn o bunnoedd gan y ceidwadwyr i'r DUP a dim ceiniog i Gymru. A'r un fwyaf diweddar wrth gwrs ildio dros fil ymadael yr Undeb Ewropeaidd a fydd yn golygu colli pwera i'r Senedd yma. Pleidiau unoliaethol Prydain yn ceisio troi y cloc yn ôl a signo Cymru Fach yn nes i Loegr. Now, I'm an easygoing sort of bloke, but I thought I would sort of remind you of the history that in terms of Princes of Wales, in 1282, the last Welsh Prince of Wales was killed. Edward I glorified in the passing of Wales's royal family and proclaimed his newborn son as the new Prince of Wales from the ramparts of Carnarvon Castle, and in an act of sophistry, reassured the people of Wales that this new Prince of Wales could not speak a word of English either, like themselves. Llywelyn's baby daughter Gwenllian was not killed, but exiled to a convent in rural Lincolnshire for the 55 years of her little life, isolated and bereft until her death in 1337. So the firstborn son and heir to the English crown has been anointed as Prince of Wales ever since. And on our knees since then, we have just gone along with it, some with more enthusiasm than others, which brings me to the Secretary of State for Wales. Now I know people are saying we should be discussing more important things. But that's entirely the point. The Secretary of State for Wales should be doing more important things. I haven't detected a clamour to rename the second Severn crossing at all. I have detected lots of clamour for having a tidal lagoon in Swansea Bay, rail electrification, not having a super prison in Baglan, lots of public clamour. But Prince of Wales Bridge, public clamour came there none. What we expect from a Secretary of State for Wales, while we still have one, is Cabinet Assistant to bring about these truly transformative ideas and plans into action. The First Minister here offered no objection to the Secretary of State's plan to name the bridge. So much for standing up for Wales, or have we redefined standing up for Wales now as lying down? Mae'n bosib yn dilyn eich cyfarwyddyd, dirprwy Llywydd, na i gadw pethau enfyr. Mae'n bosib y gwraeth nifer o bobl Cymru gynnig enw amgen i'r ysgrifennydd gwladol. Enw pont tywysog Cymru efallai. Falle ceir nifer o gynigion y dylai'r bont cael ei henwi ar ôl rhai o wir dywysogion a thywysogesau Cymru, megis Hewl Hywel Dda, Gefn Ffordd Gwenllian. Oh, here we go. Come on now.
Well, you talk about Norman era princes of Wales. Will you accept that Prince Charles, through the Tudor line, is not only descended from an ancient Anglesey family, but from Cadwallader, the last ancient British king, with a truer claim than the post-Norman claimants?
Answer. Desperate stuff. It brings me back to the Bill Ymadel. Anyway, ond pam trwbli o gwbl efo enwi pontydd, ta beth ydy'r pwynt sylfaenol, pan mae materion lawer pwysicach i'w datrys. Mae'n gofynion ni fel rhan o'r ddadl yma heddiw yn syml. Rhowch gyfle i bobl Cymru gael ei dweud ar enw a roddir i un o strwythurau mwyaf nodedig ein cenedl, neu i beidio a'i enwi o gwbl, yn hytrach na gadael i'r ceidwadwyr sathru ar fat croeso Cymru. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you. I have selected the amendment to the motion, and I call on the Cabinet Secretary for Economy and Transport to move formally Amendment 1 tabled in the name of Julie James.
Moved.
Thank you. John Griffiths.
Diolch, Dirprwy Llywydd. First of all, I would like to make the point that names do matter. They really do matter. They send signals, they're symbolically important, and they do mean something to people. I would much prefer to be living in a republic with its strong messages of citizenship, empowerment and position from achievement and ability rather than accident of birth. Sadly, that is not the case. But neither do we live in a principality. Wales is not the fiefdom of a prince, so the renaming of our national stadium as the Principality Stadium was unhelpful. It reinforces incorrect, misleading and careless descriptions of Wales as a principality and is therefore, I would argue, demeaning and belittling. And now the proposal to rename the second Severn crossing Prince Charles Bridge threatens to add to damaging misconceptions. It's ironic as well, I believe, that just as the crossing has returned to public ownership, it is proposed to rename it, not with a name the people have decided upon and want, but with one handed down from on high, without even a public consultation. Many tens of thousands of motorists use the bridge every day, but had no say in whether it needed a new name, and if so, what that new name should be. I would say that the UK government's actions in this matter could rightfully be characterised as
You can, go on.
Oh, thank you. Am I correct, though, that it came to the Welsh Government for their opinion and they actually didn't reject the suggestion?
Whichever way you look at it, Janet, it's a UK government matter. The UK government decided that a new name was required, decided what the new name should be, and decided to take it forward without public consultation. So that's where the responsibility lies. Dipruy Clywyd, let me say that I believe that the UK government's actions in this matter could reasonably be characterised and should be characterised as ham-fisted, wrong-headed and indeed patronising. If the second Severn crossing is to have a new name, it should be decided by those who have endured the tolls over so many years and indeed still endure those tolls today. In short, it should be decided by a werin nid y chrachach.
There we go. Russell George.
Deputy Presiding Officer, can I say to Di Lloyd that he won't be surprised that Welsh Conservatives won't be supporting Plaid's motion today. And I have to say it is curious for Plaid to call on the UK Government to hold a public consultation on an issue which has already been agreed and decided in a consultation as well with, of course, the Welsh Government. What I can also say is that I find it strange for Plaid to suggest that it's reasonable that for we in this Assembly to tell the UK Government and Parliament what they should be doing on an issue which rests with them. If the situation were reversed and Parliament was to tell this Assembly what to do on an issue within our responsibility, members opposite would as soon, of course, have something to say about that issue. Now, turning to the point of the renaming of the bridge, unlike John Griffiths, I am a proud monarchist. But even if I wasn't, I believe not only does the name the Prince of Wales Bridge mark the lifelong contribution that he has made to Wales and its society, but perhaps more importantly, this decision recognises the role of the second Severn crossing as one of the most iconic landmarks in Wales, a symbol of Wales's strong economic contribution, I will in a sec, and to the UK. A contribution which will be boosted to the tune of an estimated £100 million a year following the UK Government's decision to abolish the tolls on the Severn crossing.
Thank you for giving way. I'm a Republican myself, but as a monarchist, would you not recognise that perhaps the person most embarrassed by all of this is the Prince of Wales?
Well, the Prince of Wales was also consulted on the issue as well, and was happy for the naming of the bridge in this regard. I will say, I've got Oscar sat next to me here as well. When we think about the £100 million, the decision to abolish, of course, the tolls on the Severn Bridge, Newport is now home to the UK's fastest-moving property market, according to Rightmove, and I suggest this buoyant market can be directly attributed to the imminent scrapping of the tolls. And as many as 25 million motorists could save around £1,400 a year on Wales' hospitality and tourism sectors are expecting a surge in day visitors from England, while, of course, the haulage industry as well and the property market could also see those benefits. Now, this is what we should be talking about. I can hear Plaid members saying, but this is what we should be talking about today, not about the naming of the bridge. And so, while I believe that the renaming of the second Severn crossing is a fitting way to formally recognise the Prince of Wales' decades of contribution to our nation on the occasion of his 70th birthday year, the name Prince of Wales is, of course, a brand as well in itself, which is recognised all around the world. So let's focus our time today, perhaps in this chamber, on the important issues about how the scrapping of the tolls will support the Welsh economy. Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. Neil Hamilton.
Deputy Presiding Officer. It is a quixotic debate that we're having this afternoon on a matter which I'm sure is not exactly in the forefront of what people are talking about in the Dog and Duck or any other pub. The idea that there should be a... Well, in that case, they're putting the Assembly on the map as well, and a very good thing it is too. But in terms of the amount of time that we have available for debates in this chamber and the massive problems which Wales is confronted by, I think there are better subjects for a debate than this. Although I always enjoy listening to Di Lloyd's journeys down memory lane and his innovative responses to the problems that we have to grapple with. But I personally have no difficulty whatsoever in supporting the Welsh Government's decision on this. For better or worse, like it or not, we are a constitutional monarchy, and the monarchy is one of the unifying factors of the United Kingdom. We inherit these institutions from predecessor generations, and the idea that somebody like me might end up as the President of the United Kingdom or the President of a Republican Wales would be far more horrifying, I think, for members of Pride Cymru than the current Prince of Wales to hold the position that he is. That is always the danger, of course, with democracy, that you sometimes turn up rogue candidates for jobs. We might well have had a President Tony Blair, for example, at one time when he was riding high in the public affections. The overwhelming majority of people in Wales, as in the United Kingdom, do support a constitutional monarchy as the ceremonial head of state. We don't have an executive or monarchy in this country, and a very good thing that is too. The power resides with the people through representative institutions like the National Assembly for Wales. I think we should glory in our monarchy because it gives massive prestige to our country in the world at large. Who could actually name the President of Germany or the President of Italy? And other countries, you can't. Whereas the Queen is one of the most famous people in the world, and there's a massive economic benefit, although I disdain to justify the monarchy upon such materialistic basis, but there is a massive economic benefit to this country. Deputy President,
do you realise that Legoland in Windsor actually gets more visitors than the actual Windsor Palace? And this economic argument is simply not one that we should be following. And plus, they make lots of money through the public purse, such as pensions and such, and through the duchy. It's not something that we should be supporting, and that's what something I would like to debate here in this National Assembly. If it is important, we should have a Welsh Republic here in Wales.
Well, I'm sure that those of us who support the monarchy would be delighted to have Plaid Cymru supporting something which the people of Wales don't support. So bring it on, I say. Of course, people visit Legoland at Windsor. Maybe they're just the ones who can't get into Windsor Castle on that day. Who knows? But there is no doubt there is massive popular support for the institution of monarchy in this country, and it seems to be entirely proper to name the second Severn Bridge after the Prince of Wales. I would like to propose, as I did the other day, that the other Severn Bridge should be named after Llywelyn ap Griffith, Llywelyn and Llyw Olaf, to represent both traditions of this House, and that would be a unifying factor, perhaps.
Neil McAvoy.
Dirprwy Lawydd. The motion says that propose that the National Assembly for Wales calls on the UK Government to hold a public consultation on the proposed renaming of the second Severn crossing. Well, what's wrong with that? I can see nothing at all wrong with that. Yet we have an amendment from Labour which talks about just abdicating responsibility, as my colleague across the chamber said, that it's not our responsibility, it's not us, Gov, it's the UK Government. And moving on, the amendment welcomes the local consultations on the renaming of trunk road bridges in Wales. Well, wow, you know, trunk road bridges, when we have the gateway to Wales renamed with no public consultation whatsoever. None. I heard about this and I got in a car and I drove to the Severn Bridge and we did a video, and it's had over 50,000 views, and it kick-started a campaign. There's a petition. Again, tens of thousands of people have signed it because this matters. This isn't actually about the monarchy. This is about dignity and democracy and people in Wales having their say. And people in this country have had enough. Simply had enough. And it's interesting to be in this chamber debating this and to look at the conversations going on as I'm speaking. Clearly, this isn't a matter, is clearly not a matter of interest for everybody in this chamber, unfortunately. The sooner that we have individual sovereignty in Wales for our citizens, the better. The sooner we have community sovereignty in Wales, the better. And the sooner we have national sovereignty so that we can stand on our own 2 feet with dignity and make our own decisions, then so much the better. And I'm embarrassed listening to so-called, the great left-wing Republicans to my right over there. And they're going to vote down this motion, I would imagine, because they're whipped by their party, as ever with Labour. Party first, country second.
Thank you. Call on Cabinet Secretary for Economy and Transport, Ken Skates.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I'd like to start by clearly thanking members for their contributions and this opportunity to respond. As I stated in plenary just last week, this is a bridge owned by another government, and we've made repeated calls in the past for transfer of ownership of the crossing to Welsh Government. However, these calls have historically been resisted. Therefore, it is a UK Government decision whether or not to hold a public consultation on naming the bridge, and the request to ask the UK Government to rethink its decision was also raised last week. But to reiterate, the Welsh Government will not be asking the UK Government to rethink its decision. I have to say, at times, it's concerned me that sometimes the language that's been used, not in this chamber, but certainly on social media, would suggest that people who support the royal family are less Welsh than those who don't, that you're less Welsh if you support the naming of the Severn crossing, the Prince of Wales crossing. And I would urge all citizens of Wales to be more tolerant of other views and to support the diversity of views. I wouldn't wish anybody outside of Wales to think that we do not tolerate other people's views and opinions. And I'd also rather we focus on the removal of the tolls of the bridge rather than the renaming of it. There was an informed and meaningful cross-party support in the Senedd for the removal of the tolls on both bridges, as well as amongst business and industry. And this support, I really do strongly believe, enabled us to construct a powerful and consistent case to the UK Government for their removal, which I believe played no small part in the UK Government's eventual decision. And if we look to the future, as Russell George has said, productivity of the Welsh economy is set to be boosted by over £100 million per year. It's essential, as we exit the EU, that we take every opportunity to promote Wales globally, and indeed at every single level. Removal of the tolls sends a very strong message internationally that Wales is open to business and that there are no barriers to the free movement of traffic between us and England and the rest of the UK. I now call on the UK Government to ensure that there are no barriers between us and the rest of Europe. Now, as a government, public engagement is key to our policy making. Indeed, under the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act, the ways of working determine that we must work in a collaborative way in which people are participating fully. And we will continue to consult with the public on proposals for our own assets in Wales to help to drive quality of place and local identity. And I'm pleased to confirm that we will conduct local consultations on the naming of new trunk road bridges in Wales. We are currently considering consulting on the naming of the Gateway Bridge at Bryn Mawr for Section 2 of the A465, and I've recently begun discussions with Flintshire County Council over the naming of what's known currently as the New Flintshire Bridge. It is the gateway to Wales in the north. And I'm also keen to conduct a local consultation over the naming of the third Menai crossing. And I must stress that these will be local consultations, giving the people of their communities they provide identity for the say over their names. I look forward to seeing what these local consultations result in. And I would urge all politicians and all people, wherever they represent and wherever they reside, to respect the views of local people, regardless of whether they choose a royal name or not, for the infrastructure that lends them and their communities their identity.
Thank you very much. Can I now call on Adam Price to reply to the debate, please?
Diolch yn fawr, Dirprwy Lywydd. A fo ben byd bont, wrth gwrs, meddai'r hen ddihareb yn y Mabinogi. Wel, wrth gwrs, yn sgil ymyriad Alun Cairns, lle mae rhaid ni gwydroi hynny, a fo bont byd ben. Nawr, pam nath e hyn? Pam nath 40,000 o bobl arwyddo'r ddeiseb yn ei wrthwynebu? Wy'n credu oedd John Griffiths yn iawn, wrth gwrs. Mewn enw, mae grym. Mae symbolau yn bwysig. Maen nhw yn arwyddocawol, achos maen nhw yn cario neges ynghylch pwy ydyn ni. Dyna pam mae pobl yn poeni am y pethau yma, a dwi'n credu bod unrhyw beth anioddefgar ynghylch timlo yn eitha angerddol am be mae hyn yn cynrychioli o ran yn gwerthoedd ni, fel oedd John Griffiths yn gweud. A dwi'n credu mae'n mater, dwi'n weriniaethwr hefyd, dwi'n credu mae'n mater pennau ydych chi'n weriniaethwr neu yn frenhinwr, mae'n fater ynglyn â ydych chi'n democrat, ydych gwir. Ble oedd llais pobl Cymru yn hyn y beth, yn y penderfyniad yna? Penderfyniad wedi cael ei arosod arno ni, wrth gwrs. Fel rhywbeth mas o'r hen oes, ydych gwir. Oes cyn ddatganoli, oes cyn democratiaeth. A dyna pam mae pobl yn ymateb, a dweud, dyw hwn ddim yn dderbyniol. Nawr, mae sawl genedl yn y byd, wrth gwrs, wedi bod yn mynd trwy broses o ailenwi pethau, mwyn ryddhau hunain o drefedigaethau. Yng Nghanada yn ddiweddar, maen nhw wedi newid enw pont Langevin yn Alberta, y gorthrymwr mawr y pobloedd brytorol wedi troi yn bont cymodi. Yn Australia, wrth gwrs, i ni gyd yn gwybod am Ayers Rock wedi troi yn Uluru. Dim ond yng Nghymru, wrth gwrs, mae'r broses yn mynd i'r ffordd arall, fel o John yn cyfeirio at y Principality Stadium, a mae gyda ni'r bont. Wrth gwrs, dyn ni dal yn colli enwau Cymraeg lleol, fel wrth gwrs, dyn ni wedi bod yn wneud ers canrifoedd, wrth gwrs, proses digon tebyg yr un digwyddodd yn y werdd, cofiwch drama enwog Brian Friel, Translations, am rym enwi lleoedd. Mae'n ran ganolog, ydych gwir, o ddeall pwy ydyn ni yn hanes ni. Enwau lleoedd ydy'r man lle mae iaith a grym yn cwrdd. Nawr, mi oedd yr ail groesiad yr Hafren dim ond yn bont. Ond beth yw ei nawr? Mae'n symbol. Mae'n symbol o'n diffyg awdurdod ni. Mae'n symbol o'n diffyg llais ni, yn gwlad yn hunain, diffyg o'n symbol yn diffyg democratiaeth ni. Hanner y bont yn Lloegr, ond cant o'r pŵer. Cymru sydd, dos dim amser, Cymru sydd wedi talu ran helaeth o'r tolle, ac eto, chethon ni ddim siawns i leisio yn barn. Mae'n atgoffa fi o'r cofeb hynny yn Calcutta, y cofeb Victoria, wedi cael ei dalu Dir Prylywydd trwy danysgrifiadau gan yr Indied ei hunain. Ni a nhw cyn hir fydd yr unig bobl yn y byd sydd wedi talu am symbolau o'n darostyngiad ni yn hunain. Ond gyda un wahaniaeth fawr wrth gwrs, maen nhw'n annibynnol. Brysur y dydd, bydd hynny'n wir am Gymru hefyd.
Thank you. The proposal is to agree the motion without amendment. Does any member object? Therefore, we defer voting under this item until voting time. Item 9 on the agenda this afternoon is the Plaid Cymru's debate on the school uniform grant, and I call on Claire Griffith to move the motion.
Diolch yn fawr, Dir Prylywydd. Dwi'n codi gynnig y ddadl ma'n enw Plaid Cymru sydd yn cerddi y modd yma Llywodraeth Cymru wedi mynd ati i ddiddymu y grant gwisg ysgol, oherwydd mae'r grant, fel dyn ni'n gwybod, wedi rhoi cefnogaeth allweddol bwysig i nifer fawr o deuluoedd y teuluoedd clota yna yng Nghymru i fedru sicrhau bod i plant nhw yn cael gwisg ysgol i fynd i'r ysgol. 5,500 o ddisgyblion wedi cael cefnogaeth gan y grant y flwyddyn diwetha yn unig. Mae'n cael ei werthfawrogi gan awdurdodau lleol, gan ysgolion, i ni clywed am hanesion gan yr undebau athrawon, sut mae athrawon unigol weithiau'n gorfod mynd i pocedu i hunain i brynu peth gwisg ysgol i ddisgyblion. Felly mae unrhyw gwestiwn a oes angen y math yna o gefnogaeth yn gwestiwn gwag i bob pwrpas. Ac wrth gwrs, yn bwysicach na dim byd, mae'n cael ei werthfawrogi gan y rhieni yna sy'n cael ei anodd i gael 2 benllinyn ynghyd, ac i'r plant yna wrth gwrs sydd yn derbyn cinio ysgol am ddim. Ac mae'n warthus o beth fod Llywodraeth lafur, neu Llywodraeth sy'n cael ei harwen gan lafur beth bynnag, yn torri'r gefnogaeth hanfodol honna i'r clota'n mwyaf difreintiedig yn y cymdeithas ni. A hynny ar yr amser, wrth gwrs, pan fod i angen gyment ag erioed, os nad yn fwy. Felly ar yr adeg, mae'r ceidwadwyr yn Llywodraeth y Deyrnas Unedig yn torri ar y gwasanaeth lles ac yn torri nôl ar y gefnogaeth i'r clota mewn cymdeithas pan fod costau byw ar gynnydd a chyflogaeth cybachu y peth ola bydden ni disgwyl gan lafur yw hyn. A gadewch i ni daro ar ei ben yr honiad yma i bod i wastad wedi bod yn fwriad cyflwyno cynllun amgen. Oedd neb yn sicr o feinciau cefn llafur yn gwybod hynny pan ddoth y newydd i'r amlwg. Doedd dim sôn am gynllun amgen pan adroddwyd gyntaf ar y toriad yn y cyfryngau. Ac os oedd e'n fwriad, wel iawn. Ond o'n i ddyle cynllun amgen fod yn ei le cyn diddymu yr un presennol yn i'w mi allu dod i osgoi yr holl ddryswch a'r holl ofid ymhlith rhai o'r aelodau mwyaf bregus ac anghennus yn cymdeithas ni. Ac ymateb cyntaf Llywodraeth Cymru, wrth gwrs, pan ddoth y newyddion, oedd dweud yn ddigon dihyd, os gael ddweud, fod cost gwisg ysgol wedi gostwng erbyn hyn, beth bynnag. Wel, dwi ag eraill wedi gweld ar wefan sefydliad Befan, sut o'n nhw'n disgrifio hyn fel rhyw fath o mealy-mouth justification am doriad fydde'n arbed swm cymarol fychan i'r Llywodraeth, ond wrth gwrs, yn gost aruthrol i'r rhieni mwyaf anghennus. Da ni'n gwybod bod y cost ar gyfartaledd bob blwyddyn i dalu am wisg ysgol uwchradd erbyn hyn yn 316 o bunnau yn ôl y Teaching Times, ac ar yr un pryd mae'r IFS yn amcangyfri bod y teuluoedd oed gwaith clota sydd â phlant wedi gweld eu hincwm nhw yn gostwng 20% rhwng 2015 a mynd i weld yn gostwng rhwng 2015 a 2020. Felly mae'r teuluoedd clota yna angen y gefnogaeth yma yn fwy nag erioed. A nid mater o fynd i'r archfarchnad i brynu dillad ysgol rhata yw erbyn hyn. Wrth gwrs, mae nifer cynyddol o ysgolion yn mynnu bod rhaid prynu dillad ysgol wedi frandio o gyflenwyr penodol. Nawr, dwi'n riant yn ysgol Bryn Hyfryd yn Rhuthun, ac mi eithon nhw drwy broses o gyflwyno gwisg ysgol newydd yn ddiweddar, ac mi ddylen ni ddatgan diddordeb fel rhiant, mae'n siŵr, yn y mater hynny, ac mi wna i hynny. Ond, wrth gwrs, adeg hynny, mi ddadleuodd nifer o rhieni yn y wasg leol y gallech chi fod yn prynu trowsus ysgol 2 gwaith yn rhatach o ddarparwyr eraill. Mae yna stori debyg wedi bod yn ddiweddar yn Sir Fynwy, a dwi'n gwybod fydd nifer o aelodau fan hyn yn gyfarwydd ar stori honno. Ac mae ymchwil gan Gymdeithas y Plant yn dangos fod dros 70% o rieni yn dweud erbyn hyn i bod nhw bellach yn gorfod prynu peth neu'r cyfan o wisg ysgol i plant o gyflenwyr penodol. Ac mae dadansoddiad nhw yn datgelu y gallai rhieni ar draws Prydain arbed canodd o filiynau o bunnau petai nhw'n cael prynu dillad ysgol o gyflenwyr rhatach. Ond roedd ymateb Llywodraeth Cymru fod dillad ysgol yn rhatach erbyn hyn mae rhaid i ddweud, yn sarhaus, yn galon oer ac yn dangos i nifer ohono ni gymaint allan o gysylltiad y maen nhw a realiti bywyd heddiw. Nawr, dwi'n rhannu siom ac yn wir digalondid y Comisiynydd Plant am y penderfyniad yma. Doedd e ddim yn glir yng nghynnig cyllidebol y Llywodraeth, a dio ddim wedi bod yn destun unrhyw fath o ymgynghoriad cyhoeddus. Penderfyniad unochrog, unilateral, gan y Llywodraeth yw hyn. Oes na asesiad effaith hawliau plant wedi bod? Oes na asesiad effaith cydraddoldeb wedi baratoi? Ydy'r Llywodraeth wedi rhoi sylw dyledus i'r dyletswydd cydraddoldeb sector gyhoeddus? Neu y Convensiwn Cenedloedd Unedig ar hawliau'r plant? Mae rhain oll yn gwestiynau sydd heb i ateb ac y dylid fod wedi ateb cyn i'r penderfyniad gyrraedd y pwynt yma wedi i gyrraedd erbyn hyn. Ac yn y cyfamser, wrth gwrs, mae rhai siroedd yn dweud nawr i bod nhw am drio felly camu'r adwy mewn rhai llefydd, ond yn edrych ble allan nhw dorri o fewn i cyllidebau presennol mwyn gwneud hynny, felly mi fydd rhywbeth yn gorfod rhoi yn yr ardaloedd hynny. Dwi wedi siarad â awdurdodau lleol ar draws y gogledd ac mae o leia hanner ohonyn nhw wedi dweud na fydd unrhyw gefnogaeth ar gael ganddyn nhw fel awdurdodau lleol, ac felly mae'r prospect yn real na fydd y gefnogaeth ar gael yn yr ardaloedd hynny. A mae yna batrwm yn hyn, os gael ddweud. Mae yna batrwm yn dod i'r amlwg. Torri grant neu gyllideb, mae yna adwaith allan yn y wlad, wedi'n sgramblo i adfer y sefyllfa, wedyn mae yna ddryswch wedyn o gwmpas rhyw quick fix i drio adfer y sefyllfa. Fe welon ni hynny gyda'r grant cyflawniad ethnig lleafrifol y MIAG. Grant yn cael ei ddiddymu, adwaith cryf i'r toriad hwnnw. Llywodraeth Cymru wedyn yn ffindio rhyw bres o arian wrth gefn ac yn coblo rhyw drefniant amgen at ei gilydd, a dyw awdurdodau lleol dal ddim yn glir gyda llaw sut y bydd hwnna'n cael ei ddosbarthu ar lefel rhanbarthol. A mae'r un peth yn digwydd eto fan hyn. Torri'r grant gwisg ysgol, adwaith negyddol eithriadol, cyhoeddi wedyn, mae yna rhyw gynllun amgen digon anelwig ar hyn o bryd ar y gweill. Dych chi ddim yn twyllo neb. Mae'n siambles llwyr. Mae'n teuluodd clota ni'n heiddi gwell. Mae'n plant mwyaf difreintiedig ni yn heiddi gwell, ac mae Plaid Cymru'n mynnu bod Llywodraeth Cymru yn adfer y grant gwisgoedd ysgol.
I have selected the amendment to the motion, so call on the Cabinet Secretary for Education to move formally Amendment 1 table in the name of Julie. James, thank you. Lynn Eagle.
Thank you. The Cabinet Secretary is well aware of my concerns about the potential loss of this grant, and I'm grateful to her for her engagement on this and for meeting with me about it yesterday. I have no doubt that she is personally deeply committed to supporting our poorest pupils. But on this issue, we need some urgent clarity and assurances. In the last 5 years, the school uniform grant has benefited 1,107 pupils in Torfaen, young people whose families would otherwise have struggled to afford school uniform. This year, there are 202 pupils who should be eligible for the grant. We've had assurances about a new scheme, but there remain important unanswered questions about which I would be grateful for a response from the Cabinet Secretary today. Firstly, will the Cabinet Secretary guarantee that every pupil who is eligible for school uniform support under the old scheme will be eligible under the new scheme? There has been the suggestion that the scheme could be more flexible and fund other school-related activities that families are struggling with. Now, I welcome any extra help for pupils on free school meals, but that help must be additional and not at the cost of existing support for school uniforms. There are too many activities that children from low-income families are excluded from, things like school trips, which is worthy of a debate in its own right here. Back in 2015, the predecessor Children, Young People and Education Committee published our report into our inquiry into educational outcomes for children from low-income households. A recommendation calling for government to strengthen and clarify guidance for schools on charging for activities related to education was accepted in principle. I believe it is now time to look again and strengthen that guidance. I'd like to ask the Cabinet Secretary what will be the delivery mechanism for this new grant. I would have serious concerns about that money going direct to schools. There is already a well-established delivery mechanism in place through local authorities which families are familiar with. Families are used to having discussions about sensitive matters of family incomes with the larger, more anonymous body that is the local authority. I would not want to see families having to go cap in hand to the school office to ensure that their kids have got the uniform they need to attend school. Now, if it is the Cabinet Secretary's contention that schools are better placed to provide this support, then I would like to see the evidence for that and to know precisely what consultation there has been with those families likely to be affected. Now, I really welcome the indication that the Government has given that they will look at putting the 2011 guidance for governing bodies on school uniform on a statutory basis. It is good guidance, but it is not being implemented. Proper implementation of the guidance will deliver affordable school uniforms for all families. We must ensure that as many generic items that can be bought in supermarkets as possible are used. The guidance currently states that schools should only stipulate basic items that can be bought from retail chains at reasonable costs rather from one supplier. High-cost items like blazers should be avoided, logos restricted to one reasonably priced item, but this is just not happening. A quick look at the Year 7 uniform list for just one school in Torfaen includes a number of items that can only be bought in one specialist shop. A blazer, £27.50, school tie, £4.50, and the PE kit alone, £44, so £76 in total for one set. And I know this is replicated in schools across Wales. It is not good enough. I wanted to conclude by highlighting two wider points about the way we make decisions about resources for our neediest pupils. The first is on the approach to the budget round this year, and this is not just directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Education, but across government. I believe it has led to a situation and also the controversy around the ongoing support for minority, ethnic and Gypsy Roma traveller pupils. I do not believe that the decision to effectively just pass the responsibility for funding to local government without clearly identified and sufficient resource is going to meet the needs of the young people we are trying to benefit. The ring-fenced funding was there for a reason. And secondly, I would question the processes that have led to these decisions in the first place across government, in particular around consultation and the lack of child right impact assessment, which applies not just to education but across government. We trumpet our record on children's rights in Wales, but I am far from convinced we are doing anything like enough to live up to that commitment and to deliver children's rights as a reality in Wales. To conclude, we know that universal credit will push thousands more children into poverty. There could not be a worse time to remove support for school uniform grants or to put obstacles in the way of claiming it. Thank you.
Darren Milne.
Mark's brief, Deputy Presiding Officer, because many people have made the points that I wanted to make. But I would just say to the Cabinet Secretary, this is another fine mess you've gotten yourself into. You know, we had hoped, I think, many of us in this chamber, that you'd learned your lesson in terms of the lack of consultation over the way in which you scrapped the MEAG grant. And this, I'm afraid, is another example. Because there has been absolutely no engagement with stakeholders prior to you making this decision to scrap this grant. You've scrambled around looking for an alternative in terms of some provision to hide the embarrassment of the fact that you failed to have this consultation. And it may well be that the successor scheme is a better scheme, but you could have announced that at the same time. And we all know the reality is you didn't have it up your sleeve to announce because you had to scramble around trying to sort this out after you'd already made the previous decision. As has already been said, you know, we're in a situation now where many parents are struggling to pay for uniforms. We know that the current guidance, which is going out to local authorities and to schools, is not being upheld. Nobody is holding schools accountable for the way in which they expect parents to buy their uniforms. And frankly, as well, you know, we might well encourage people to buy generic products, shirts, trousers, skirts, whatever it might be, from local supermarkets. But the quality of some of those goods is really very, very poor, and it means that they have to be replaced on a more frequent basis. So those people who are in receipt of this sort of support in the past are even more reliant on it now with those rising costs, and that's why we're supporting the Plaid Cymru motion today. So I think what I'm looking for is some certainty about this successor scheme from you today. We need to draw a line in the sand in terms of the mess that you've made and try to make sure that the successor scheme is one which works, is one which people aren't embarrassed to access, is one which is generous enough to make a real difference to the families that might need to access that support. And Lynn Neagle is quite right. You know, it's not just about the cost of uniforms these days. Many schools are introducing charges for textbooks, which they've not previously been charging for. Many schools have got curriculum enrichment activities outside of school hours, which previously were free, which now people are having to pay for as well. So we know the pressures that there are in terms of funding, but this is a matter of priority, I think, and the way in which the decision was clearly made on a unilateral basis has not been acceptable at all. And I do hope that with this successor scheme, there will be a wide-ranging consultation with everybody so that we can get it right, so that we can help to shape it in a way which will make a big difference, which will support those families and those parents who need the support.
Thank you. Michelle Brown.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Firstly, I must say that I support Plaid's motion and I agree with them that the grant should be reinstated. However, I do think the grant in some ways treats the symptom rather than the cause. I agree with the Chairman of NUT Wales, Neil Foden, when he described a school uniform as eliminating differences between pupils and said undermining it creates divisions. I also agree with him that a school uniform is a way of avoiding social stigma because pupils all look the same. So we undoubtedly have a social responsibility to advocate a system of school uniform and also to make sure that all families can afford them without adversely affecting their living standards. It's therefore a concern that schools are demanding logoed items of school uniform, which are obtainable only from a limited number of suppliers, at a higher cost than parents would see on the high street or online. The high cost of logoed items and blazers doesn't help anyone, and all families would benefit from being able to buy cheaper uniforms. A monopoly therefore exists that places local authorities and Labour government firmly on the side of the producers of the uniform. Why should taxpayers' money be spent on maintaining an artificially high price for children's uniform when we could effectively open it up to the same price competition there is for most adults' work clothing? There have been very sensible suggestions from the Bevan Foundation that sew-on school badges should be an option rather than ready-made items with embroidered logos. And although the government is said to be encouraging schools to go down this route and to get schools to scrap the requirement for an expensive blazer, some schools are not listening. But how is this government responding? It is withdrawing the one thing that mitigates the expense of school uniforms for the poorest in society, and is saying nothing about what is being put in its place. The low-income families of the 5,500 children affected will be right to be confused that a Labour government that continually says they are on their side is cutting this grant. Confused that not only are Labour cutting the grant, but they have given no suggestions of whether, come September, those parents will be poorer because of changes to any new school uniform grant. Much as I'm uncomfortable with the trading ethics involved with clothes available in some supermarkets, we must recognise that many people don't have the luxury of choice that others do, and opening up school uniforms to the competitive market is cost-saving for the families involved and goes some way to treating the underlying need for the grant in the first place. It's all very well for the Welsh Government to be saying, don't worry, we'll come up with a new grant. But announcing the removal of the grant before detailing exactly what will replace it means that there will be many parents across Wales right now seriously worried about September, not knowing if or how they will cope with the expense of school uniforms, and they will not be at all reassured by a vague, half-hearted response that does nothing to answer their real and significant concerns. We all know that sometimes people don't claim all that they're entitled to and don't get all the help they need, either because they're unaware of the help available or they wrongly feel embarrassed to ask. So making uniforms as low cost as possible is a route that should be pursued in tandem with an effective grant system. So in conclusion, I support Plaid's motion, but I do believe Welsh Government needs to be far more assertive in its efforts to compel schools to go for lower cost uniform options? Thank you.
Thank you. I will have to call the Minister at 19:01, so if you can all be quick, we might see how we go. Leanne Wood.
5,500 students benefit from the £700,000 school uniform grant. That's £700,000, which is less than 150th of the Welsh Government's budget. Half of what your government spends on pizzas and luxury yachtwear on credit cards. But it's still too much for this government. The price of school uniforms was the justification given for scrapping this grant. On average, parents spend £108 on school clothing for primary school children and £126 for secondary school children. When a third of Welsh children live in poverty, benefit cuts continue to fall on the poorest and food bank use is on the rise, I wonder whether the Cabinet Secretary would like to repeat today her original justification that uniforms are cheap enough for parents to buy. I'd be interested to see. The Bevan Foundation has called this justification mealy-mouthed. The Children's Commissioner was surprised and disheartened by the decision and highlighted the strangeness of the decision to withdraw financial support for school uniforms whilst launching a fund for sanitary products which would benefit the very children that this grant helps. A very strange decision which came to everyone's attention in the same week as the government's flagship anti-poverty programme, Communities First, came to an end with no alternative programme to take its place. The Children's Society has said this decision will negatively affect the well-being and ability of children to participate fully in school life. Following insurmountable pressure, it seems like the government will be forced into providing some kind of financial assistance, but how much, by when and how it will work is yet to be revealed. U-turns and policy made up on the hoof will never be a successful strategy for helping the third of Welsh children that are in poverty to succeed. Today, I want to give the Minister a chance to enlighten us and the hundreds of families that face cuts to this crucial grant. Can we have cast-iron guarantees that a replacement grant will be in place well in advance of the next school term? For that matter, will anyone miss out as a result of this decision? Exactly how much money will be allocated to a new grant, and will there be any changes to eligibility for those who can access it? What mechanism will there be for scrutinising any new grant, and what role will this Assembly play in that process? And finally, I want to ask the Minister once again, what motivated her to cut this grant in the first place? What impact assessment did she undertake? Who was consulted? And will she reconsider her decision?
Thank you. Can I now call the Cabinet Secretary for Education, Kirsty Williams?
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I would like to thank Plaid Cymru for bringing forward this debate today to give us a chance to discuss how we support families and learners from disadvantaged backgrounds. And the Leader of Plaid Cymru asked a very relevant question: who was consulted? And I have to say to the Leader of Plaid Cymru, if you go back to the budget consultation papers that were published by the Government in October and subsequently at the final budget, you will see in your committee papers and in those budget papers on the grant tables this decision. And I'm surprised, as someone who I know takes scrutiny very seriously indeed, that this was not raised, especially given the fact that the party abstained on the budget vote and made no representations that I'm aware of with regards to this. And those documents are in the public domain. Leanne, I must make progress if you don't mind. Despite an austerity agenda that has led to a 5% real terms cut to Wales's budget, the equivalent to around £900 million less to spend on public services, we continue to prioritise funding to support the most disadvantaged people in society. And it's a bit rich to hear from Llŷr, who only a week ago was questioning whether the Pupil Development Grant that sees £93 million invested in the education of our poorest children, whether that should continue. But I have to say, it's even richer to hear from Darren Miller this afternoon about some fake care when it's his government's policies in Westminster that are driving families into poverty. Now, as I have said previously, I am committed to continuing to consider what more we can do as a government in line with increased funding that we're already providing for the Pupil Development Grant and through innovative food and fund schemes, to name just two, because I'm interested in finding every way I can to support the education, the aspiration and the life chances of our most disadvantaged young people. Absolutely. Now, with regard to the issue of uniform, and the costs of uniform, let me outline my intention. In fact, Llŷr and Lynn Eagle have made the case for me. At a time of really squeezed budgets, we are, in fact, supporting a really expensive way of providing uniform, which was outlined. So, firstly, I am determined to review the guidance that is available for governing bodies on school uniform and appearance policies. This has not been done since 2011, and thus there is much good practice, as identified by Lynn Eagle within that document. It is not on a statutory footing, and by the evidence that was just given by Lynn and Llŷr and many others, it is clear to me that the real way to attack the issue of affordability of uniform, we need to do something about the costs of uniform, which will benefit not only those families that are eligible for support, which will not only help families that are eligible for support under the old grant. Actually, that would be of benefit to all families in all parts of Wales, regardless of the stage of education that their children are in. It will also give us an opportunity, by the way, if we revise that guidance and put it onto a statutory footing, to address the issue of gender-neutral uniforms, which I am also interested in tackling.
Absolutely.
With regards to ongoing support for families who might find it difficult to afford a uniform, I am already exploring and developing options for an improved and wider offer to replace the school uniform grant. As the First Minister said last week, for many, the school uniform grant was inflexible. The money could only be used for uniforms and predominantly only for Year 7 pupils. I want to see something much more flexible, which better suits the needs of disadvantaged learners and families and gives them some more flexibility. Now, I believe we have a fantastic template and foundation with the PDG, but I am keen to see what more we can do. Lynn, let me reassure you, I am anticipating that we will spend more resource on this new successor grant than we did previously. I do believe, and it is my intention, that families should be able to use that grant to support the costs of school uniform. But I have to say, we also know that many children and young people from more deprived backgrounds can sometimes find it difficult to access and participate in a range of extracurricular and school-based activities. Now, many schools go above and beyond and do their very best to take measures to support those children to negate those issues. But it becomes increasingly difficult to do so, especially in senior school. And that impact can be really long-lasting. It's not just missing out on the opportunity to participate in an individual scheme. Off the top of my head, it may be the ability to join the Urdd and go to Llangrannog. It may be the ability to join the Duke of Edinburgh scheme and participate in that. It not only deprives the children of that individual experience, it goes on impacting and putting them at a disadvantage of their better-off counterparts. The inability to put that on a CV, the inability to put it on a college application form, to be able to talk about those experiences and those skills that you've learned when you're applying for your first part-time job and you're up against somebody who's got all of those experiences to talk about. The injustice goes on and on and on, beyond the initial inability to participate in those activities. Now, this was recognised back in the government in 2010, when the issue around school uniform and the cost of education were looked at. Children from more deprived backgrounds were disproportionately affected by these issues, and I want to do something about it. So, Deputy Presiding Officer, my officials will continue to work to replace the scheme, which will be in place for the new academic year in September, and I'm very interested to hear suggestions from across the Chamber and to look at the most effective mechanisms by which that can be distributed. I am absolutely determined that we take every opportunity to support children from more disadvantaged backgrounds, not just in the cost of their logoed jumper, but in their ability to participate fully in all aspects of school life.
Can I call on Llŷr Griffiths to briefly reply to the debate?
Well, thank you very much, and I think that's been a really useful debate, and that's what these debates should be about. And it's been a lively one, and I'm glad that everybody has contributed in the way that they have. And can I thank those who have contributed, particularly Lynn Eagle? You're right, we needed, and we still do need, actually, more clarity and assurances, but it's taken a Plaid Cymru debate, to try and tease out some of this information from the Welsh Government. It should have been forthcoming months ago. And not this rearguard action now, after it's been across the news headlines. And Darren Miller's perfectly right. Where has the engagement been on this? Although, maybe you would want to suggest that to Alan Cairns as well, with reference to the previous debate this afternoon. Now, the Cabinet Secretary tells us that you're going to review the guidance on school uniforms. Great. Excellent. Long overdue. But where have you been? Where have you been until now? Surely if you're so passionate, and I'm not doubting your commitment, then, well, yeah, you can blow and, shrug your shoulders, but if you're so passionate about this, then come on, we should have been on it, before now, I have to say. And you say it was in the budget, OK? You say it was in the budget. Well, I'm not sure what that says about Welsh Government transparency and accountability in terms of the Welsh Government, because you assert that it's there, and, OK, we won't quarrel about it, but Children and Young People Education Committee didn't see it, the Children's Commissioner didn't see it, nobody that I've spoken to had seen it, except for yourself, as you play your annual game of budget scrutiny charades with Assembly committees. So maybe next time we need more information up front, more honesty. If you see an issue like this that may come back and bite you, then maybe you should flag it up to us. And maybe you could tell us as well where the replacement funding for this scheme was.
Can we all
in the
calm
budget
down so I can listen to the
I know that Labour members in this Assembly particularly have been stung by this decision. I'm sure previous ministers would have come under similar pressures to scrap the school uniforms grant, but they resisted that, of course. They resisted that, probably because they knew how sensitive and how key this was to some of the poorest communities that they represent. But there we are, I suppose. That's the kind of compromise that Labour backbenchers have to make for having a Lib Dem in government.
Thank you. The proposal is to agree the motion without amendment. Does any member object? Thank you. We now move to voting time, and unless 3 members wish for the bell to be rung. 3. Thank you. Ring the bell. started. So we can ask members to take their seats, please. We're coming now to voting. Voting first on the Welsh Conservative debate on local government reform, and I call for a vote on the motion tabled in the name of Paul Davis. If a proposal is not agreed, we'll vote on the amendments tabled to the motion. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the motion 18, no abstentions, 37 against, therefore the motion is not agreed. We now move to vote on Amendment 1. If Amendment 1 is agreed, Amendments 2 and 3 will be deselected. So I call for a vote on Amendment 1, tabled in the name of Julie James. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the motion 34, no abstentions, 21 against, therefore Amendment 1 is agreed. Amendments 2 and 3 are deselected. Call for a vote on Amendment 4, tabled in the name of Rhun ap Iorwerth. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the motion 46, 5 abstentions, 4 against. Therefore, Amendment 4 is agreed. We now call for a vote on the motion as amended. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the amended motion 34, 8 abstentions, 13 against. Therefore, the amended motion is carried. Now move to vote to Plaid Cymru debate on the proposed renaming of the second Severn crossing, and I call for a vote on the motion tabled in the name of Rhun ap Iorwerth. If this proposal is not agreed, we vote on the amendments tabled to the motion. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the motion 14, 1 abstention, 40 against. Therefore, the motion is not agreed. We now move to vote on the amendments, and I call for a vote on Amendment 1, tabled in the name of Julie James. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the motion 45, 1 abstention, 9 against. Therefore, the Amendment 1 is agreed. And I now call for a vote on the motion as amended. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the motion 44, 1 abstentions, 9 against. Therefore, the amended motion is carried. We now move to vote on the Plaid Cymru debate on the school uniform grant, and I call for a vote on the motion tabled in the name of Rhun ap Iorwerth. And again, if this proposal is not agreed, we vote on the amendments tabled to the motion. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the motion 26, no abstentions, 29 against. Therefore, the motion is not agreed. Call for a vote on Amendment 1, tabled in the name of Julie James. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the motion 29, no abstentions, 26 against. Therefore, the Amendment 1 is carried. And I now call for a vote on the motion as amended. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the motion 29, no abstentions, 26 against. Therefore, the amended motion is carried. And we now move to the short debate. If members are going out of the chamber, please do so quickly, quietly, please. We will now move to the short debate, and I'll call on David Rees to speak on the topic he has chosen. David.
Diolch, Deputy Llywydd, and I appreciate it's been a long day, but I think it's an important area to discuss, and I welcome the opportunity to deliver the short debate on the social fabric and future well-being of our Valley's communities. And I'd like to inform the Senate that we've given time to Dawn Bowden to contribute to this debate. In this short debate, I want to address the aspects of our Valley communities which influence the social well-being and cohesion of those who live there, and how these factors have changed the economic and political landscape of the Valleys. I will also consider the influence of Welsh Government policy has had and could have on those communities, as well as address the impact of the UK Government's unnecessary austerity agenda. And to understand what is meant by social fabric, it's useful perhaps to reflect upon the unique history of the Valleys and compare that to where we are today. Wales has a proud heritage of industrial past, which has shaped our history and defined our landscape. And at the heart of our industrial heritage are the Valley communities, which, as we know, were highly influenced by the coal and metals industries. These were deeply integrated communities, which relied heavily on one another for support and in which many social and public activities occurred. And as a result, the strength and respect and spirit that was evident in these communities could not be ignored. The social interactions and understandings between those who lived in the valleys formed a strong social fabric which bound those communities together. And since the deindustrialisation of these communities in the latter half of the 20th century, many well-documented challenges have arisen around employment opportunities, transport and infrastructure, as well as inequalities across health, well-being and education. Now, whilst these challenges exist and must not be ignored, they do not define the valleys, and the strong sense of culture and community endures. However, that is now at risk. The challenge for the Welsh Government is not only to invest further in the valleys, but also to work closely with those communities to ensure their voices are heard and people are empowered to take a lead on key government policy decisions that relate to and will influence social interaction and the living community in the valleys. Whereas collective employment in minor communities once bound the valleys together, we are now facing a new economic landscape. As a result, there are a number of challenges that have arisen. In the past, thriving industrial and tight-knit valleys maintained a dynamic cultural identity as community participation around shared employment influenced the social cohesion of the area. These communities were not responsible for their own economic decline, and the response must be to reinforce this sense of community identity and culture. The history and heritage of the valleys, along with the culture and arts, are all key components of minor communities, and it is these things which increase enthusiasm and support for change, whilst maintaining the invaluable social cohesion. Day in, day out, I see the potential for greater success and prosperity in my own constituency. However, I have to raise this important point, as despite the vision and investment being put into the valleys by the Welsh Government, all of which I welcome, Cabinet Secretary, so you can say that on the record now, we cannot get away from the fact that this positive work is being undertaken against the backdrop of the UK Tory government's austerity agenda. The past 8 years of austerity have inevitably had an impact on public service budgets in Wales, and every year that has gone by, there is less money available to invest in vital, non-statutory local services. Our councils facing greater financial constraints than ever because of Westminster austerity cuts being passed down to them, which now threatens delivery of statutory services. As Westminster spending cuts to welfare and public services are inflicting damage upon our public services, it is imperative that we continue to find solutions to support our young people into work, help the vulnerable in our communities, and better connect our valleys with the towns and cities across Wales. Now, since the Assembly was established, there has been a significant amount of support for the Welsh Valleys provided by the Welsh Government. It is essential to look at the effectiveness of these programmes as we look forward to what lies ahead for these areas. Communities First, now coming to an end, and in my particular valley, in the Avon Valley, it has had a positive influence upon many individuals, community groups and their neighbourhoods, as well as in other locations across Wales I'm aware of. And is one programme we are fully supportive of, and it was a flagship for the Welsh Government for many years. The Valleys Task Force and the publication of Our Valleys, Our Future has set out a number of key priorities to support good quality jobs and skills, greater public services and local communities. Now, this group of experts represent key sectors across the valleys, and this work has been underpinned by continuing engagement with the communities. And I want to see this continue, to ensure that voices of the valleys shape the way in which this task force continues to operate. Though it still doesn't involve all the valleys at this point in time, it's still limited in who it gets. Now, this vision is more important than ever, especially considering the UK's government's decision to plough on with this flawed austerity policy, which means that here in Wales we're facing more cuts to our budgets as they continue to reduce the impact on our welfare, on our vulnerable people, on our society. And the Finance Secretary reminded us only last week in a response to the question of council tax increases in Wales that the 8 years of austerity on public services causes great challenges to local authorities as they try to deliver the vital work in our communities. And I will quote the Our Values, Our Future publication, where it says success can only be achieved if communities are fully involved in the design and delivery of the planned actions. So I couldn't agree more with that, Cabinet Secretary, but it is important that my constituents' voices are heard loud and clear in that process. And we need to get it right. And there are a number of key areas which must be prioritised. We must look to the future whilst remembering our rich industrial past, harnessing the spirit to deliver social change which binds communities together and allows young people to thrive. And throughout all of this work and change, we must also ensure the principles that are enshrined in our Wellbeing of Future Generations Act underpin our actions. And we know local government bears the brunt of the UK's government austerity agenda. Now, last year, the Wales Public Services 2025 report found that functions including transport, protection, culture, libraries, environmental services have carried the weight of the budget reductions, being hollowed out by up to 40%. Public transport is often difficult to sustain. Better connectivity throughout South Wales is vital, and we must ensure these improvements enable greater capacity and improved frequency of travel. I am very pleased the task force is looking broadly across all the valleys as it provides us with real opportunity to create a transport system that will benefit people who live and work in the valleys. Though in the Avon Valley, there is very limited delivery at the moment, so there's still much work to be done. And when we consider improvements to our transport networks in the valleys, we must stress the importance of getting those furthest from the labour market physically better connected to good jobs throughout South Wales. Though even better would be bringing those jobs closer to the communities. Many valley communities find themselves isolated from employment opportunities that exist across South Wales. And for our young people, this is not good enough. And when we talk about better jobs closer to home, so the solution to this vision should not simply be an increased level of public sector employment opportunities. Whilst these roles are important and often serve the local community through delivering vital services, there's also a key role for the private sector in building investment and offering new opportunities across our region. And we want to see a Valleys community which is able to make the most of skills and the opportunities that exist from within. For example, at home in my own constituency, we have the Avon Valley Resort being proposed, which will make use of our unique natural landscape to develop what will be, hopefully, a popular location, provide employment to opportunities to people in the locality and boost tourism, not just in my valley, but across all the valleys, because there are other services and other activities that will be available elsewhere and close by. It will build on the valleys as a place for leisure, tourism and wider public sector investment. Bringing new jobs to people is vitally important. But we also have to look at the skills agenda, which is very crucial. Because as we talk about new jobs and opportunities, we must maximise also the foundational economy as well. We need a set of skills. Now, there is a shortage of skills, which we acknowledge, and we must improve that to attract the businesses into the valleys. And the regional skills partnerships are working to analyse the economic challenges and identify the growth areas where skill gaps exist within the workforce. And it requires a collaborative approach from training providers through to businesses to ensure the next generation are learning the skills in the future. Important, but skills development starts in our schools. And if we are to have a robust policy for our valleys, we must ensure that the educational needs are delivered within them, ensuring that this vital aspect of the social cohesion remains in the heart of those communities and not seen to be transferred to other areas, and once again depriving our valley communities of a critical component of that social fabric. For example, and you expect me to say this one, the current proposals within the Avon Valley to close the local secondary school at Cameravon and transfer out the pupils to a new school outside the valley has actually ignited the embers of a fire that previously existed within the valley communities, and it's now ignited into a roaring blaze, and reminded us of the role that the school plays in the social cohesion across the valley. This latest proposed loss of a public service, and it is a public service, on top of the losses of other public services, reinforces the impact that austerity is having in those communities. And it's incumbent upon the Welsh Government to protect the social fabric that is now threadbare, and to act in accordance with the Wellbeing of Future Generations legislation to strengthen even this basic need within the valley, to reassert the cohesion that has existed within those communities. They must no longer feel abandoned and left behind. In concluding this short debate, I want to reiterate my key points around listening to our communities and delivering a plan that provides our valleys with what they want and need. I acknowledge that this challenge has been made all the more difficult because of the austerity agenda which has been presided upon by an unsympathetic UK Tory government and the impact of those 8 years of austerity on our public service delivery in Wales. It means less money available to support those communities who are so desperate for that support and who are some of our most vulnerable. But for policymakers here in the National Assembly, despite these financial restraints, which are down to that ideology of austerity, we need to recognise that spirit, that social fusion, which has been the glue of valleys and communities. We need to make sure that continues to thrive. We must harness that energy and enthusiasm to work with the people to build a future where well-being and opportunity for those who live and work in the valleys is not exclusive, but for everyone. We ought to become isolated communities which are physically and economically vulnerable to changes in the political landscape now have the potential to become part of a broader vision for Wales, and in particular South Wales, whilst retaining their unwavering community spirit and alliance. Cabinet Secretary, it is important we now take that opportunity.
Thank you. Joan Bowden.
Dyfra Llawydd, I think Diarys has said it all. The damage caused by austerity to the social fabric of our communities harms us all. I've become tired of hearing Tory voices in this chamber calling on the Welsh Government to invest more in our services. Yet we never hear those same voices raise any condemnation over the billions of pounds and more that their government has cut from our budget. Never do we hear expressions of outrage at the billions, yes, that's billions, to be removed by welfare cuts. And while we talk of austerity, let's remember that that is a political choice. And for austerity, let's read Tory cuts. Tory cuts to our valleys communities. Tory cuts harming the future of our children. Tory cuts hitting the most vulnerable. Tory cuts to public services that sit at the very heart of the well-being of so many valleys communities. And those are the reasons why I'll stand alongside Diarys and all my Welsh Labour colleagues here and in Westminster to argue that there is a better way to build a community for the many and not the few, a better way to build a community that believes in public services and invests in the infrastructure that we all need to bring prosperity and cohesion back to our valleys.
Thank you. Can I now call the Cabinet Secretary for Local Government Public Services to reply to the debate? Alan.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I think it's a pleasure in lots of different ways to reply to this debate. David Rees started his contribution describing the social and economic history of the communities of the valleys, and I think the mistake is quite often made to see the valleys as one homogeneous whole, whereas in fact all of us here who represent valley constituencies will know that all of those constituencies and all of those communities share a very similar culture, but are themselves important and have their own needs, which we recognise and identify. I know the Deputy Presiding Officer is a voice over grill in this place, and she recognises the importance of communities, and so long as we have a voice over grill over our proceedings, we know that the importance of communities will always be an important part of our deliberations here. And in many ways, the contribution that you've made, that the member for Aberavon has brought to the Chamber this afternoon, is a description of modern Wales. You know, my family was a family that left Mid Wales, the Aberystwyth area, to work in the coalfields, the growing coalfields of Tredegar, and many thousands made that journey and created a culture that is identifiably Welsh and recognised the world over as something which has a unique place in the valleys of South Wales. And we have a unique responsibility to ensure that those communities remain the focus of deliberations here. And the culture and identity and community is absolutely central to that. The member for Islwyn is joining the debate this afternoon, and I know that she is constantly talking about the importance of our music and our heritage and musical activities in the valleys and valley communities, and that's something I share as well, and it's something which I hope we will all be able to focus upon. One of the issues I have to address later this evening is that of looking at how Merthyr and the crucible of the Industrial Revolution Gwynalf Williams, I think it was, spoke about the arc of fire from Blaenavon to Merthyr, which forged the modern world. Well, we're still living in that world, of course. And that world today is facing challenges not of its own making, and not of the making of the people who live there and the people who work there, but changes which have been forced upon those people by outsiders and by people who have little care for those communities. The points made by the member for Merthyr on austerity are well made and well recognised. And, you know, when I think about the community I represent in the valleys of South Wales, I feel very strongly that we and they and us together are on the front line of austerity. Many members from all sides of the chamber will talk, sometimes in quite an academic sort of fashion, about the economy and the wider macroeconomy of Wales, the United Kingdom and the rest of Europe. But for people in the valleys, they're seeing the reality of austerity, how austerity can impact a community, can stop that community from being able to make its way in the world, and can prevent people from achieving what we would all expect to see and want for our families. And it is the real human cost of austerity that I think we are seeing in the valleys at the moment. But we're also seeing the result of many decades of decline. The issues facing us in the valleys weren't issues that were created by the financial crash in 2008 or 2009. They weren't simply the creation of the 21st century, but we recognise that through most of the 20th century, we didn't see economic success in the valleys of South Wales. We didn't see the investment that we required in order to move from an economy which is dominated by the heavy industries described by the member for Aberavon. And what I want to see, and what we want to see together, I hope, is an injection of investment in these communities, but it is more than that. We want to create a renaissance of these communities in the valleys. And I hope that the work that we are doing, members have already referred to the work of a Valleys Task Force, that is a plan not for the valleys, but it's a plan from the valleys, written in the valleys and spoken by voices from the valleys. We have spent and invested a great deal of time in talking and listening to what people have to say from all parts of the valleys, because one of the issues we face, the Consul General joined us for the introductory speeches here. Now, the communities he represents in what I would regard as the Western Valleys of the Neath Valley and elsewhere will look at and have expectations which are different from those of us in the valleys of Monmouthshire, the valleys of Gwent. And it is important that we recognise the perspective of everybody in those places. There are issues which are common to all those places. Members have already made reference to local issues around local transport and the future of our town centres. They are absolutely crucial to us and to what we want to do. But more than anything, what we want to be able to do is to invest in an economy, a sustainable economic model that will sustain communities. It isn't my purpose and it isn't my wish simply to deliver industrial parks and industrial estates and housing estates in valley communities. What I want to do, and what I think we all want to be able to do, is to ensure that we are able to create a sustainable economic base for communities in the valleys. And the connection with who we are, I believe, is absolutely essential. We had an exchange earlier with a member for Monmouthshire, Nick Ramsey, who talking about his part of the world. But for me, growing up in Tredegar, that part of our country was almost a playground for me. You know, I would cycle from Tredegar into the national park, over Treville, down to Talabont, into Llanganida, across to Abergavenny and elsewhere. And we saw ourselves as part of a wider community. It wasn't simply a Valleys Caulfield community, but it was a community that was linked to other places. And one of the things I'm hoping that we can do as part of this work in the valleys is to reconnect ourselves with that heritage and with that history and with that sense of place. one of the books I'm reading at the moment is on those long-distance walks that we have connecting some of the religious sites, the pilgrimage sites in valley communities from Penrhys across to St David's. But I hope that we can reintroduce, if you like, or find a way of learning and enabling us to appreciate the history and the heritage that gave life to the places in which we live today, whilst at the same time ensuring that we are able to look again and invest in our economic foundations. I want to be able to deliver an industrial policy and industrial strategy, Deputy Presiding Officer, for the valleys of South Wales, but looks to ensure that we have the quality of life that we want to have. But that quality of life needs to be measured in more than simply GDP figures. It's quality of life that reflects our rich heritage and who we are and who we want to be. There are numerous interventions that we are delivering, from the Employability Delivery Plan through to the Economic Action Plan. A number of seminars are taking place. I was delighted that the member for Merthyr was able to join us for a seminar, I think it was 6 weeks ago, in Merthyr, looking at how we maximise the impact of the dualling of the 465, the Heads of Valleys Road, to enable us to maximise the impact and to stimulate economic activity in that part of the world. I know that the member for Aberavon, who sponsored the debate this afternoon, has also wants to ensure and needs to ensure that we're able to invest in those valleys that he represents above Port Talbot, and to maximise the impact of investments that are taking place there. I won't venture into his, I won't accept his invitation to venture into a dispute over the location of a school in his constituency. That's beyond my pay grade and beyond my ability this afternoon in a short debate. I've been tempted into temptation, as you know, before Deputy Presiding Officer, and that's always led to trouble. I won't give in to temptation this afternoon. But what I will do is give you and members an absolute undertaking that this is a government that's rooted in the valleys of South Wales, not to the exclusion of other communities, but we recognise, and not all communities, and we recognise that the valleys face particular problems and particular issues, and we recognise that needs particular answers that are not found on Google or found in the library, but answers that are found in the minds and the imaginations and the ambitions of the people, those of us who represent the valleys, who are born in the valleys, who live in the valleys, and the people of the valleys. Because together, I believe we can drive real change. We can lead change. I want to invest in our local authorities, and I want our local authorities to lead that change as well. So working together, we can create communities in the valleys of South Wales that we will be proud to live in and proud to hand on to future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And that brings today's proceedings to a close. Thank you.